wants to get an education, it's Mexicans again. Hell, we've been trying for a long time. And there's only been 3 groups in this country that don't fit that all-American pluralistic melting pot, you can make it idea. First, there's blacks, for example. Blacks were never asked whether they wanted to come over here or not. They were brought over here. The second group that's different, that doesn't fit that model, are Indians. They too were never asked. They were removed. They didn't have urban renewal at that time, but they may have wished they would have had it because they were talking about genocide. Most of the Indians were killed, and the few that left are now in reservations as museum pieces. And then there's us. We didn't ask either to be brought over here. Rather, the United States came to us by moving the border. So that's the first thing that's incorrect about stating that when you hear the racist slogan, if you don't like it here, go back to Mexico. Well, this is Mexico.
Yeah, this is Mexico. That is the theme that plays over and over and over again with this particular individual and the organizations that they held. Now, again, this is almost 50 years ago. I'm almost certain this is the guy that was on that YouTube video that got deleted that was talking about the Mexicanization of the Southwest. He's been saying this for 50 plus years consistently. And this, to me, is why I'm saying an organization or a movement, rather, must have a leader and or leaders that can pass the torch of information to the next generation, and encourage and inspire others to also pick up the information and literally do the same with the information. This is what this individual has been doing. He got a 2019 National Hispanic Hero Award. I don't know from who or from where, but again, they hold this guy up as being literally a hero in their community. But he was called a militant, a revolutionary, things of that nature. And if you've ever heard of the Turks, the TYT, man, this video is from, I want to say it's like 15. Let me open it up. I think it's like 15 or 16 years old. Let me get the date on it. 17. This is from 17 years ago. I mean, this is like the beginning of YouTube down there, 2006. And you can tell like this, if you see this video, which I posted a lot of stuff on Funded Socially, but you can tell this was like the beginning of this platform compared to where it is now. That's another good thing. If you do go on Funded Socially and you find this video, look at how things start, very basic, very bare bones, and then look at how or what it can grow into. So this is another good example within an example. But the Young Turks discussed the notion of Mexicans reconquering, in quotes, 7 southwestern states, hosted by Cenk Uygur, Ben Manaswitz, and Jill Pike. And it gives their website address and on the date August 21, 2006. So this goes on for about 4 minutes, but they are just discussing, this idea of La Reconquista, 2006.
We're showing you La Reconquista.
La what?
Reconquista.
Jesus God.
Whatever that thing is.
Okay, so here's what's interesting. They pull up Lou Dobbs Tonight. This was a CNN graphic. So CNN actually kind of must have picked up on this story back in 2006. And it says, "Who's America?" ? Lou Dobbs. And they show southwestern United States, California, and Nevada. That looks like Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas as the states they have in orange. And it's got the Atz land, which is Aztec land, over that. So again, 17 years ago, Lou Dobbs, CNN, was paying attention to this story and to this information, even though it dates back to at least the 60s.
Reconquista.
Reconquista, where they're going to reconquer 7 or 8 states in the Southwest.
Let's put up the map again. So it's Texas, it's New Mexico, it's Arizona, California. Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, California, Nevada, Colorado, and another one.
Is that Utah?
Is that Utah?
They're going to take
Utah.
They're going to take Utah?
Please.
We took Utah from the Mexicans?
Utah? You can't have Utah. That can't be Utah.
We're great on geography. Dave, is it Utah? Yeah, it's Utah, right? Yeah, of course.
Utah?
Yeah, it's the Four Corners. Of course, I've been there.
Yeah, right. It's the Four Corners.
Right. Okay, first of all, how awesome would it be if Mexico reconquered Utah?
Yeah.
Come on.
Because he wants to make them ethnically, as Buchanan said, we get his exact words here, the Reconquista, ethnically and culturally become as much a part of Mexico as they are a part of America. Utah?
All right, look. On what planet? On what planet does Mexico reconquer 7 U.S. states, including California? And Texas, right?
Yeah, it's California.
Yeah, they're going to take California and Texas? Yeah. Maybe.
Dr. Buchanan's new book is A State of Emergency.
State of emergency.
Mexico has direct. What's unclear from this direct
By
program.
the way, in the beginning, he mentioned the word invasion. And I thought, are they talking about Iraq invasion? No, he's talking about the Mexican invasion of America.
Yeah, initially I thought that I mean, look, it's kooky, but I thought he was saying that it's like sort of like a cultural invasion, and they're not actually going to take it. But as I read it again, he might mean an actual invasion.
Oh, yeah.
7 states of the American Southwest. First step is for Mexico because it's a two-pronged approach.
Of course.
Because they're sending in the poor, the unemployed, the uneducated into the U.S. to, I don't know, blow up bridges. I don't know what they're doing.
No, they're doing something far more nefarious.
Working
Yeah. Working for a living.
Mm.
Yeah, and come on, that's obvious. It's obviously a lead into stage 2 when they do a rebellion and take those states.
58% of the American people, says Buchanan in one survey, that means it's a crazy survey, indicated they believe the American Southwest belonged actually to Mexico, was stolen from them.
But the flip side to that is, though, to be fair to Buchanan, that's actually kind of true. We did kind of steal it from Mexico. I mean, that ship has sailed, believe me, and nobody's retaking it, right? But, I mean, they were Mexican, and we did take them.
Yeah, but we took them under the manner that sort of was accepted to taking in the time.
Well, back in the day, people took shit.
Yeah.
You know?
And then we had a war and we had a treaty.
Yeah.
And that was for Texas anyway.
Yeah. I mean, in the Alamo, we weren't fighting the Norwegians.
No.
Or the notoriously duplicitous Swedes.
Duplicitous Swedes, yeah.
We were fighting the Mexicans, and we won, and we took it. Okay? And that's the way...
Well, we didn't win the Alamo.
Well, we didn't, right. But we remembered it.
We do remember.
And we went back and got it. But that's the way they rolled back then. You know, and we don't roll that way anymore, thank God. But we did originally take it from them.
Yeah, actually, it is sort of how
And
we roll.
I love, by the way, and I love the way I keep throwing around we. At the time, my ancestors were like breaking their back, picking olives and wheat and different things in southeastern Turkey, going, aye, when do we get to bomb the Americans? All right. These conservatives.
It makes it hard to argue when Pat Buchanan sort of makes a good point about how crazy the neocons are. It makes it hard to invoke him now.
Yeah, because he's crazy.
Because he's crazy. This is just stupid.
Yeah, it's really crazy. Anybody who seriously thinks that's going to happen is in, la la land.
Utah, Mormons, Mexicans. Do the math. Can't happen.
All right.
Woo, man, if you know what I know, if you know what I know, how, I mean, this is a timestamp. Not only so here's what's interesting about Utah. They keep focusing on Utah. Well, the LDS Church has, there was a period in time where the LDS Church split in part, and a lot of their members moved to Mexico because of polygamy, because they wanted to practice their religion fully, and that included polygamy. So they moved to Mexico. So I don't know why this person, who's an immigrant, obviously the other guy has an immigrant last name, is so focused on Utah, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It's 17 years later, and reality must set in to the fact that Pat Buchanan, when he wrote that book, he understood the play. He understood what was happening. He could see it a mile away. These people are laughing and joking and ha 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 ha, key. Anybody who believes that is a psychopath or a moron or stupid or whatever. But if I'm looking at the census report, and I'm looking at news reports, they tell me that, in fact, the Mexicans are already the majority population in California. They're already the majority population in Texas. They're very close to being the majority population in New Mexico. And the other states are going to fall like dominoes. So it's interesting how people can laugh and joke and ha 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 he and have like these very firm opinions 17, 18 years ago, and then today it's like, damn, I would love for them to actually revisit this particular segment and then give their opinion here. I may have to figure out a way to share that under their post, just to get some feedback on where they're at today on that whole laughy, jokey situation. But this goes back to the topic of the leaderless movements. That, in my opinion, is not possible without some level of continuous leadership, focused leadership, someone who's out in front and multiple people. Again, doesn't have to be one person, but someone who's constantly disseminating this information and saying, this is what we have to do. This is what we can do. This is what is possible. This is the way that we do it. We simply flood the country. We flood the zone. And eventually our numbers will get large enough that we can, in fact, take over this area of that foreign country to the north. Yeah, so this is what's happening. And it's happening because people have continued to say the same thing over and over and over and over and over again. And it finally kind of clicked in the population. It clicked in the government, because that was the one I told about the other Mexican government official who said, I guess it would have been 5 years ago when Trump was running the first time, that they need to rescind that treaty and they need to take back those 8 states, is what he talks about. This map had 7. So I'd be, I guess, interested to know what the 8th state was. Yeah, leaderless movements are really good at disrupting. They're really good short term. They're really good for making a point, is what I'll say. But over time, they're going to lose effectiveness. They're not going to be able to pass this information from generation to generation. And then ultimately, you're going to be essentially reinventing the wheel, which I kind of feel like there's a part of that in the reparations movement, from being an outside observer, that there was a lot of that picking up the wheel and then kind of dusting off some old information, figuring out where they went. I'm not necessarily wrong, but where they had miscalculations. Oh, it says I'm in the matrix. Okay, let me get Miss Rell up here, and that's good to know. Oh man, I don't know how I hit my man as the co-host. Nothing against you, brother Duncan. I'm gonna bring you up as a speaker, but I don't know how I got you up here as a co-host.
Hey, Black. Shout out to this space and shout out to you. You are in the matrix, my friend.
Okay, I'm gonna go out and come back. Thank you.
You're welcome, handsome.
Oh, I appreciate that. I really, really, really do appreciate that. Let me figure out how I can get back in here now. I probably had to retweet it or reconnect and retweet it. Okay, here we go. Let me retweet and then reconnect.
Hey, Black American Homeland Professor.
Yeah, let's get Black
Shout out to
American
everybody
Homeland.
in the space.
What's up there, Sister Rilla? How you doing?
Oh, I gotta unblock Eon because I think I kicked her out when I came up here.
Who is that, by the way?
That's oh gosh, I don't know. They started the ANDL, I think, with New Negro and I think a couple other people.
Oh yeah, I think I do remember that one.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, sorry, Duncan. I didn't mean to send you the co-host, but I was trying to get you back to speaker.
Yeah, I wonder. I took it, but I wonder. I ain't never did no co-hosting. But I wonder. I was looking through it like I was trying to look at all the options they give you as a co-host. I ain't never did no hosting or calls. But the reason I raised my hand, I'm trying to see is it possible you could send me a link to that video you was just you had playing in the back channel whatever it is. How could I look it up? Like, where is that video?
Yeah, so on Funded Socially, I think it's in our Black American Migration community. I posted a bunch of them. I'll send you that link soon as I get a chance, and you could watch a couple of them. But
yeah, I like to share those type of videos for people that live in my local area. That way they, everything I find out, I'm trying to let them know about it too. People that live in my area.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that because it's going to be one of those things where most people who don't know are gonna kind of be like, this is out of the blue. Some may reference back to Reagan and amnesty, back in the 80s. But the reality is this has been a plan for a very long time. And they've been executing it and being very patient about it. But they're almost at the tipping point. Like I said, they've already technically, or the majority in a couple of those states, and very close in the third, if not already, or the majority in New Mexico. And so it's just one of those things where it's not, it's no longer outside of the realm of fiction or where these guys are laughing. There's nothing really funny about it. And, it is what it is. I think for our population, getting California reparations, getting as much as they can out of that situation, and then always analyzing where they're at. For the folks that are out there in the West, Texas is going to be hard for people to imagine themselves not living in Texas, and because that's one of the states where we got the highest Black population. So it's going to be one of those things where it's like, wow, once these people really start to flex their majority and make it really, 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 really difficult in Texas, I think those of us who are kind of looking at it from the outside, hopefully will come together and establish a couple of these majority Black states so that they have a good place to land and are not kind of just doing another forced migration. Because, again, this information in our population has been known for a very long time, what we should do, what we could do. And for whatever reason, it kind of never has materialized in the way that I would have hoped that it would have for our, overall benefit. But yeah. So
hey, let me ask you something, Black Majority. When we're talking about the Mexicans, is it fair to say that that's a staunch Catholic population?
I believe they are Catholics. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. And they're highly populated. Catholics don't believe in abortion. I think that's also fair to say. They're very strict Catholics. We can judge them by the drug trade, but all races have drug dealers, But I don't believe that they're highly populated. They don't have a problem with abortion. Now, for whatever reason, you might not have no opinion on it, or you might not want to speak your opinion on it, but I think we both know that is a fact. So
they
agree with you.
That's what we
they breathe like rabbits. They breathe like rabbits and Mormons, man. And it's kind of odd that they talking about they gonna go up to Utah because the Mormon breeding like hell too. But and I agree with you that reparations is a problem. But I want us to keep in mind about how abortion is not one of the topics. It's a topic that's hurting us just like immigration. People are scared to say that for whatever reason. In a lot of these rooms, I'm not accusing this room of nothing, because I'm not even suspect of y'all being afraid of that topic. But I have seen that in conversations in the past. So I want to bring that in mind too. Not only do we want to keep America American and keep the immigrants out, right? But we also want to end abortion so our people can populate.
Can I say? I just want to say this. Those groups don't have high populations of genocide happening. Abortion aside, they don't have any high population of genocide happening to them in America. Neither do Mormons. There's no.
Yes. They're killing each other like crazy over there. I don't know if you seen.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm talking about in America. In America, even with the cartel and how the cartel has infiltrated police departments and they have gang wars and they're warring and stuff like that, there is no other group outside of their own. I mean, even in our community, we have territory wars and stuff like that, or gangs that might have, some sort of...
Nothing like the cartel.
That might have. But my point is, there's no other group going after them like they have gone after the population in California, the population in New York, or I think even now down in Florida, I believe there is accounts of the cartel going after the black population in Florida. So the Mormons, the Latina or Hispanic groups, and other groups do not have another group genociding them out.
Now, when did the United States take acquisition of Texas and California? What year was that? The 1800s or the 1700s?
Man, that's a really
Does anybody know?
I think that was around the 1830s, 1840s.
1840s,
1850s, I think, around that time frame.
And I was kind of confused about it because I know they had they removed them, made them go across the border. Some of them they allowed to stay. I think they call themselves Chicanos, the ones they allowed to stay.
Yes,
and it's kind of odd because the Chicanos, they see each other as different than the Mexicans. The Chicanos don't even see themselves as Mexicans. But they gave them hell and made them cross that border, made them run across that border, man. They still be talking about right now, remember the Alamo. But they let them come back over here like they forgot about the Alamo.
I think the Chicanos are the Mexicans that were born and raised in the United States. I think that's the only difference.
Yeah, that Mexicans that never had to leave. See, when they took Mexico, they killed a lot of them Mexicans, and then they chased them right back across the border. But not all of them were made to leave, and I never understood the history of why the Chicanos were allowed to stay and why they had forced the other Mexicans to leave. I never grasped.
So there was it was called the Treaty of the Guadalupe Hidalgo. It said that it brought an official end to the Mexican-American War. So there was multiple wars that happened But the Mexican-American War was from 1846 to 1848, and was signed on February 1848, which slavery was still going on here at Guadalupe, Hidalgo, a city north of the capital, where the Mexican government had fled with the advance of U.S. forces. By its terms, Mexico seceded 55% of its territories, including the present-day states of California, Nevada, Utah, New Mexico, and most of Arizona and Colorado, and parts of Oklahoma, Kansas.
And let's think about how big those states are. Those states by themselves are big as countries. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to remember there were some big states.
And Wyoming. Mexico also relinquished all claims to Texas and recognized the Rio Grande as the southern boundary with the United States, and entered into negotiations to the end of the war. This is the Mexican-American War, and the War of the Guadalupe Hidalgo, the treaty that was passed. And it says peace talks were negotiated by Nicholas Trist, chief clerk of the State Department, who had accompanied General Winfield Scott, a diplomat, and President Polk's representative. Trist and General Scott, after two previous unsuccessful attempts to negotiate a treaty with Santa Anna, determined that the only way to deal with Mexico was as a conquered enemy. Nicholas Trist negotiated with a special commission representing the collapsed government led by Don Bernardo Cudo, Don Miguel Austrian, and Don Luis Gonzaga Cuevas of Mexico. President Polk, so this was during President Polk's time, had recalled Trist under the belief that negotiations would be carried out with the Mexican delegation in Washington. In the 6 weeks it took to deliver Polk's message, Trist had received word that the Mexican government had named its special commission to negotiate. Against the president's recall, Trist determined that Washington did not understand the situation in Mexico and negotiated a peace treaty in defiance of the president. In a December 4th, 1847, which slavery was still happening, letter to his wife, he wrote, knowing it to be the very last chance and impressed with the dreadful consequences of our country, which cannot fail to attend the loss of that chance, I decided today at noon to attempt to make a treaty. The decision is altogether my own. Ignoring the president's recall command with the full knowledge that his defiance would cost him his career, Trist chose to adhere to his own principles and negotiate a treaty in violation of his instructions. His stand made him briefly a very controversial figure in the United States. I don't even understand if he went against the president's commission. How is it that they were able to honor it? That's the part that I don't understand. These white, Lord.
So the governor, are you saying like the governor signed the treaty, like the governor of Texas signed the treaty with them behind the U.S. president?
So Trist was. He was. Let me see. Trist was he the governor? Was he the governor of Texas or California? Hold on, let me look. Black, I don't think we ever really did a space about the Mexican-American War.
No. I'm learning. I'm here to learn because you know what I'm saying.
Let me. I'm pulling it up right now. Give me 1 second. I have to pull my laptop up.
Because Texas was an independent country from 1836 to 1845. The
Well, they
1845
all the
independent
states. Well, all the states were independent. They were independent countries, and then eventually became right. And then eventually the United States was formed. So
Right.
that's the other piece.
What I'm trying to say was, you are correct. However, Texas wasn't part of the first Constitution, which was the Confederacy, the Article of the
Confederacy. Yes, that is correct, because Texas was still controlled at the time by Mexico, and
Right.
so was a lot of the other states that I mentioned. But at the same time, they were being conquered by the Anglos, and because slavery was becoming so prominent, they were signing treaties left and right as almost like international treaties to actually have chattel slavery. Let's look at it like that.
Right.
Who was Trist?
And I think it's important. I think it's important.
Oh, so Nicholas Trist, he was an American lawyer and a diplomat. And let me go back. What? American lawyer and a diplomat, planter, and businessman. Even though he had been dismissed by President James K. Polk as the negotiator with the Mexican government, he negotiated the Treaty of the Guadalupe Hidalgo of 1848. So, and he was from Charlottesville, Virginia. So he probably was an Englishman, because he was not an original person. Him and a lot of the Englishmen came out of Virginia and New Jersey, like Francis Scott Key. They were all English. Let me see. All right, so he was an attorney, and he was a diplomat for the United States. So I'm just trying to understand. He was not I don't know, how do you say it? He was only a negotiator. So how is it that he negotiated this treaty and it still would be honored? That's the part that I don't really understand. So let me keep reading. Okay, Chief Clerk of the United States Department who accompanied General Oak. Did we pass that? Yes, we did. Let me go back to where I was. Okay. President Polk had recalled Trist under the belief that negotiations would be carried out with the Mexican delegation in Washington. In 6 weeks it took to deliver Polk's message. Trist had received word that the Mexican government had named a special commission. I think I passed that. I'm sorry. I'm trying to go back. Ignoring the president's recall command with the full knowledge that his defiance would cost him his career, Trist, whose adherence to his own principles and negotiate a treaty in violation of his instructions, his stand made him briefly a very controversial figure in the United States. Under the terms of the treaty negotiated by Trist, Mexico seceded. You heard me read all the states: California, New Mexico. This is known as the Mexican secession, and include present-day Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of Utah, Nevada, and Colorado. See Article 5 of the treaty. Mexico also relinquished all claims to Texas and recognized the Rio Grande as the southern boundary with the United States. See Article 5. The United States paid Mexico $15 million in consideration of its extension acquired by the boundaries of the United States. This is see Article 12 of the treaty, and agreed to pay American citizens debts owed to them by the Mexican government. Did y'all hear me? Did you hear me say that? Oh my God!
$15 million. You said $15 million, didn't it?
Yes, the United States paid Mexico $15 million in consideration of the extension acquired by the boundaries of the United States. And it says, see Article 12 of the treaty, and agreed to pay American citizens' debts owed to them by the Mexican government. See Article 10 and 5 is 15. And then other provisions included protection of property and civil rights of Mexican nationals living within the new boundaries of the United States. See Article 8. And I want to say this is when it has the I before the X. What is that? God, these Roman numerals, I keep forgetting them. Anyhow, I will post it so y'all can see it.
Number 9.
Okay, number 9. The promise of the United States to police the boundaries, see Article 11, and compulsory attribution of future disputes between the two countries. There's another article, 21. Tris sent a copy to Washington by the fastest means available, forcing President James Polk to decide whether or not to repudiate the highly satisfactory handiwork of his discredited subordinate. Polk chose to forward the treaty to the Senate. When the Senate reluctantly ratified the treaty by a vote of 34 to 14 on March 10th, 1848, it deleted Article 10, guaranteeing the protection of Mexican land grants. Following the ratification, U.S. troops were removed from the Mexican capital. To carry the treaty into effect, Commissioner Colonel John Weller, I think it's Colonel, I'm sorry, Colonel John Weller, and Surveyor Andrew Gray were appointed by the U.S. government, and General Pedro Concade and Senior Jose, these are Spanish names, were appointed by the Mexican government to survey and set the boundary. A subsequent treaty, the Gadsden Purchase of December 30th, 1853, altered the border from the initial one by adding 47 more boundary markers to the original 6 of 53 markers. The majority were rude piles of stones, and few were durable character with proper inscriptions. As time passed, it became difficult to determine the exact location of the markers, with both countries claiming the originals had been removed or destroyed. To solve the problem, the convention between the two countries was concluded in 1880s. And a survey was done that verified the need for definite demarcation of the boundary. The International Boundary Commission was created to relocate the monuments and mark the boundary line. The U.S. commissioners employed a survey photographer to record various views of each monument located and erected by the U.S. section. So I'm gonna post this. This is why I honestly did not know all of this.
Yeah, me neither.
And this is something we need to know.
It's
because
there's a
remember Black, you were doing a space and you were talking about how they have the saying "Viva la Raza" and the long live the race. And then you look at now and think about all these parts and territories that they actually had given up based on the commission. Now they're coming back and saying, oh, this once was Mexico territory, so that the places that they're actually moving into and flooding make sense.
Oh yeah, they're saying
they're trying to reclaim not just the markers, but they're trying to even go back on the commissions that were agreed upon per this treaty.
Oh my God.
And 15,000 Americans lost their lives fighting for this country and the Mexican-American War. It'll be like your blood.
Slavery was
Oh yeah,
still going on.
I got that for our sister, but I just think it's important that we point out 15,000 Americans died in the Mexican-American War, so to let them have this reconquista of America would be that these Americans died in vain, right?
Hey, how many Black Californians have died in the Mexican on Black American War in that part of the country since, you know?
You talking about since?
I don't know. There will be something good to look up though, because I just looked up since we was talking about that. I had to look it up. I said, I wonder how many people died fighting for the boundaries that we have now. You know, from sea to shining sea. I wonder how many died. And it says 15,000. And all these people were not white people. Black people were fighting. Yeah, I don't want us to other ourselves like we did not fight in every war that the United States had to make this country exist. In fact, a city I love, this is one of my stomping grounds, Nogales, Arizona, right? And I be in Nogales so much, I just had to look it up. I was looking up the history of Nogales. And I was like, man, Nogales, you go to Nogales, it's right there. You got Nogales, Mexico, and Nogales, Arizona. They just like El Paso and Juarez, right? You can stand in one place and you stand in the United States and see Mexico. But just coincidentally, when I was looking up the history of it, it's a Black American man that was enslaved. There was a former slave. He attended West Point. I think he was one of the first. He was either the first or second Black Black American to attend West Point. And he is the one that made the boundaries for the city Nogales. Like separated Nogales, just that, that one town. Separated that one town from Mexico. He decided which is going to be Mexico, what part is going to be United States. And even though he did all that, they shamed him, they disgraced him. They even though it's a largely Mexican city, they celebrate Nogales, Arizona. Today is largely Mexican city. But even today, they still celebrate him every year. They celebrate him every single year. And I mute up. I'm going to come back. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to tell you his name. But that's a Black American that we should probably remember.
So I have a question. Well, not really a question, just a thought that came up as Duncan was talking. Since these lands were fought over in the battle between the Mexican-American War and the Treaty of the Guadalupe Hidalgo of 1848, and slavery was still going on, these were also slave states. Well, they were free states because they were not a part of they were because the United States was founded in 1776. So I'm assuming this territory was owned by the Spanish, and because this is the established St. Augustine, Florida, all of those lands were still, the Spanish was still ruling those lands. So I'm just wondering, did they own slaves too? Like, was this still, like, was the war about, again, ruling over a particular contraband because that contraband was bringing in a lot of revenue, not just the territories?
Well, really, didn't the Spanish take part in the slave trade like these other European countries?
Yes, they did. The Spanish and the Portuguese actually were the first contract holders to actually pass out slave contracts to Germany and Britain, Germany, and France, and they carved up the United States and then the United States went to war with these, countries for territory. So if they went to war with these other people for territory and went to war with Mexico for territory, was the territory because of the slave trade?
That's a good question. And that's something that I think we all have to do some deep research on. Because I think, like you really, I think a possibility, it was some slavery in those territories.
Yeah, it was. It most certainly was.
Yeah.
But if you beat the people who have control and you take over the territory, you don't necessarily change the landscape of what was going on as the commodity. You just take control over it. And then next thing you know, in comes the Confederates. These are the ones that are fighting for power and structure in America, who want to fight against the Union, right? And so they take over maybe the Sun Belt, and then next thing you know, the Civil War breaks out over contraband.
Yeah, I was looking it up. 1829, Mexico abolished slavery, so they did have slaves. But in 1829, they abolished slavery on paper. And we all know.
Right.
Yeah. But the guy name I was thinking about, his name was Lieutenant Henry Flipper, and yeah, he was the first black graduate, Black American to graduate West Point. Lieutenant Henry Flipper.
Wow.
So we played a part in setting the borders of this country. Like I said, Nogales, Arizona is a border town. So we played a part in setting up the borders. Now we weren't in charge of the whole thing, setting up all the borders, like from California, but just that one town, you know. And like I said, he was ridiculed for a long time. The United States apologized. They honor him at West Point, and they honor him in Nogales as well. You know, so we have a big stake in this country, and I think it's important that you chose to dive into that, because it points out how we should not allow them to do this reconquest of the United States.
And not just that, the video. I'm sorry, Black American Homeland. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say that this person brought back my memory. You said in 1829, Mexico, they banned slavery, and this is why the war in Texas all started, because there were whites, there were regular white people in Texas. Even though Texas was still owned by Mexico, they owned slaves, right? When Mexico abolished slavery, of course, that's when the whites decided to go to war, and that's when they decided to take Texas, and Texas became an independent country in 1836, and then in 1945, that's when it became a state.
And not to push back on that, because that was important what you said, but I want to point out also, because it was important because you said that's how important slavery was to Texas. And I want to...
So here, Black American Homeland, it says right here, it says the Underground Railroad also led to Mexico. And the Underground Railroad also ran south, not back towards slave-owning states, but away from them to Mexico, which began to restrict slavery in the 1820s. And finally abolished it in 1829, like Duncan was saying, some 34 years before Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. So they abolished slavery that they also participated in. in the slave trade, right? Because the Spanish conquered the Aztecs, which would be now become an admixture of the Aztecas, which now they take on the name of Mexico. Okay, the story goes on. Now you have Mexico. So moving forward, they still own slaves and still participated in the slave trade. But because they abolished it again, you have now a territory fight. You have a country that does not want to abolish slavery, that actually makes its money off of slavery. And you have them now saying, okay, well, we're going to have to go to war with this other country because they don't want to participate any longer.
I was trying to say, like, at least let me finish my thought because I was cut off.
I know, because I was talking. You keep over talking me, Duncan. Like you don't hear me.
No, I couldn't hear you. I know I was after Black got to speaking. I was trying to say I was giving him props for bringing up how important slavery was to Texas, right? And I was trying to add something else in onto the conversation by saying he is absolutely right. Slavery was so important to Texas that they gave up the Oklahoma Panhandle. Like the Oklahoma Panhandle that exists right now, that's why that's not Texas no more. Because it's like that longitude line, slavery could not exist above this longitude line, which is the Mason-Dixon line or whatever you want to call it, right? But that longitude line, the Texas Panhandle, which belonged to Texas at that time, the Oklahoma Panhandle that belonged to Texas at that time was above that line. So Texas said, forget about that. We'll just give this territory to Oklahoma, and we're going to keep slavery going all over Texas. So, yeah, you're right, Black. That's how important slavery was to Texas, that they gave up a whole piece of their state. They gave up like a whole big piece of not a big piece, but a nice piece of their state to keep slavery going. I'm sorry, but that's all I want to say. And look into that. Why did they form the Oklahoma Panhandle? Look into that.
Yeah. I just want to bring up this information that Mexico was a slave territory. The whole Mexico was a slave territory. It was under control of the Spanish. The Mexicans actually had to fight for independence from Spain from 1810 to 1821. So Mexico didn't become an independent country until 1821. And then 1829, that's when they decided to abolish slavery. So actually Mexico was a new country, 1821.
Yes, because it says the Republic of Texas claimed it when declaring its independence. It says, but then upon entering the Union as a slave state in 1845, Texas surrendered its claim to the region because slavery was prohibited north. To Duncan's point of 3630 latitude by the Missouri Compromise of 1820, 3630 became the Panhandle's southern boundary. That's why.
Right.
That's why the Panhandle was created.
I'm actually talking about the when Mexico became an independent country from Spain.
Duncan's question was why did the Panhandle exist? I believe, right, Duncan?
No, that was my statement. My statement was that slavery was so important to Texas that they gave up all of that territory just to keep slavery going in the whole state of Texas.
Well, the Missouri Compromise is what made that exist, which is crazy because Missouri Compromise of 1820, really.
And I'm talking about Oklahoma. Okay.
No, yeah, we're the Oklahoma Panhandle. The reason why the Oklahoma Panhandle in Texas could not do what they did, it was because the Missouri Compromise. That's why. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got
Hey, Brother Muko and Arts, how are you guys doing?
I came in to address that title. Leaderless movements are the only movements that do anything. Leaders get shot, killed, assassinated, hemmed up. Like, where did a leader movement? The internet, it's literally a result of a leaderless movement. We're literally talking right now because of a leaderless movement. So, I don't know. I'm going to need to hear a leader movement that wasn't tyrannical or didn't result into the leader getting shot.
Okay. Yeah. So the internet.
Elon Musk got Kanye back on the internet.
One second, Duncan. So the internet, as we know and understand it, there would have been engineers working on different aspects of the internet, but there are leaders, and they're some of the most wealthiest people on the planet Earth today. And I don't got to say their names because we all know who those people are. So
you're gonna have to name names. I want to know the leader of the internet.
I'm not going to name names because the reality is
there's
this.
No leader of the internet.
The reality is this. If it was just some tech geek guru people tinkling on electronics in their garages, it would have been great.
Exactly what it is.
It would have been great for them, but it would never have become what it has become, a global system that is actually being controlled by governments around the planet Earth. So in other words, without leaders in positions of power and authority to make decisions, this thing would have never materialized and become what it is today. And it certainly wouldn't become what it's to become in the future. Leaders actually organize information to get results. Leaderless movements do not do that.
Okay, I'm in tech, dude. And let me tell you something. There has never been a centralized corporation that has succeeded over any open source project. Period. Why is that? Because it turns out that when you hire people, you only get maybe 20 programmers. But when you do open source, you get hundreds, if not thousands, of programmers. Hence, every bank in the world is run on Linux, which is another product of a leaderless movement. Like Bitcoin, leaderless movement, decentralized autonomous organization. That's what it's one of many variants.
Yeah, but those functions, but hold on, those functions that you're talking about, they are all directives of people who participate in scrums and different projects. Hold on. No, they're not, because they actually have a head developer in those groups. They have a head engineer. No. Pause. They have head developers. They have head engineers. They have head network engineers. Head senior administrators. Which one of those people they do have leaders? They do have leaders, because in a service lifecycle system, when you're actually in a scrum, there's a master scrum manager, and you're taking direction from that person.
Name an open source project and then tell me the leader.
What are you talking about? But you're talking about the functionality of a tech. No, you're talking about a functionality of actually doing something. You're not talking about
owns X. See how that is? I have a company and I have a leader. I want an open source project and then name that leader.
Anybody can actually use open source to develop technology.
My conversation.
My point, yes, but in order to do so, hold on, because what you're trying to skip over is that in order to do that, you have to have a group of people who takes direction from one person, and then they compartmentalize.
Name the leader of name an open source project. This is not hard. And see, what I hate about these kind of conversations when I have these people.
If you hate the conversation, no. What you hate about the conversation, I'm gonna mute you in just 10 seconds. No, because what you hate about the conversation is that you want to have the conversation to evolve into how you think it is.
Everybody has
Yes,
to say their
because you're not even taking in consideration. No, because I'm in tech too. No, I'm in tech too. No, I'm in tech. No, pause. I'm in technology too, and I've also been on engineering.
I've done it for
I've also been in.
Please try to.
Oh, okay, great. I have over 30 years. No, it doesn't matter. That does not matter because I just told you. I just told you.
Name a leader then.
What are you talking about?
Name an open source
Depending
project and
on
name a
what
leader.
company. Do you have your own company?
Yes. Now name an open
you
source
have
project
your
and name a leader.
in your company. Wait.
Here.
So in your company, are you the head engineer, the head developer?
You're going into moot points.
No, I'm not.
Open source
No,
project.
I'm not going into a moot point.
My question is what you're
I'm
doing.
not. I actually am not.
Okay,
I'm not dodging your question.
Please name.
I just asked you, do you have your own company? You said yes.
See, then I said to me, and I asked a specific question.
I'm dodging because that's the only way I know how to make the example.
Because you're doing it. This is what I'm getting at. Name an open source project and name the leader.
What are you talking about? Open source is open to anyone.
And name the leader.
It's open to anyone. Microsoft could be an open source project. No, it's not. Microsoft is not leaderless.
This is derailment. This is derailment. This is derailment. So I took 2 seconds. I did a Google search. You can find out who started Linux, who started open source. Any program that you made, you can trace it back to the human being who actually founded the program, who started the program, and then it went wherever it went. So there is a leader because there's a source for it. If you want to get like really elementary about this particular topic, that's not the point of the conversation. It's not about software. It's not about tech. We're talking about Black American political movements and why there must be leaders that actually bring organized results and not these chaotic guerrilla tactic. Nobody knows who's in control, because you can't pass that down to the next generation. If nobody knows who the leader is, the information will not be transferable through multi-generations. That is the overarching point. Leaderless political movements are good to create chaos and disruption for a very short period of time, and then they have less returning ROI, return on investment. They have depreciating results over time, and that's what's been happening in these so-called political movements. They die out because there's no leader, because there's no organization, because there's no structure, because there's not a succession plan. And so the point of this space is not to argue about leaderless anything. It's about focusing on how Black American political movements can be structured in a way that it helps to preserve the information and move things forward. We got 50 in the space. I believe he's a part of the NOI. The reason that the NOI is successful is because they have leadership. They have a succession plan. They have organization, and it travels through generations. It's a model organization for what this space is about. I'm going to unmute the mic, and then we can go back to the conversation, which is focused on Mexico, because I had some points I wanted to make about that. Because this Mexican senator who was running to be president when Trump was running to be president was essentially threatening the United States. If they got rid of NAFTA, they wanted to take back the 8 states. So that's where we're at, because they're already taking back the states, because that's very, very important to understand that movement of them taking these states has been going on for at least 60 years. Okay. God damn it. Oh, I can't hear you no more, Miss Bella.
Is anyone talking? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, I did space all of a sudden just got quiet.
They got let a mic drop.
Yeah, well, I know Black said he was about to go over the points about the Mexican senator. So I would definitely love to hear more about that. Black, were you about to touch on that?
Yeah, let me play the clip.
Actually, I see Rella and Art going at it. 'Cause I see it seems like those two are going at it.
No, there's just a difference of opinion. That's all. That's all that there is. And Black summed it up perfectly. If there is a compartmentalization that happens in movements, and that should happen in movements, and we've said this from the beginning. And every person has a part to play, but then you have people who are good at something, who can teach, who can actually help to move the message, and they're not actually, pushing people away. You know what I'm saying? They're carrying people over, and then the message is actually turning into development and action in different ways. And that should be what's happening. Not, this pessimistic view that it should just be anyone and everybody, because what we're in now is that anyone and everybody have pretty much, ran us into the ground.
How's that pessimistic? Because if everybody and anybody if you truly believe everybody and anybody is basically essentially a scumbag, wouldn't that be the leader too? Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, a leader can be a scumbag, and then if you follow the scumbag down scumbag lane, then what happens?
Or you can have somebody like Jesus and he gets hung up on a whipping pole, right? Like, or Martin Luther King gets shot in the fucking head. Like,
yes, but there's always going to be murder.
Anything worse.
There's always, but if you're afraid to die, then you are not a person that should be a leader.
You want a sacrificial lamb, not a leader.
No, because everybody who has been a leader has literally understood that there is a cost, and you already know what that is.
Yeah,
because
and
war
you don't have
is inevitable.
A leaderless movement. Martin Luther King.
Not true.
Movement.
Not true, because people learned how to actually develop protections around themselves, and even no matter whatever your date is, your toe tag date, eventually you learn to actually get your message across long enough to facilitate new people to be sprung up and keep the movement and the message going.
And who did that work for?
What?
Oh, who did that work for? Remind me who that worked for.
Well, it worked for the slaves. Worked for our ancestors.
There was a king's.
Apparently it worked for the people who are now in power, who have benefited the most. So it worked.
And who's their
what? And they also are in proximity of assassinations and everything else. So guess what? They still do that.
Yeah, but
what do you mean? Who's their leader?
Who's their leader? You said they, so who is their leader?
So I'm speaking of slave owners like George Washington, Lincoln. I'm speaking of people who are behind secret societies, like folks who are actually able to protect themselves until maybe they get ousted or maybe they die off, or people who control the Treasury Department, and then you find out they are all connected into Judaism some kind of way, and then they eventually die off. I'm talking about people who are in literally the Supreme Court, and they're all a part of secret societies. They're always a way to protect some information and pass it on, and you figure that out in a movement. And then if that person gets taken out, another one springs up. That's what's been happening, but not with us so much in this generation.
I don't remember that ever happening. And actually,
well, then you should read more.
I read a lot. I'm the guy that blows up jumbotrons. So
you should read the right thing.
When it goes to the Eastern Hemisphere, you have your Stalins, your Hitlers, your Shaka Zulus, your Mansa Musas. You always have these strong men. In the Western Hemisphere, we eat the leaders. That's why you can't name any.
So you're afraid of dying, is what you're saying.
I'm just telling you how it goes. Since the Mayans, the Incas, as far back as you go on the Western Hemisphere. I'm just saying, what flies on the Eastern Hemisphere will not fly on the Western Hemisphere. That's all I'm pointing out.
I don't think that's true. I think it depends on the people.
Name a strong man.
What do you mean name a strong man? What's your
Equivalent of
idea?
a Stalin, a Mao, a Hitler, a Shaka Zulu, anything like.
We
anything
did
in that-
have
that
the
vein.
Black Mafia here, and we do have gangs and stuff just like everybody
Not
else.
a gang, a strong man. A Mao is a man. A Stalin is a man. A Hitler is a man. A Shaka Zulu is a man. A Mansa Musa is a man. Name a strong man.
Okay, so it's a man with money and power.
Okay, I think you know what I'm saying, and you're just deflecting.
Okay. All right. I'm ready to play the video. We're gonna move the conversation forward. This is the Mexican politician who. This was during Trump's first run at the presidency, I believe, was essentially threatening to take back these 7 states, 8 states, the number keeps changing, if Trump was to get rid of NAFTA. For those who are new to the space, earlier we were talking about this leader of these Mexicans, Jose Angel Gutierrez, who's been around since at least the 70s and likely the 60s, who's been advocating for Mexicans to take over the southwestern United States. We played a bunch of clips. One that stood out was the TYT program in 2006, 17, 18 years ago. They had a graphic of a Lou Dobbs CNN conversation about this very topic, about the Mexicans reclaiming the southwestern United States. Pat Buchanan had wrote a book about it. He called it an invasion in 2006. And they were laughing and giggling and joking and saying, if anyone believes that this is possible, they are a moron or they are insane, or words to that effect. That was roughly 18 years ago. You fast forward to the Biden administration in not even 4 whole years. The estimates are 10 million plus that he's allowed into the country of all different types, of course. However, Texas is majority Mexican or Hispanic. California is majority Mexican or Hispanic. New Mexico is very, very close to being majority Mexican or Hispanic. So while TYT laughed and joked and giggled back then, today, everything that Pat Buchanan was warning about, everything that Lou Dobbs presented in his show, I'm assuming, is turning out to be pretty accurate. And again, this Jose guy, who has been at the center of this conversation, of this advocacy for them reclaiming that part of the country, has been around for 60 years. I'll be 50 years I'll be 50 years old this year. He's been around long before I was born. And as a leader of his particular group of people, he's been very consistent with the message. This actually is from the Young Turks, ironically, with the same one of the hosts. And this was recorded, it looks like about 6 years ago, roughly. So let me get the volume right, and then we'll play this. For those who were earlier, you get a difference of maybe this Sirk guy. It's hard to pronounce his name. I think he's Turkish or something. Sink Ugur or Igor or whatever. Let's see if he has a different mindset after witnessing. And even back then, 7 years ago, I mean, it's different now because obviously it's clear what's going on. But let's see if he changed.
I'm in the Matrix again.
Okay. I'll go out and come back in. God damn it! I'm the only motherfucking space that constantly has to go in and out and come back and turn around and flippity floppity. We're not gonna get derailed into weird conversations with weird people, man. Just can't do that. Okay, I'm back, and again, let me thank everybody for attending the space. Again, let's get into this clip.
Strike back against Donald Trump and his proposed policies against undocumented immigrants and Mexico. In fact, Mexican Senator Armando Rios Peter is proposing legislation that could put Mexico in conflict with the United States. In fact, he says the following: "It was a historic error for our president to invite a person like that to our country. Mr. Trump used us as a campaign tool." So what is this senator's strike back? What is his proposed legislation? In the past, Trump has threatened to cancel NAFTA, claiming it was bad policy that hurt U.S. manufacturing industry. If Trump were to do this, however, the senator's bill would trigger a review and possible cancellation of all the bilateral agreements between Mexico and the United States. So those bilateral agreements include land that the U.S. pretty much took over from Mexico. So the bill that the senator is proposing would specifically cancel the 1848 Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which ended the Mexican-American War and ceded Texas and California as parts of Arizona, Colorado, as well as parts of Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, Wyoming to the U.S. if Trump cancels NAFTA.
This is awesome. What a hilarious idea.
Sure.
Okay. And finally, we libs get what we want. We get to be Mexicans. We live in California. Now California will be part of California. And
that's how I already identify.
So there you go. Okay. No, I'll be honest with you. I prefer to be American. And that's why I immigrated here, as our family did. That's why I chose to be an American citizen as an adult. I'll stay American. Now, are we really going to lose California and all those other states and Texas to Mexico? I don't think so. But it's a great little rhetorical trick. Oh, you want to cancel agreements? Well, two can play that game.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll cancel agreements, and then let's have at it, Hoss.
There's also a fascinating component of this story that I don't think most Americans know about. I didn't know about it, but there are more than 1 million Americans living in Mexico. So you want to deport Mexicans, Mexico can deport those Americans, right?
Yeah, I didn't know that part either, to be honest. I didn't know there were 1 million Americans living in Mexico. So he's like, oh, you say, oh, we're going to pay for the wall. So this bill would make very clear, we're not paying for a goddamn thing, okay? We're not paying for the wall. And you say, oh, yeah, well, I'm going to make sure that those remittances from the Mexicans that live in America are not going to go back to Mexico. Okay, well, then your citizens are going to pay higher taxes here in Mexico. And maybe Trump won't care. But a lot of Americans will, at least 1 million Americans will care. And so what this Mexican senator is saying is, let's dance, right? You want to dance and you think you're the big tough guy bully and you think that you're the only one who can push people around? Okay, maybe we're not as big as you are, but we can push back. Yeah. So how far do you want to go with this? And I loved his last line. He said, we want to shut Trump's mouth, which has been spewing this hateful speech.
Yeah, I like
damn.
I like that aggressive talk.
That's boy, he Mexican. Okay, so, but understand the importance of this, which is that if Donald Trump thinks that there's going to be no consequences from any other nation for all the idiotic things that he's saying, it's a terrible miscalculation. Whether you think that Mexico can actually exact some sort of consequences to us that is deeply problematic, that's an interesting and open question, and they might be able to do some damage if they think we're trying to put damage on them. But I know China can, and I know that a lot of other countries in the world can. So when you start playing these games, oh yeah, I'm going to make the Mexicans pay, I'm going to make the Chinese pay, I'm going to make these guys pay, I'm going to make those guys pay. Yeah, they can also make us pay. So you get into trade wars, you get into real wars, you lose Texas. These are all real ramifications. I know, I'm just please, for God's sake, I know we're not losing Texas. Don't freak out. Okay, but when China says, okay, let's have a trade war, that is going to be a huge consequence. Then yes, everything here will be more expensive. Yes, our debt will go up. Yes, our interest rates will go up. Yes, there'll be less jobs. So there is a reality to this, and apparently it takes a Mexican politician to point out at least some of that reality. Become a TYT member today. Can't do it.
Ooh, okay, so this was before that election, and they hashtag it loser Donald. So these people are clearly Democrats, is what I'm going to assume. He's still laughing and giggling. I guess that was 10 years after the first video. The set is insane compared to the other one was like they filmed it in their mom's basement, and this is like a professional studio. However, he's still laughing and giggling. Meanwhile, the problem that this foreign person can't really and didn't have the intelligence, because it's not even about having the ability to imagine. He just doesn't have basic intelligence. The fact that they have these majorities in these states and will have senators and U.S. reps in the United States Congress to block legislation that harms Mexico in any way, shape, and form, and put up legislation that benefits Mexico as much as possible, really says they don't have to, quote unquote, take it. They don't have to dismantle the United States, because they actually will be more profitable as being a U.S. state, but being fully in control, the same way that the small hat land does in our government. They simply take resources from our country and they partner with Mexico. Next thing you know, Mexico will have nuclear submarines and advanced technology, because they now control these states with these huge budgets, these huge GDPs, these huge populations. And so that is a takeover, whether you want to call it that or not. It's effectively the same thing.
So the treaties, and I think too at the same time, because the president, according to what I read earlier, was the one that essentially initiated the treaty between Mexico and the United States, right? That is, I think, one of the president's controls that they actually, because I believe that's why those Republicans who went to North Korea and tried to set up an agreement between the United States and North Korea, and they violated the Logan Act. So essentially, I see what you're saying. Instead of them trying to come back and as they're taking over the different states and actually reverse the treaties, they're just like, we're just going to control these particular states that were taken, and then from there they make they move. The problem is they're not in positions of authority in regards to the presidency and overturning the treaties. And I think the treaties, if I'm not mistaken, they're considered federal, right? Are they federal agreements?
Yeah, likely federal agreements.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not only the president, the Congress, the senators also have power when it comes to treaties as well.
Right, they do, because the president has to, once the agreement is signed, they have to send it to the Senate, and then it has to be voted on by Congress.
Yes. Did someone say that it was a U.S. senator, a Mexican U.S. senator that came up with the proposal of if what's his name? If Donald Trump decided to cancel NAFTA, that he was going to do what he wanted to do. You said that was a Mexican U.S. senator?
I didn't say that. Did you heard someone say that?
I thought I heard someone say that.
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, I guess I was the way I heard it. It seemed like there was a elected official that was a senator that came up with a proposal that was advocating for the country of Mexico. So to me, that's like treason to me. When you have a high up U.S. senator advocating for another country. Unless I heard it wrong.
I think you were talking about something that Black had mentioned regarding Trump and a particular senator. I think that's what you're talking about, Black Homeland.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, but the senator in the report was he was a Mexican senator, but it's not hard to imagine, a California senator or a Texas senator advocating for Mexico. All of those states.
Like, that should be treason right there.
Yeah, but that's what they do.
It would be, because again, that's because they can't they can't go beyond the president and create. They can't go beyond the president and create, negotiations with another country, which is why I don't understand why when Ron DeSantis went to Israel and signed that proclamation, that wasn't considered treason on behalf of Florida.
Well, yeah. So California,
Is he the governor though?
Yeah, he's a governor.
Uh-huh.
He's a governor.
Like being the president of Florida, so
yeah.
separate states.
I know.
No, but you can't. But the governor can't go to another.
A governor can. A governor can go to another country and sign an agreement. I already seen this 100 times in the past 30 years. Yeah. I've seen where a governor from a state of California would go to Thailand or go to the Philippines and sign like some type of economic agreement or something like that. I've seen that many times.
Okay, so a proclamation versus like saying I'm going to try to sign an agreement based on like a war treaty or something like that. That's different, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Now they can't. Yeah, a governor can't sign a war treaty with another country. But let's say if a governor want to build, a manufacturing plant or build hotels in Thailand, right? They can do that. They can sign an agreement that said that we're going to build universities in your country, or we're going to help you build a nuclear power plant, or governors can do that in other countries. But you have to make sure that country is in good, what's that word? It's in good, oh my gosh, I can't think of the word. Like a governor cannot make a deal with like North Korea or Iran or countries that are against American.
I mean, they can. They just got to do it a different way, but they can do it. Let's put it that way.
I don't think American governor can make a deal with North Korea.
Don't do it exactly with North Korea. Don't do it with North Korea. That's what
they can. Most state governor can make any type of agreement with what they call enemy countries, and that's what those countries will be called. North Korea, even what's Russia.
Look what happened when Ping came to California. I'm sorry to interrupt and be rude, but this is some real shit what y'all talking about. And what y'all saying is 100% correct, because look what happened when Xi Jinping came to California. What did Gavin Newsom do? He rolled out the red carpet and gave that motherfucker a welcome to where Joe Biden had to come out and be like, you motherfucker, you outshowing me, you outdoing me. You know what I'm saying? And then what happened? When he left some of his ministries here, and one of his ministries became the head of elections from the county of San Francisco over here. She can't even speak English. And so now the mayor of San Francisco, London Breed, is in China right now riding bullet trains, talking about on how they need to get bullet trains to California. You know what I'm saying? So what y'all saying is 100% correct. A lot of these state governors, not even governors, some of these mayors, our mayor in the city of Oakland is Vietnamese, and she's over there in Vietnam right now doing business with them, trying to have business come over there from Vietnam to Oakland to the East Bay area, Oakland, California. So what y'all saying is 100% correct. They can do business with foreign adversaries, but the federal government has the final say in all of it. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to give y'all, I just wanted to tap in on that, because what y'all saying is 100% correct.
Because in Tennessee, I can open a DAO, put it in a trust, and do business with any international country I want. So, and it's not much they can do.
But yeah, Art, every state is different, Art.
Yeah.
California is like one of the fourth leading economies in the world. And when you got Xi Jinping, you got ping pong ball coming over here to California, and they rolling out the red carpet from San Francisco. They took down the California flags and put up the Chinese flags. So you got to understand, man, that means something. You got to peep the symbolic and you got to peep the little fine print written and all that, bro. California sold themselves to China. Basically, the West Coast. The West Coast is trying to be run by China because they damn near own Washington State, They trying to buy for Portland, but Portland is too white. They too inbred and they too redneck shit kickers. So they having a hard time with that. So they come up from California. So now they got Northern California. They got San Francisco. And the only thing they need to do is get LA. And boom, they got the whole West Coast. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know about how much China owns Cali. I can't speak for that state, but as far as Washington D.C., they were repping Ukraine flags, waving it right there in cars.
Oh, dude, you know we got into it with some Ukrainians when Yaya had her pull up, bro. When Yaya had her pull up in Sacramento, some Ukrainians tried to interrupt
This
her
is
pull up.
Israeli and Ukraine country.
Check this out. I know. I'm talking about Sacramento, California, the state capital of California. Some Ukrainians came out of nowhere and tried to shut it down. We had to stand toe to toe with the motherfuckers like bag your ass up. And one thing about the Ukrainians, they scared of niggas. They scared of niggas because I stood toe to toe with them with 4 different sets of them, and they didn't want no smoke. You know what I'm saying? They are giving these motherfuckers this green light. They're giving these foreigners and these tethers access cities and motherfucking economies, dude, to operate, and not only that, to maintain and to grow with, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit out here is a whole nother thing, and this shit is treasonous what's going on right now. You know, America is selling out. America is selling out the motherfucking American way, not to give it to black people. They'd rather give it to foreigners than let black people have what's ours.
Yeah, but when people say treasonous, like I heavily push back on that because like everybody knew the DNC and RNC was treasonous for at least the last century. When they, as of 1919, whenever they made the Federal Reserve, one could make an argument that was treasonous as fuck. So, like, if you're still dealing with these treasonous entities, I'm going to have to ask, what is treason at that point? Because, like, those are the treasonous entities. You know what I mean? so, like,
all right, whenever you dealing with these motherfuckers, you know they going to stretch the fire around like a motherfucking noodle, like a spaghetti noodle. You know what I'm saying? Treason, treachery, betrayal, you know, crossing that, there's so many definitions of it to where you can bash that shit out like a cooking menu. But at the same time, when you boil it all down, it all comes to the same thing. If you choose, this is what my dad always told me. He used to always tell me, boy, don't never worry about what's happening with your neighbor's house. Never worry about what's going on with the neighbors. And that's why you don't ever fraternize with the neighbors, because if you do, you're going to miss what's happening in your house. You're going to miss what's happening, who coming in and out of your back door. He always say, take care of home. Because the moment you're not taking care of home, the minute you're going to miss what's happening in your home, and you're going to fuck around and lose your home. And that's what's happening with America. They're not taking care of home. They worrying about everybody else, but they're not worrying about what's happening in this home with us. And once they do that, they're going to take care of everybody else, and they're going to fuck it up. You know what I'm saying?
What I'm trying to say is, what's treason to you is not treason to them.
Yes, because the them are the people that they're protecting. So of course they're not going to invoke the laws that were put up would be treasonous, because they don't have any allegiance to America. They have allegiance to the countries they're from as immigrants who have citizenship in America. And those are the ones who are also the problem. Not just the immigrants. It's the ones who came over, they got citizenship, they infiltrated, they're in government, they're in positions of authority, and they are holding open the gates. And they could be a Democrat, they could be a Republican.
Not only that, love, it's the first generations too. It's the first generations too. You know what I'm saying? Not only the ones that's coming over, it's the first generations too.
Obama was the first generation.
And look at him. And look at him. Look at Obama. Shit.
Majority of these white people that's over here right now are actually Germanic white people, meaning Germany. That's right.
Not necessarily. No. You know what dramatic mean? You know what dramatic mean? Check this out. You know what dramatic mean? Dramatic means the region of the people. And Germany was a small part. Germany, check it out. Let me get a little game though. Germany was small. That whole land was Prussia, the Hobarts, and all kind of shit. But yet, those people were as you say, the albinoid. Those were the Caucasians, the real ones, the blonde hair, the straight blonde hair, blue eyed, the whitest can be.
Wait, Twizzle, I gotta stop you. Caucasians I'm gonna say Caucasians is not.
You did, but no, I'm just saying. I'm just talking to him right now. You know, I'm just letting him know right now. A lot of the Germanics, because a lot of white people aren't white people. There's a lot of whites aren't whites. They just claiming whites. You know what I'm saying? But if they're not from Scandinavia, if they're not from Finland, Norway, motherfucking Sweden, or fucking what's the other one, Denmark, they're not real white people. Because those are the real white peoples. I know that for sure. A lot of those white people,
Caucasians.
You know, those white people up there, the Scandinavians, they don't respect nothing outside of Scandinavia. The only ones they respect is the Germans. That's why they say Germanic. You know what I'm saying?
Needless to say, if you think that these international corporations who fund these immigrants that you call Congress is going to do something for America, I got a bridge to sell you.
But nobody is saying. No one is saying that. But I think what we're saying is that a particular type of person has a way of leading people to the correct information for people to chew on, and then we take evasive action, strategic action. And that is invoking the laws that these people are not actually enforcing, because they're not going to enforce them because they have literally overrun the prison. So at the end of the day, the conversation again is not to, divest to, if you're looking for a particular person to do something. No, as an American citizen who is educated enough to know that we have laws, checks, and balances that are not being respected, and under the Republic acknowledged, and the protections are not being given to us as descendants, there has to be something done about that. And that means that we have to get into positions of authority to fix the issue and acknowledge the people who are in the positions who are causing the harm. 2 and 3 and 4 things can be right at the same time.
Well, okay, so last I checked, the Constitution is supreme law of the land, quote, quote, laughable. But anyway, Article 1, Section 2, Subsection 3 says the representation ratio should not be greater than 1 in 30K, and yet it is. It's 1 in 700K are the worst in the world. So not only is it not 1 in 30K, it's the worst in the world. That's a breach of contract. They're not going to enforce that. We haven't even got past the first article of the Constitution. So it's
Did you hear what I just said?
What I'm saying, are you hearing what I'm saying? They're not going to enforce, hold on, pretty little words on paper that they're not going to force, or just pretty little words on paper?
Pretty little words put together on paper under documents under the Constitution.
I just gave you an example of the Constitution, and they don't adhere to it. Not only
because
that, it's tyrannical. It's not only just, it's not just anything. It's your representation that they're screwing over, which is literally tyranny. And we don't even get past the first article of said Constitution. So if you think that I think, or anybody else thinks, that they're going to do anything else past the first article of the Constitution, again, I have a bridge to sell you.
Nobody, again, I'm going to repeat myself. No one is saying that these people are going to do that, because they're not. And we're not disagreeing. I'm saying to you, as the people who are in positions of authority, and I'm going to say it again, are not doing it. They're not upholding the first article, regardless of how you feel about it.
Oh, yeah, that's my point, which is like laws are meaningless. Because
laws are not meaningless.
Or they're randomly enforced.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I was trying to find a video about that situation where California made a unilateral agreement. There were actually a couple of trade agreements, and the Trump administration sued the state and federal court to try to get them to stop it. And because the Constitution, not the federal government, controls what happens in this country, the Supreme Court sided with the state of California and said that they were well within their rights to set up that agreement outside of the federal government. So it all is dependent upon the interpretation, of course, and on whether or not the court, and I'm saying Supreme Court, decides that the Constitution is keeping this separation between the federal government and state powers. I'm going to play this one because this one is titled "The Nation of Aztlan," which is Aztec land. This is from 17 years ago. I guess, I don't know, for some reason, 17 years ago, 2006, this was a much more hotter topic that people were really focused in on. And then for some reason, the attention went away. But however, the leaders in that particular movement have been very focused and been continuously moving and advancing their cause forward. And we are where we are with that. So this is where they kind of lay it out here. I was in a space where, you know, someone in the space was kind of sympathetic to these Mexicans as they're just coming over here to work and find a better life. And I can't understand how somebody in 2024 could even hold that position. I think that's insane at this point. But you know, people still think what they think and do what they do. But here, this thing is about less than 4 minutes.
We remain a hunted people. Now you think you have a destiny to fulfill in this land that historically has been ours for 40,000 years. And we're a new mestizo nation.
Oh, Brian,
This
audio
is
kind of bad.
our homeland. We cannot.
Oh God,
We
bad
will
in
not.
what way? Because I got it as loud as I can get it. I could turn it down if it's too loud.
Yeah, it's muffled because it's too loud. It's muffled.
Too loud. Okay, so let's turn it down some. This guy's screaming because it sounds like he's at a rally, probably at some outdoor event. Okay, let me know if this is better.
We remain a hunted people. Now you think you have a destiny to fulfill in this land that historically has been ours for 40,000 years. And we're a new mestizo nation. This is our homeland. We cannot, we will not, and we must not be made illegal in our own homeland. We are not immigrants that came from another country to another country. We are migrants free to travel the length and breadth of the Americas because we belong here. We are millions. We just have to survive. We have an aging white America. They are not making babies. They're dying. It's a matter of time. The explosion is in our population.
It's not enough to elect Latino leadership. If they're supporting legislation that denies the undocumented, they don't belong in office, friends. They don't belong here.
And those rednecks that are out there making decisions for the betterment of their communities will think twice before they push forward anti-immigrant legislation against our community.
Now, this guy was the Speaker of California Assembly. So he was like the Speaker of the House. This guy's speaking right here.
You can be as revolutionary as you want. You can be Chicano nationalist. You can believe it. You can believe in the concept of Aztlan. You can believe in the concept of multiculturalism. We don't have to give our lives. We're not at that point. But we can give a little.
Aztlan. Nation of Aztlan. You know, when the extreme right wing talks about Aztlan, I guess it's from a guilty complex. Because they know what you did in Texas.
We have the army, we have the infantry, we have the artillery, and we have to combine it under one organized command. So we can wage an effective countervailing war against those racists that are trying to continue to discriminate and impede themselves.
The last gasp of white America. Understand that.
And people say to me on the Senate floor when I was in the Senate, why are you fight so hard for affirmative action programs? And I tell my white colleagues, because you're going to need them.
But when we look out in the audience and we see you know, la familia, la raza. You know, it's a great feeling. Isn't it a good feeling? And then, you know, I started to think about that, and I says, it reminded me of a book that we all read and we all heard about, you know, Paul Revere, you know, and his, when he was saying, you know, the British are coming, the British are coming. Well, the Latinos are coming, the Latinos are coming. So that's what this agenda is about. It's about assuring that we increase our numbers, at every level. And let me tell you, we can't go back. You know, we're in a civil war. United Latinos will win. The de facto elimination of the border between Mexico and the United States. I believe that the debate revolving around our immigration policy should reflect the fact that this phenomenon is underway.
Yeah, no, this is a video that I gotta copy this video because it'll disappear. This was there was pictures of George Bush. Most of the people speaking were either, and that Jose Gutierrez was speaking as well. They were either professors of colleges or they were elected officials, either at the state or the federal level. So these people have been very focused and have not given up, and in fact are so far in advance of where anybody thought. In the one video that Jose guy said, I think he said by 2000 he thought that they would be the majority population. So he was off by a decade or so, in California at least, and in Texas. But you know, what's a couple of decades when we're now, you know, staring down the barrel of this situation where these people have the sole intention of not only taking over the states and controlling the governments, but also essentially erasing the border between Mexico and the United States and having the ability to travel freely throughout these two countries with no restrictions at all whatsoever. Now, who and what political party is the new liberal world order that is facilitating this? And I guess you could ask why, but why ask why at this point? I mean, we're way beyond the point of asking why. It just is what it is. And you know, the Republicans want to do a whole lot of damage with Project 25. That is true, but the Democrats seem to want to give away those 5 southwestern states, and that to me is a huge fucking problem. Although I say again, as I have said in the past, California, you got the reparation situation, and hopefully you get through that. But really, after that, like, what is there? What's left? My grandmother, God bless her, rest her soul, she retired in Phoenix, Arizona. She's buried in Arizona, and she has some family out there and all of that. But you know, like, I got a lot of family in Texas, as a matter of fact. But like, it's just one of those things. Some of our people are going to get it. They're going to figure it out, and most of them may not ever figure it out. And they'll just kind of go along, get along, and figure it out and survive. I think we got to get way more intelligent and sophisticated and strategic than that, and get our position, our piece of the power, our piece of the federal budget, our piece of everything, because these people have been on the move consistently, and their leaders have been organizing this for decades, literally for decades. You got it, DJ.
Oh, hey, Black. Yeah. Well, go ahead. I was gonna go ahead, DJ. I'll talk after you, DJ.
No, I was just gonna say what's up, family. I hope everybody's Saturday as well. Black State of America Radio is live, and make sure y'all share the room out. So if you want me to play any of the videos, bro, just send it to me. I'll play it. Yeah, you can't squeeze a needle through a needle. You know what I'm saying? That's how microphones are, man. But go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Black. What I was gonna say is, right, this is very powerful, right? You know, when you're trying to, you know, motivate your people, right? To take over states, right? To exercise U.S. constitutional power through the state. That's very powerful. I mean, you know, I'm trying to consider, like, I'm using, like, if you use what this person's been saying, right, what we're listening to, and just say, and just act like you're talking to black people, I mean, I can't see why that couldn't motivate black people to say, hey, yeah, we need our own states, right? The state is very powerful. We already talked about that the state can go to other countries and make deals with other countries, right? And I can't see why it seems like me and Black and, you know, Rilla and DJ and Sean and some of the other people, right? We are the only people talking about taking political control of states, taking the supermajority population and political control of states, while our other leaders, nobody else is talking about it. You know, I think it's suicide that Black Americans, they prefer to stay dispersed throughout the 50 states and be minorities in all 50 states. There's no power in being minority. There's no power in being dispersed. If we can consolidate our population, you know, in the South, I mean, I don't care what state, because look, you know, I came up with the Black American Homeland Agenda, right, back in 2012. Actually, I've been researching this since the 90s, right, and it, you know, now I'm 58. I'll be 58 this year, right? When I came up with this idea, I was in my early 30s. But now it's almost 30 years later, right? And I feel like I really hadn't gone too far, but you know, but now we got new people like Black and Rella and DJ, and you know, hopefully they can take it further. I don't know how longer I'm going to be here. But I wish Black Americans can say, you know, I think taking control of a state is so much powerful than any other thing that we're talking about, right? You know, power. That's what I want, power. And if we can exercise power, I mean, you know, that'd be great for us.
I mean, for me, like, I guess it's a matter of perception of power. If we're trying to open an international corporation, you know, like a Google or a Facebook or even a BlackRock, you know, the people that actually run this country. If you're talking about the puppets, organizations in which you call DNC and RNC that get bought out by these, the real power, that's what I'm saying. I don't want us to get misconstrued with seeing the clowns and the bread and circus and being like, oh, I want a bread and circus, and not the actual power that controls the bread and circus.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but look, the thing is, these corporations, right, they have to go through the state, right, to become an entity. Right? Look, you do have to go through the state. You have to, if you want to be a corporation, you got to be incorporated.
Please make it stop.
Well, you can't get
Please make it stop.
You can get incorporated on the federal level, but most corporations are chartered through the state. I say at least 90% of all corporations are chartered through the state.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Look, I just want to catch people up into 2020. We have DAOs now. And I can open a DAO tomorrow, take money from any country in the world, and I mean, I can happen to register in Tennessee because they have the infrastructure to do so. But it wouldn't stop me if I lived in another state. Like,
okay, here's my challenge to you, brother Art. Here's my challenge. You live in Tennessee. I think the government that has the authority in the state of Tennessee just took over the historically Black college there. I need you to do whatever you have to do over the next however long period of time it takes to use the system that you're talking about to gain control over that historically Black college and university, fully funded, and keep the state's hands off of it. If you could do that, then everything you say from this point on, I will take as gospel when you can do that. But I want to keep the conversation focused on the conversation.
I just want to point this one clear fact out, Black. We pay for our education budget. It's roughly around $16,000 per child in education. Okay, I can pay parents to stay home with that money. Literally, just pay parents to stay home with open education, and just give that money to parents to take care of their kids. Like, so to me, it's just like I don't know why we need these institutions.
Let's do that. Then let's do that. You do so.
Well, look, I live in the country where, they pay $300 per student, right? And in Tennessee, the average student is $16,000. In the Philippines, the average is $300, right? Look, the students are way behind. They don't have stadiums. They don't have basketball gyms or school books to for every student, right? Matter of fact, the children in Southeast Asia, right? Their parents got to pay for their school books. The parents got to pay for their uniforms, right? And we need institutions. We need the state to fund and support these public schools, because we already know that if these public schools are on their own, especially in a poor district, they won't get any funding. So if we can take over the state, right, and we will ensure that we are supporting public schools where a lot of our Black children are going to. I mean,
so wait.
Look, I live outside of Kenya. Go ahead.
You want to keep the institutions that are literally brainwashing kids, instead of paying parents to stay home, in which they could create their own curriculums. Because that's what it sounds like.
Tell me this: what percentage of parents have the experience and the knowledge to make up their own curriculum?
Okay, insert
what percentage? You're talking about maybe 2%.
Hold on, hear what I'm saying. Open education, which India's already doing, curriculum's already made. The education and the curriculum's already there. Not only is the curriculum already there, it's even there for nursing. You can reduce your amount of hours to be in the hospital and to get your nursing license because of open education, let alone anything else like algebra or arithmetic or any of the, the normal traditional shit.
Okay, all right. This is what's going on. So you prefer that parents are giving the option or giving the what's the other word? It's not mandatory for your kids to go to school, right? Because if you don't force the parent to enroll your kids in school, they're not going to do it. In this country I live.
We keep addressing that as if it's a bad thing. The kids that are coming out of these public schools, like, is that the metric? Brainwash camp? Like, you're gonna force people to have a forced agenda, because that's what's happening. Look at Florida, based on, because you know what I mean. That's just a rabbit hole. Like, once you force kids to go to school, then somebody's gonna control those minds. And then they'll fight and politicize. Again, I'll repeat, like in Florida, who can brainwash those said kids? Like, okay, so that's why it's very dangerous territory.
All right, just imagine that you're living in a supermajority Black state. This state is 75% Black. You are the superintendent of all the schools in the state of, let me pick a state, the state of South Carolina, right? You are the superintendent, right? Okay, this state is 75% Black, and our students, let's say the students of the public school are 80% Black, right? We will have a, what's that word I'm trying to, we will have I just can't think of the word. We will have more skin in the game, right? Because now that we are in control and
we have the power to write the curriculum and pass laws of what our children can learn. And
are you trying to make that state? Are you trying to make that state outside of the government, like the federal government? Because
no. Because each state have their own. Each state have their own education.
One state within the United States, then you're just going to run down to more problems down the line that look something like Black Wall Street.
I just have a question because you mentioned India. What teachers? No, not you. Art mentioned India has an infrastructure, right? That what he's talking about is doing.
Yeah, so does America, actually. But India's is more prominent for their culture.
Okay, so how does America have it? Because I'm just trying to understand, why is it a problem to have institutions?
What did Malcolm X say? Only a fool lets their enemy teach their kids. I think the problem becomes that.
All right, we're teaching our own kids.
I was about to say, I don't understand. I don't even understand if we're talking about HBCUs and we're talking about schools in a state that's the curriculum is actually determined by state legislators. So how is it that again? Because even if
majority state, this is what I'm saying. The
majority state is literally getting people into position.
Okay, hold on. Even if you say that we could get it done in 10 years, I don't think we're going to get it done in 10 years. It probably would be more like a 20-year project at best. But just assume I'm being very generous and say 10 years. You still have 10 years of brainwashing. That's almost another generation of brainwashing. And so, like, open education can happen today, tomorrow.
Yes, but people show up. But again, no. I'm saying yes, but because a lot of things happen in a city when parents actually show up to school board meetings, just to show up to any meeting. Like, we just trying to get Black folks to just show up and take action, and folks just want to fight against that. Like, I don't even understand. I sometimes I get so frustrated
because I think you're not separating yourself from the institutions.
I'm not going to separate myself from an institution because, again, if I got educated by an institution, hold on, because I'm listening to what you're saying, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to.
There's a growing populace, so much so that what's that rich guy that works for the fucking international the WHO health organization? Klaus Schwab, or whatever the fuck his name is. He even recognized that there's an anti-state, anti-institutional movement going on right now. And so, like, I don't think a lot of Black people realize that.
Is he white? Is he white? Is he Black or is he white? I don't know who he is.
He's white, but he's literally like it's one of these rich fucks that dictate what goes on even in this country. So, like,
okay, but he's gonna have an opinion.
When people say is he white? White people.
Yes, because what if white people are not affected? But white people are not affected by the shit that happens. I don't even care how poor they are.
Okay. This is my problem. In one breath, you say you want institutions. And then
no, I said, what's the problem with institutions?
Okay, so hold on.
There's nothing wrong with having our own institutions.
The current institutions in which are the majority of this country is run by white people. And so it's run by white people. Is it not?
No.
Department of Education?
No, because are we talking? Okay.
So I mean, like that's all I'm saying. So if we're going to be cool with institutions, you have to look at the current institutions that are existing.
Yes, but curriculum is determined by the state. So again,
regardless of whether it's determined by the state, it's
not a regardless because if policies.
Tell me a state where the curriculum for Black people is sufficient. Name one.
Where is there a Black majority state where a majority of the state legislatures are Black American?
If you're not living in that majority state and you're Black,
but that's what we're talking about right now. Okay. What are you arguing against?
Okay, so if you're not listen, you're assuming that people just want to uproot and leave. So let's say you even get your majority black state. There's still going to be black people that's in around the rest of the country that's not in that state. And whether they just chop liver?
No, because there's more than one state. It's not just one state.
So you think we're going to be able to get more than one black majority state?
Yes.
They're already in one lifetime.
Huh?
And what?
All right.
We might get one. I'm talking about more.
How many black people live in the United States?
What lifetime we're doing this?
Well,
I don't even. You know what? I really don't even think it matters to you, Art, because you're not working towards it in this lifetime, and you probably wouldn't work towards it in the next. By the way you sound.
I just. But you got to understand some of the logic rail that I get pushback on. It's like I just told everybody. In
What
room,
logic are you getting pushback on? Because you're doing most of the pushback right now.
Okay, hold on. I just told everybody in this room that we can literally pay parents upwards of $16K per year per child to stay the fuck home and educate their own kids in the curricular.
How they gonna work?
Curriculum infrastructure for open education is literally already there.
How long is that going to take for families to get into that economic cycle and be able to train?
A lot faster than the majority black state.
You think so? Do you think so?
The open education curriculum. Okay, were you there during COVID when they issued out $1,200 checks? The infrastructure to get the money is already there, and then the infrastructure for open education already exists.
So, but wouldn't you need? Hold on, but wouldn't you need state representatives to actually go into Congress, that make up Congress actually, to say we're going to pass a stimulus package for education to pay parents to stay home?
The honesty, I don't know about your state, but for my state, I would just create a teacher down, right? Have people.
Everybody's not going to move to Tennessee.
Okay, and nobody's going to. And by that same argument you just used right there is what I said about the majority black state.
I know, that's why I said it, because you said it earlier. I'm playing devil's advocate as you
now
said.
I know you know what I'm saying about the black majority state.
So again, I'm going to say this. Wouldn't you need a collective of people to vote on a bill to pass to pay parents to stay home no matter what state they're in?
Have you heard of
yes or no? No, don't ask me a question until you answer my question.
I have a business. You said you need to do what? I got
answer. No, DJ, don't answer the question, Art.
You saying that I need to do what? Process?
I said, wouldn't you need a majority vote in Congress to pass a bill to pay parents to stay home and actually teach their children?
No.
Oh, you don't?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Because I could have sworn the stimulus bill was voted on a majority.
That's the stimulus bill. You asked me a question about something else.
No, that was the question I asked you.
No, you didn't talk about the stimulus bill. You said to pay parents to stay home.
I almost called you Negro.
Okay,
didn't you just say?
It's a 3-step process. Hold on, bro. It's a 3-step process. 1, stop paying taxes in your state. Tennessee did it. Look it up. We're the only state that got rid of our income tax. So 1, stop paying taxes. 2, take those same set of taxes and put them in a Dow so the government can't get to them, which could be in a trust. Then let the community vote within that Dow to issue those funds to pay parents to stay home.
So you go to the Tennessee meetings with the Republicans in Tennessee?
What does the meetings have to do with anything?
Look, Tennessee is not the only state that doesn't have state income tax. You got Nevada, you got Florida, you got Texas, you got a few other states. There's at least 7 to 8 states that don't have state income tax.
Yes, but we're the only state that had an income tax and removed it. Most of those states never had one or never removed it.
I'm getting ready to go because I need a drink, and I said that on live. So,
all right, well, but hey, Art, I mean, hey, Art, I wish, you know, you could use your.
What you say, DJ?
No, I ain't trying to interrupt. I said I got some weed for you. It's great cake. You know?
Hey, so folks on YouTube is kind of they kind of want to move past this anarchist conversation. So we're gonna flip the conversation. Hopefully we made the point about these leaderless movements and the fact that the problem with a leaderless movement is they are really better designed to cause chaos and disruption. They're very short-termish, temporary things where you need organization and leaders, and that could be 1,000 or 10,000 or 100,000 leaders that actually go out and organize the movement and the goals and are able to create plans to pass the information and knowledge down to multiple generations, because the fight will never end. There's never going to be a post-racial America. There's never going to be a time where we can just, what is it, waiting to exhale, where we can ever exhale and take a breath. We simply got to be always on guard, head on a swivel, and always prepared to defend our people and our existence, because all of these people that are coming into this country intentionally do not care about us. They are here for their own selfish reasons, their own selfish purposes. It seems that the Democrat Party, at the federal level at least, is facilitating this. The Republican states along the border are also in collaboration with them to send these people into Black American communities to disrupt and displace and essentially remove us from historical communities that we've been in some of these larger metropolitan areas. The Black majority state plan, the Black majority state process is a process. And it is going to take some time, but it requires those who are able to make the sacrifices, who are willing to volunteer their time, their energy, their funds, essentially their lives, to establish something that will be very unique. South Carolina during Reconstruction was the only true example that we have. It was an excellent example and an excellent model for what we potentially could do with a state in our control. And so we have got to kind of look back to that history and then inspire future generations, the current generations, to actually participate in this action. It's not going to take 100% of our population. Thankfully, it will only take 1 or 2% of our population for the first state, and then another 2 to 3% of our population for the second state. And those states are Delaware and Mississippi. We talk about them often. I had a video, which I guess we'll play next week, where it's a seemingly white guy, but again, he could be a Mexican guy, he could be Spanish, who knows where these fucking white people come from. But he's talking about, he calls it Mexicippi, and he's talking about how they should be teaching Spanish in the schools in the state of Mississippi. It's a TED Talk. This is beyond worrisome and troubling, and it's something that we got to get way ahead of very, very quickly, because when we're in power and we're in control, these people don't want to be under our authority. They don't want to be around us. It is a race. We got to get moving. We got to focus the migration that's already occurring to the states where we can get control, and we must do it quickly. I had three steps or 3 obstacles to get this business up and running. The city, which is the local level, was the one that held everything up. Part of that is COVID. Part of that is the property owner and whatever else. That hurdle was overcome just a couple days ago. So that's a blessing. I had a whole thing for about a month with the state where we finally got that issue situated, but they probably still have to do an inspection, which will just be a walkthrough, not a big deal. So the other big obstacle is I have this plumber. He's a black man. I've worked with him in the past. He's done a lot of work for me. I respect him. He's really busy. He's got a job. He does all these projects. I'm like, bro, I really need you to help me get this thing done so that you know, I'm not in a situation where I got to pay for this property and I don't have any business operating in it. So he's like, I'm gonna get you. I got you. So I'm gonna just have to remind them every once in a while because it's only like a day's worth of work, maybe 2 max. And then we can get that done and we can get the state walkthrough and then we'll be ready to open the doors. So that essentially frees me up, you know, a month or 2 of getting everybody in position, watching how it functions, and then I'm able to start looking towards Delaware a lot sincerer and with hopes of moving there. I did go visit a local Black American owned business, one of the second Black owned restaurants that's in this particular section of the city, which is really predominantly white, or at least it has been my entire life here. And the other restaurant does not have a liquor license. This restaurant does have a liquor license. So with me having a liquor license there and him having a liquor license there, we may be the only 2 with a license in this particular section of town. It's a bar crawl area. It would be considered like the Mardi Gras area of this city. And so, you know, it's a unique opportunity. There's a lot of traffic that flows through that corridor. And so it's something that would supplement whatever I'm trying to do in Delaware, or even if I'm here, whatever, it's just be supplemental income. And so that's part of the sacrifice is that, yes, I spent literally the past 2 or 3 years trying to establish this business. But as soon as it gets up and running and I'm confident that it's good. It's got a good, you know, people in managing, and it's got a good flow, and the crowd understands what it is and what it's not. Then I can kind of, you know, just walk away in a sense, quote unquote, but keep an eye on it through technology and conversation. Because getting on the ground in Delaware, it's like you are starting fresh. You're the new fish in the pond. It's like first day of school all over again, and you got to get into meetings as much as you can. You got to knock on doors as much as you can. And really, it's like, you know, again, starting all over, square one. So I'm looking forward to the process. It's probably going to take several election cycles to get people elected, to convince people that this is very, very important and something that they should be a part of. But I believe in it enough that once it gets rolling, I'm very, very confident that it will essentially build upon itself, that we just have to get the ball rolling and get people to understand what we understand. And I think everything else from that point will take off and do what it's supposed to do. So I had a good time in DC. I talked about it in the space the first night that I had got back. Brother New Negro, he's supposed to be uploading these videos at some point, so I'm waiting for those to really pop off. Everybody that was there gave amazing speeches and detailed a lot of information. It was a good time to spend with the folks on the ground, face to face, communication. 2 beautiful babies were there. Brother Muko's daughter was there, and New Negro had his daughter there. And that Negro, man, God bless that brother. He traveled a very long distance to be there. And everybody that was there, Isaiah Washington was a great host and very open, very friendly. You know, didn't have any air of celebrity about him at all. He was just one of the folks. And that was a very encouraging and unique experience to see that, because you would assume there'd be some VIP section or something. He would be cordoned off from the people, and it was nothing like that. So it was really, really cool to be in that environment. And I look forward to any future thing. While I'm saying this and while I'm thinking about it, the day before was DC's Emancipation Day. So I think it was 1862, there were 3,000 plus enslaved Negroes in DC. They were emancipated before the rest of us. And that is part of the reason why our people ended up in DC in large numbers, because there was already this freedom zone in DC that attracted us or pulled us to that area. And I think they had Genuine and Kelly, I think it was Kelly Price, another big singer, and then they had some local go-go bands. And so we didn't know about it, and I just stumbled upon it. And so what I think the thing to do going forward for those who want to continue to get together is to find these events around the country, wherever they may be. And just like a caucus, a political caucus that attaches itself to a political party and uses that party to get into office, I think as people who really don't have the budgets to be spending $5,000, $20,000 to hold these events, that we essentially say, look, this money you're spending is for us. This event is about us, that we essentially just go to the events that are already bought and paid for, and we take them over. We come with pamphlets, we come with flyers, we come to talk to people, we come to enjoy the entertainment and festivities, but we certainly have an opportunity to talk to our people at an event that is bought and paid for with our tax dollars, for our people. Wow. I don't know what just happened. I just got booted and scooted. I guess Twitter don't like that. Twitter don't like that.
A second.
Yeah, man, the screen flashed, and I wasn't sure if the space was totally collapsed. I guess Twitter don't like me talking about us showing up at our events. But yeah, that's a really good strategy, so that we can keep our money in our pocket and we can enjoy the festivities that are, like I said, paid for with our money and for our people.
All right. Hey, Black, are we going to do a chapter today?
Yeah, chapter 4 is a you know what I mean? So we can definitely do chapter 4. I started chapter 5. I got halfway through it. That one is probably the longest one we've had so far. But yeah, we can get right into chapter 4 here after DJ goes.
And I wanted to say something before DJ goes. After.
No, go ahead, because I'm gonna be long-winded right now. I got a lot of shit to say. Yeah, I'm about to piss y'all off.
Oh no. Okay. So I just think that we should demand a tax from the other countries of people that are here in the United States to go to our state surplus or go to our state budget. If these people are going to be in our country illegally, I believe the states should go after the countries and tax them for not as almost like a penalty. And there should be statistical data to since the Hispanics or Latina community seemingly wants to make up the biggest population, then there should be a heavy penalty tax that Mexico and other countries would need to have to pay into the United States in the states that they reside in based on population.
Well, hey, you know what? Hey, what they do in another country, if you are illegal in another country, let's say China, they're going to put you in prison and you're going to work for them. And it's not sure how long you're going to stay in their prison.
Yeah, but that doesn't that doesn't take the pressure off of our system. It just makes the person, wish they hadn't, gone over to that country illegally or stayed or overstayed.
They use prison to make things, to manufacture stuff. You can get a prisoner to work.
Right, I understand that, but I'm saying to tax the countries that are not taking care of their citizens and to pretty much force them to take care of their people, meaning you're not going to take care of your people and they're fleeing and they're coming over here, then there needs to be a country tax that we demand, just like France did Haiti, and do the same thing. Then you're going to have to pay into the state that has the highest population, and that goes into the budget for the citizens, not the people you sent over here, for the citizens, because it actually it's almost like a disenfranchisement. No, what's the term I'm looking for? Destabilization.
Yeah, so the federal government deals with foreign affairs, and they can do sanctions. I don't know if they can do taxes, but they could sanction. But I think we got to understand the federal government's in on it. The federal government's a part of it. I don't think we're going to get any relief from the federal government in the situation. A governor, and I've seen, I can't remember which states it was. There were a few states that were talking about taxing remittances as high as 50%. That acts as a deterrent. Effectively, those people who would want to send their money out of the country, they just wouldn't want to live there. So to me, that's a great tool.
That would work.
To say that again?
That would definitely work.
Yeah,
that would definitely work.
Yeah, that'd be a good tool to keep them out of your state, which is what I think we would want more than anything. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and who knows? Maybe there's some tax you could put on employers. I mean, you could do the e-verify, and you can actually do investigations and fine and possibly arrest and charge corporations that would hire illegals in your state. And because I'm all for that, because usually they pay some fine that's just the cost of doing business. But I'd rather make it a criminal offense. But I think again, if we're not thinking like we're national citizens of the federal government, and we're thinking like we're state citizens of a Black majority state, we can develop laws to keep these people far away from us. There's a couple YouTube comments that I want to read. So it says the Latino browning of the U.S. will not mean alliances for Black Americans. Latinos have their own political interests and goals, as evidenced by this particular individual, Jose Angel Gutierrez, who's been working, inspired by Black civil rights movements, but has been working. As a matter of fact, he even said changing one word from ballots to bullets, which is obviously Brother Malcolm. So there's been a lot of inspiration from our movements, but obviously they have no desire to actually do anything for our people, but push us out of power, especially. Even though they talk about the gringos and the rednecks and all of that, it's very clear the way they treated our cousins, because that was brought up earlier. Yes, some of our family escaped to Mexico every opportunity that they had. And so there is a population of Black American descendants in Mexico that we are likely genetically related to in some way, shape, or form. The Presumed Alliance, The Unspoken Conflict Between Latinos and Blacks by Nicholas C. Vacas. That must be a book. And then the person does have that Mexicippi, Spanish in the South, which is a TED Talks. We'll probably play that next week so that we can play this chapter 4. And DJ had something that he wanted to add to as well.
No, think everybody's saying the right thing. Hope everybody good tonight again. So I think Art kind of right. We could just pay the black women to stay home and do what they want to do for the most part. I think we ain't looking at these businesses. So taxation already quoted me. I'm right. You know what I'm saying? Go get your tax ID. So yeah, in my business plan, rather than I'm writing, I'm including all veterans. Is the reason why they could get free peddler's license. So in order for me to really get my CDs off like that, I need foot soldiers out here. You know what I'm saying? So why not just tell them, hey, look, you're going to be the main employee that's going to be out here selling, and you can franchise the business because you could just hire other people under your peddling license, and you can move around from state to state. There's no need to be stationary with the business. You can move it around and just be put it in your truck and be gone. You know what I'm saying? So those are the type of things we need to start thinking about. Hey, how can we come up with businesses and employ our people? I think it's really easy, but unfortunately, Vet Carnell 9 times out of 10 is always right. Can't do black business without black politics. So I'll yield there. Get your tax ID now, because I got the product.
Yeah, so I've been in a few spaces about the tax ID and about the contracts and all of those things. So I've had a EIN number. I think that first bar was in 98, I want to say. No, I take it back, not 98. No, that's too soon because I bought the house in 97. I think that was in 2008. So I hope that there's, through this government initiative and movement and getting people encouraged and inspired to do bigger and better things, that there comes a time when these contracts and the focus on that can be, a little more attention paid to it. And, potentially, because I've been in transportation my whole life, there's a lot of opportunity in transportation. As a matter of fact, I think Waste Management, if they are not already on the stock exchange, I think I saw recently that they plan to become an IPO or something like that. And if you know anything about Waste Management, not particularly that company, but just the whole idea of trash collection, that was a mafia ran industry, as well as construction in certain parts of the country. And so it's interesting that, after all this time, that they may be, becoming a publicly traded company when most of their revenue comes through government contracting. So that's something that we, because I think that was an issue in Jackson, Mississippi as well. But it's just those simple everyday things that you probably don't even think about, that we could be and should be, as the governors and the state legislators, that we could put our people in positions to either start a business, to contract with the government, and also establish training programs to fix these bridges and everything else. The roads need constant maintenance. And there's just so many other areas that I, off the top of my mind, that where in the past we would be fighting to become an employee of a government maintenance team or whatever, we could actually be contracting with the government and actually producing wealth in our population. So DJ got his hand up, and then a brother Aaron who had requested to speak. Normally, I don't check my DMs when we're in spaces, but I came across his, so I know he wants to speak after DJ. What is you with us, DJ?
Yeah, what I was gonna say. I was gonna say something. So yeah, back to the tax ID, right? So you don't even really need to have your tax ID to do business. You could use your social security number and it will work out fine, no problem, because you'll be paying the IRS. But obviously you'll be paying the highest stipend in taxes, or whatever you want to call it. So obviously, to get your taxes lowered, you want to incorporate yourself. And obviously that will look good down the road because now you have business credit. So now you have your Social Security number, credit score, whatever, and you have your business credit score. Go get your DUNS number. Look up a DUNS number, DUNS, DUNS number. If they force you to pay for it, it should be free. There you go. So, okay, we need to start using a barter system to actually initiate ARC's plan. You know what I'm saying? To keep the black women out of the workforce. You know what I'm saying? And just let the men go outside and go do what we got to do. And let them build businesses within inside of the confines of the compound of the house. You know what I mean? So we need to start bartering with each other. So, hey, I might have a product and a service and infrastructure and machinery, and you might have this particular skill and setting that we could utilize, and we could, just pretty much come together, create a product, because that's really what this shit is about. You need something physical and tangible in order to present it to someone to say, hey, look, this is what I got. Even if it's in a digital sense, like social. Make sure y'all come up on social, soxciel.com. I will repeat this every week. Sometimes twice on Sunday. You know what I mean? Newstitle.com, another digital platform. Hopefully we can get these platforms in the physical format. Newsletters like your local Times or Herald and Ledger. You see what I'm saying? That's what we need to be doing to actually get the word out, to start informing people like Art say, hey, well, stop paying your taxes. Well, I'm glad you said that, Art. I ain't paying my taxes. I'm not paying. You know what I'm saying? For what? Y'all see all this representation going on, but I'm not being represented. Then you got, matter of fact, what's up with that race-based discrimination case down there in Tennessee, Art, where the judge denied the black woman, all people, you don't protect black women, Your Honor. You feel what I'm saying? A race-based discrimination case against the SBA. Now the SBA says, which is ran by a Mexican woman, black majority, you know what I'm saying? They taking over, son, you know what I mean? Says now that if not only is your case going to be thrown in the trash, you also have to write an essay to prove why you've been discriminated against. So I'm not in school, I'm not your student, you ain't my teacher, you can't show me shit about what it is I'm trying to get a loan for. So the other thing is too, you could thank the Asians for this. Affirmative action is dead. I was just in what's that old boy Lou Fax room or whatever. They over there talking about thank God affirmative action dead. Yeah, no, at the same time, but at the end of the day, well, hey, yeah, it's over with. So hey, white people ain't got nothing else better to do than pick ourselves off, dust ourselves off by the bootstraps, and just go and keep it moving. So hey, yeah, if the playing field is leveled now, what the hell I gotta write an essay for that you ain't gonna never read, Mexican lady? You know what I'm saying? And it's going in the trash. So what's the purpose of all that? It's a shame and a grip. So yeah, there's money out here, but I think we're matter of fact, I'm over here looking at a little funny video over here. You know what I'm saying? It says right here, black excellent. Malcolm X said, if you want to educate a nation, you got to educate the woman. So, unfortunately, this country provides any and everything for women. And when it comes to our race, shout out to Ice Cube, hey, Vivica Fox, you're black. You can't divide us up like that just because you feel you're a woman. So, obviously, if you have an idea for a business, you should be looking for a black woman that you really trust, love, and know. Family members, obviously, someone you fuck with like that, friend, whatever. To sign over 51% of that business, yo. So that way you could get that $1 million funding tomorrow, because they're not going to give it to you, black majority or black homeland, using NACA, man. You know what I'm saying? You feel what I'm saying? Professor, they ain't going to give it to you, NACA. You know what I'm saying? Hell no. You might try to come up with it. You know what I'm saying? But they don't care if our black women come up with it, because, they're strong, independent, single women. They don't need a NACA for shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't need that NACA for shit, girl. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, as long as that money coming back to the community, I don't mind signing over 51% of this for X amount of time anyway. You know what I'm saying? It ain't going to be for the whole thing, unless that money's just going to be coming in crazy. I could just sit back and it could be just automated. Okay, let's talk about the automation, right? It ain't no jobs out here no more. If you're not controlling the automator, that means automation. It means your burgers is getting made by Johnny Robot. Your car and all this stock that's at the port, it's going to start getting transported by autonomous vehicles, which is already being done. They have already mapped. I can't remember the name of the company, but they are in Arizona, I believe, and they have already mapped majority of the state of Arizona and a large part of Texas with autonomous vehicle full load driving, bro. So you're talking hazardous chemicals, freight, whatever it is that's being moved on the truck. They have already done that, bro. So it's pretty much over. The only logical thing for us to do, if we're going to continue to stay working, you're going to have to go get some type of education in IT, STEM, and just really start, work your way up from the ground level. And it's easy too. Just they didn't, a lot of us going to get left behind, man, because we refuse to even acknowledge that. Hey, man, I need a better job option. I need to find a way to get money, whatever it is. I can't work at Burger King and all this other stuff the rest of my life. Even though there's nothing wrong with those jobs, I've been there, done that. I've known managers that break 100,000 easy a year, stay on vacation more than they at work at Wendy's. You know what I'm saying? Former Wendy's grill man. So yeah, you could make 100,000 a year being a Wendy's grill man. And this is back in 05, 06 when I was working at Wendy's. So I can imagine what the pay is now in 2024. They got to be breaking 125 easy. You know what I'm saying? Full-time manager, yo. So with that being said, we need to be the ones when White Castle's fry machine go full autonomous. They've already been integrating these things because they saying it actually has been helping out with the ease of the orders and letting the regular actual human bodies fill in the rest of the order quickly. You know what I'm saying? So now you're getting orders out quickly. Well, business ain't gonna go for that. You feel what I'm saying? And especially when it becomes more integrated into society, meaning where you as a regular Joe could just go buy a printer and manufacture whatever the fuck you want. You feel what I'm saying? And start selling it on Shopify, eBay, Facebook Marketplace. Walmart has a marketplace, yo. Y'all know what that means. So therefore, meaning they are in physical direct competition. Keyword physical, meaning they have brick and mortar stores as well as the .com. Amazon ain't got that. You know what I'm saying? So therefore, meaning you should be signing on to these stores, making accounts. Don't matter if you got a tax ID or not. Well, you just going to put 30, 20, 30, 40% of tax. That's where most of your bread going to be going at. You know what I'm saying? So go spend your little tax money you got now and go incorporate yourself. It don't matter at this point if you want to be a sole proprietor, corporation, S Corp, LLC, it don't even matter. You just go get one or the other. So that way you can start reaping some benefits. You know what I'm saying? Having a TIN or EIN number. If you plan on employing people, get an EIN number. That's the employer identification number. If not, get the TIN, just a sole proprietor TIN, tax identification number. But it really don't matter. They both do the same thing, IRS clocking you. So why ain't we utilizing the resources we got here right now? Because, again, reparations is the long game. A lot of this shit is about to be obsolete and out the way. And I don't see us surviving, bro, unless we start having an overhaul, a mass exit, this whole overhaul of our mindset and re-educate, because we've been so indoctrinated. We ain't got time to wait, bro. This is why we always say, hey, everybody ain't gonna make it, yo. If y'all seen them, the movie Leave the World Behind, thanks Obama, it's all your fault, Naka. You know what I'm saying? So let's gonna tell it, yeah.
Oh, damn it. I got kicked out again? Or what happened?
You hope I ain't say too much, man, putting Naka to sleep. Hey, Aaron, go ahead, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just didn't want to step on nobody in case Black or any other hosts wanted to say something. So,
yeah, I'm usually the only one talking this business stuff, but go ahead. So I'm in the world of compliance my own. I ain't got no friends over here. I got no allies. You feel what I'm saying?
Well, see, that's kind of my idea as well. So, I mean, I'm tracking with you. I'm tracking you. So I'm understanding what you're putting down. I was trying to come in a little bit earlier when we were talking about Mexico and all that other stuff, but I think we can move forward from that, and I think this is a far more interesting conversation.
Just go around in the circle, bro. Talk about Mexico, business, whatever. Obviously speak to ties in, right? I was gonna say real quick too. Obviously speak to the title of the room. Leaderless movements bring chaos. Organization bring results. So if you can speak to that too as well, but go ahead.
Yeah. So right. So the leaderless movements brings chaos. I think another thing that brings chaos too are maybe causes that are not necessarily in that provide benefit for our community. There's some movements that are going on out there and that have gone on out there that wasn't really to benefit our movement. It was more just to create a political disruptance to get a particular party or particular people voted in. And then once all that stuff settled down, everybody walked away. It's kind of like the same thing with a particular party. They pay attention to us every 2 to 4 years, and then now that we're starting to see that we're being hustled, they are moving in a whole new voter base. The fact that Mexico is ever going to take back the land that they gave away, that they lost, that they passed on, is never going to happen. But what will happen is that there's a particular party that's going to allow a lot of these people to come over. They're here, and then they're going to play the game that since they're buying things and since they may be having income taxes and they're giving them inroads, like in California, they're allowing illegal immigrants to come in and get Medi-Cal. They're allowing them to get jobs and to be taxed. And so the argument is, well, it's not fair that these illegal immigrants are paying taxes and they're not being represented. So they're going to give them the ability to vote, because the big fight about why we became a country in the first place was taxation without representation. And it's not fair that they're not being represented. And we've already been seeing this in the school boards, and we've already been seeing this in the certain cities, even in LA, in California, even in LA, in certain neighborhoods, they're allowing them to police. Now, at first, it was, we're going to allow them to police, but they're not going to have guns. Now that they were able to get them in and get them on as police to police their own communities, now they give them guns. So this is the whole trick. Get them in here, now we can't kick them out because we have bleeding heart, progressives like, oh no, we can't kick them out, no. So they're coming in, they're taking away opportunities, they're taking away our resources for California citizens, for American citizens, for our community in particular, and they're bending over backwards in order to help these people out. There's in the new bill to secure the border, it's the last time I looked at it, it was $118 billion, and there was $2.8 billion going to help immigrants in the United States. Help them do what? So these are the things that we need to start paying attention to, and this is why we need to at least be aware of these policies, vote down these policies, become a strong voting base to say, listen, these policies are anti-Black, they're anti our community, and we're not going to take this anymore. So we have to be cognizant of the things that are going on around us. I'm not saying that we're not, I'm just saying what we need to do. And these are the causes that we need to come around. These are the causes that we need to focus on. These are the places where we need leaders to go on. As far as businesses go, yeah, tech is good, but tech is going to be replaced easily by AI. So basically what you're going to have is you're going to have a person who's going to lead AI to go in a particular way. Hey, this is what I want. You put the suggestion in, you write in everything that you want. AI is going to do it all for you. They're going to do programming. They're going to do all that stuff. Automation is doing the same thing. And it's like, why is there so much automation? Why is the food industry in California going more towards automation? Why are you going to a kiosk instead of a person and ordering your food from Burger King or Wendy's or In-N-Out? Not In-N-Out, but Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's and all these other places. Why are you going to a kiosk instead of a person? It's because all of these above market minimum wage tactics, higher taxes, all these different things that are causing more and more cost of business, cost of business to go up, which causes the cost of living to go up, which affects who the most? The people who are disenfranchised and who are being discriminated against. Taxes, the gas tax, the excess tax for gas is 34% per gallon. With another tax on top of that, which is just another 57 cents on top of that. So on top of the gas that we're paying, on top of the fuel price that we're paying an extra, $2 and I think it's like 58 cents on top of that. Well, that affects travel. And most people, they can't live in places like the Bay Area because they're so expensive. So they live on the outside of the Bay Area and they commute into the Bay Area to work. Well, it's like a third of your check is going to gas,
and then 2/3 of your check is going to rent or the mortgage, then how you going to live? So these are the things that are going on. These are the progressive measures, the eugenic economic measures that are being pushed to create more of a problem for our community. And this is just typical eugenic economic policies that have been going on since the late 1800s to the early 1900s to now. So what I've been trying to do is, so with the STEM thing, what I'll say is there's other things that you can make a lot of money in that's going to be a lot harder for AI and, automation to replace the human and still pays a decent amount. Plumbing, welding, electricians. You get certified journeyman as an electrician, you can make up to, $50 an hour starting in. You start in as lower if you're coming in as an apprentice. But by the time you get all your hours in and you push that through as far as the journeyman for an electrician, we're talking anywhere between, 40, 35, 45, $50, depending on your skill level. So there's other fields, blue collar work that we can do. Another thing too, like my brother was talking about, innovation. It's super important to pay attention to some of these wacky ass policies. Like again, in California, they're trying to reduce the greenhouse emissions coming out of their landfills. Now, basically what they're doing, they're moving the problem from the landfills to somewhere else. But what we can do is, what I'm doing actually, is I'm trying to figure out how I can get myself into this game. I live in a small town. It's not required yet that they have their organic waste go into into a separate bin. So I'm trying to figure out how I can get into that. And there's enough room for everybody to eat, especially in California, to come up with these different plans and try to get into this racket to where we can help save companies money and hopefully make us money. So I'm trying to get into that whole thing. I have a farm as well. So what I'm doing is I'm partnering with businesses here in my town saying, hey, listen, by the year 2027, it's required that, this city has to be in compliance with the Cal waste program in order to make sure you have your waste going to a bin. So here's the thing. You give me your waste, I can sell you products at a reduced price because that lowers my cost. Because I have chickens, goats, I have a garden, a market garden. I'm growing microgreens. I'm getting mushrooms going, and all this other stuff. So you help me reduce my cost. I can reduce the price of my product to you, and you can use my products for baking, for eggs for breakfast, and different things like that. If you want to do goats and start making goat dishes, I can provide you with goats, lemons, and different types of stuff like that. So these are the things that we need to focus on. Wealth is great. Generational wealth is better. But better than all of that stuff is the knowledge on how to acquire, maintain, and to maintain discipline in order to keep that generational wealth. When you look at all the statistics and you look at the history in America of generational wealth maintained, it's 10% of the people maintain their their generational wealth past the third generation. Within the first generation, within the second generation, I believe it's 70% of generational wealth is lost. By the third generation, 90% of generational wealth is lost.
That's true.
So reparations sounds great and wonderful, but by the time the second or third generation comes around, statistically, 90% of the people who receive reparations are no longer going to be benefiting from those funds. So these are the facts that we really have to concentrate on. Talking about money, becoming financially literate, figuring out all the different levels and all the different games that we have to play in order to maintain our wealth, and then learning how to play the game, getting into positions of power to change the game, and then giving game to the rest of the community in order to bring us all up. Another thing that I'm doing within my neighborhood is I'm going to my neighbors and I'm trying to figure out, hey, fortunately, where I'm at, I have land, and I was able to get land. I did my time in the military. I retired, and I was able to get a VA loan and do all that other stuff. So it was a calculated thing that I did. It's something that I knew that I wanted to get in the future. I could have done better in the military to set myself up for better success, but I was just learning things as I was going on. I didn't have any mentors, and I just kind of learned on my own. So now that I'm learning, I'm trying to make sure that I go around in my community and try to pass on the knowledge and stuff that I learned in hopes that they don't make the same mistakes that I did and they can succeed sooner so that they can be more successful. I'm doing the same thing with my kids. So we all know that something's going to go down. We know that China's acting froggy. We know that Iran and a bunch of other places are acting froggy. 2019 was a perfect lesson, a very hard lesson that we learned as Americans and as a community, that people just don't care about our community. Regardless of how much they talk about being allies, when it comes to saving their own ass, they can give two shits about equity. They can give two shits about disparities within our medical care and all this other stuff. I mean, it was played out perfectly in New York. They don't give a damn about black businesses. That's why we got to take care of our own, raise our own, and solidify our own to ensure that we can survive, stuff like that. So I'm going throughout to my community and my neighbors. What do you have? What are you growing? What are you doing? So when the supply chain gets jacked up, when things aren't going right, we as a community can come together and collectively bring all of our stuff together, and then even do outreach to other people who didn't prepare as much, teach them on how to do it, and then grow not just our community, but then our neighborhood, and then our neighborhood to our city, and then from our city to our county. And this is the grassroots. This is what grassroots means. It's just like building from the ground up, you know? So the thing about being a grassroots community, though, you have to have a living earth. So you have to invest into the earth in order to grow your food, which will feed you. If you take care of the earth that you're growing your food on, you're going to get better food, you're going to get better nutrition, you're not going to need as much, you're going to get all the stuff that you need in order to do that. So we need to start educating ourselves, planting these trees that we may not see the shade of, but our children and our children's children will, so that when opportunity knocks and opportunity arises, we're able to take it and move. So we have to pay attention to what's going on in our politics. We have to understand where these policies are coming from, what their origins are, and what is their purpose. So, I mean, we hear, oh, they're going to forgive college debt. What is the purpose of that? Why do they want to do that? What is the results? What are the consequences? You have to ask questions, and we got to stop looking at what they are saying is free, because that's coming from somewhere, and they're paying for it from somewhere. And more times than not, it's us who's paying the cost.
Hey, excuse me, who's speaking? This Aaron?
Yes, sir.
Hey, Aaron, tell me, what's your opinion on supermajority black states?
Supermajority black states?
Yes.
I think it.
Like we know, right? We know that there are two government entities that has all the power. You got the federal government and the 50 states. Now, our population is not large enough to take over the federal government. However, our population is large enough to take over a state or several states.
Mm-hmm.
So,
state power, state
what
authority.
do you think? What's your opinion on that?
So it's great. It's a good idea. I think it's fine, as long as we're not going in and putting in the same policies that got us to where we're at right now. So what I mean is we need to focus more on innovation, individual ideas, and then using the community to spread those ideas and grow those ideas. I look at, so just earlier, this is why I want to bring this up too, is we were just talking just earlier, about an hour or so ago, we were all talking about how much power that the governor has and how much power mayors have, and how they're going to other countries and making deals with them to bring over opportunities for them. So you're looking at places like Chicago, you're looking at places like the city of New York, where we have black mayors, and we have which are also ran by predominantly, Democrat states who are supposed to be our allies and looking out for us, and black people are still suffering. So it's great if we have these states, and it's great if we have these majorities, but if we're not taking advantage of these opportunities, and we have people who are just trying to profit off of, hey, I'm a black-owned business, but I'm not producing my best product, but you should buy my stuff anyway just because I'm black. That's an issue. So it's great if we have these communities, but these communities have to be there to serve us.
Okay, I get that. Okay, yeah, I kind of get where you're going, and a lot of people say they look at the way things are today, and they apply that to the future. But I believe, and I think most of the people in the space believe that because we are moving, and it's a political movement, and we are moving for change, that we are going to change that culture, and we're going to put systems in place in order to maintain a changed culture perpetually, so that we are no longer beholden to any of these political parties, but that these political parties in fact do what they're supposed to do, and that is work for us. I think that's the missing ingredient in our current experience and our past experience in this country. Since we went from black revolutionaries to black establishment politics, it has been a complete co-opting of our needs and desires in this country, and it has allowed others to get ahead of us, leapfrog us in many ways. So ultimately, the goal is for black majority states is not to just to have a bunch of black people in one state. It's to actually change the entire system and the entire process for our advantage as the majority citizens of that state. So we got chapter 4 up here. This is Black American Homeland's book, The Black Paper. This is one of the shorter chapters. It is entitled Education and Skills Development in Black American Homeland. It kind of ties into the conversation that was just being had with Aaron. So this will give you an idea of what Black American Homeland was thinking about in the area of education and skills development, and how that system of education, which is probably the key to it all, is you want to instill Black American pride and knowledge about our past intelligence, our past fighter mentality, and all of our achievements in the education curriculum, and then, as you stated, create a pipeline and a path for them to innovate and operate in this new technologically advanced society that is upon us. So we'll get into this, and then I got a video. A brother on YouTube was asking about third parties, creating a new party. That comes up often, and there's a black man who's in New York State who has been running. I want to say he's a libertarian. I can't say for sure. He'll explain that, but he's been running as a third party for years, and he explains what and why and how they keep third parties from actually really gaining traction. You got Cornel West, who's having a very difficult time getting on ballots. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is having a very difficult time getting on ballots. Even that Jose, there's a clip within a longer clip where he talks about how they had 17 party locations across the country, and it became difficult because there wasn't necessarily a leader, a structure in place, and so every individual location wanted to do what they wanted to do. That created a problem. The other problem was that the Democrat and Republican Party kept them off the ballots, either through lawsuits or through other means. This is what the duopoly does. They intentionally attack third parties to keep them off the ballot, and or they do canvassing. They want to validate whether the people who are registered under your party actually exist. They challenge ballots. They do a lot of things to try to eliminate third parties from being successful at the state and national level. At the local level, they seem to be a little less aggressive. That's low hanging fruit, I guess, in their opinion. So you can have some success at the local level. But once you start getting into statewide contests, countywide contests, it gets increasingly difficult. And again, that is how the system operates in order to protect itself, because they don't want any challenges. They don't want challengers in the system. They want to control it, and they will manipulate districts, as Clyburn is reported to have done, in order to keep himself in a position of authority, even if that means cannibalizing the opportunity for another Democrat district to open up in South Carolina. You got it, Aaron. Then I'm gonna play this clip.
Yeah. So the thing I was gonna say was about. I got distracted when you were talking about the system. The system can work for us too. I mean, there was a time where I bring up Tulsa a lot, Oklahoma, because I mean the laws were literally against our people in that town. It was burned down, it was broken up, and I did a deep dive on the history of that, and it was insane on what had happened. I mean, the National Guard came in and basically put us in a temporary concentration camp so that the white folks of the town can go in and loot the stores and burn down homes and all that other shit, right? What I find is interesting is there's a lot of literature about that, but unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of literature on the rebuilding of Tulsa. And then they had that town, they had that black part of town rebuilt and better than it was. So the resiliency of our people is just astronomical. And you look at it in the 1940s, it had more shops, it had more prosperity, and it had more things going for it. So, and the heroism of the people who were veterans of wars, exercising their Second Amendment right to the T, was amazing to me and inspiring. And these are the things that all children, regardless of ethnicity or race or background, need to learn. Because if we learn that in our schools and we teach that to our children, then we can see the resolve of our people. Now, we don't necessarily need the allies. We don't need the people who we have been allying ourselves with. Unfortunately, the Republicans ignore us, and the Democrats take us for granted, and they are running their party on the progressive side that if you're going to be a part of us, then you must be an ally. And unfortunately, our community has taken up causes that are against us. One of those causes is, extinguishing life before it's born, which is a basic human life. Another cause is the trans movement. That does nothing to help us. That does nothing to launch us forth. In fact, we have these people talking about how their struggle is similar to our struggle, and it's nowhere near the same struggle. Dreamers, they get to come into our country. You go to New York and California and New York City, and they're giving them credit cards, they're giving them cell phones, they're giving them places to leave. Meanwhile, not only Black Americans who are homeless living on the street are not getting that same type of treatment, but we have people who sacrifice for our country doing on the same street, living in the same squalor, and being completely ignored. And so these are the things. And New York City does not have a small Black population. It has a big enough population to make a difference in that city. But unfortunately, we're scared to vote for someone else. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't even have to be a Republican. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying vote for somebody who's not those people who keep on championing these others' ideas and ignoring us. You know, it's like it's frustrating to see, and that we're not going to change our circumstances as long as we continue to ally with people who do not have, number one, our best interest in mind, nor are out there trying to help us as much as we're helping them. I mean, you know, we talk about that all the time. So we need to start distancing ourselves and find candidates who are willing to make that work. And once they start losing their seats, they're going to try to figure out why they're losing. They're going to figure out that they've gone too far left or too far right or whatever the case may be, and they're going to start to center and they're going to start paying attention to us. My worry is this, is that Biden has let so many illegals come over into this country, and sanctuary states and sanctuary cities has let so many people come into their states, and then they're going to allow them to vote, and then once they are able to vote, it is going to take away our political power. It's going to take away our political power to do anything in these places where we're already majority, or we're close majorities, like in Georgia and Louisiana and different places like that. So we have to see the writing on the wall, and we have to take action now, because if we don't, our vote is not going to matter in the next two presidential elections. Not this coming, but in the future, soon in the future. I guarantee you, when they were letting people coming over in the first place, the moment it started happening, I was on the mountaintop screaming my ass off in the wilderness, trying to be heard, and nothing was going on. Now people are starting to wake up, and we need to ensure that the undocumented do not get the ability to vote, because then our vote won't matter. And if we think that they don't give a fuck about us right now, wait until they don't need our vote at all.
Agreed. The only thing I want to add in there is that it's beyond too late. Anybody that thinks immigration is going to slow down is not really being honest, or maybe they just don't know. The plan is to get to 400 million. They cannot do that through birth rate. It must be done through immigration. They did it before. They're doing it now. We are in the middle of Ellis Island 2.0. And they're not going to stop till they hit 400 million. That is the plan. That is the goal. And even if Trump gets in and slows it down, I'm not going to say disrupt it. He may slow it down for 4 years if he's lucky to do that. They're going to reaccelerate the next person who gets in, because that is the plan. Their birth rate or their death rate is going to exceed their birth rate in 2040, according to their projections. That's like 15 years from now. So they cannot let the population collapse. They can't do it through births. This is part of the reason why Roe v. Wade was kind of, taken off the table and sent back to the States, because these people understand what's going on at a not just a local or a county or a regional or national level, but at a global level. And so we got to understand it as well. The immigration situation is not going to stop. It may slow down temporarily, but the goal is 400 million. That doubles the GDP, that increases the value of the country. It does a lot for a lot of things that they want to do, and they're not going to let one population or another stop that or slow it down. We need power, and we need power ASAP. There's just no way to get around that. Black majority cities don't have power. Black majority counties don't have power. Black majority states are the only thing that would have power in this system. Georgia sounds like it's close because it's 33% of the population, but population and percentage are two different things. And we got to understand that there's a huge difference between percentage and population. And in fact, Delaware is a state that it needs a couple 100,000 new black voters. It is way closer than Georgia will ever be. And Georgia is a state with 159 counties. and you got to control the counties, the majority of the counties, in order to control the actual state. In my opinion, Georgia is so far down the line, I don't even mention it anymore. Louisiana, in the recent governor's election, they had an opportunity to put whoever they wanted in office, because they have very low turnout, and they have enough voters in that state, in our population alone, to have elected the first Black governor of Louisiana. And I say the first in a sense of being elected. There were 2 lieutenant governors that were elevated during Reconstruction for a very short period of time, but they were not elected as governors. They were lieutenant governors. But at any rate, we stumbled that. You got Gary Chambers down there sounding the alarm bells, fighting the fight, and for whatever reason, our people are dead asleep at the wheel. And that is probably our biggest problem. It's not so much what they are doing to us, it's what we seem to be unwilling to do for ourselves. And that's one of those things where at some point, even as optimistic as I am, and as faith, I put all my faith in the universe. God is the universe, universe is God. I trust God is the universe, and I'm willing to put my life on the line in trusting in that. But at some point, I simply have to accept that the answer is no, that the people are unwilling to do what they need to do for themselves. And at that point, I just go and live the rest of my life, if that's the case. But I'm a put in a full decade. I'm 6 years into it. That would give me a couple of elections to get some candidates on the board, and to try to get some policy through and see how it goes. But you can't beat a dead horse. I mean, it is what it is. If people just want to live under these people, they trust these people more than they trust themselves, then you just got to accept it at some point. You got it. I'm gonna let you go, and then I'm definitely getting into this chapter.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. That's the issue, though, right? Is that we don't have people participating in, their inalienable right to vote for representation, and they are being told not to participate by political leaders. If we're not getting this, then we're not going to vote at all. And that is as the tool of, in my opinion, slavery. I mean, it's just like we have people who are keeping our people in bondage by convincing them not to vote, by convincing them that their vote doesn't matter, and we need to. Even if it doesn't matter, do it anyways, right? Exercise your inalienable rights, regardless of what anybody told you, because it's your God-given right, your universe right, your nature's right, whatever you believe in, whatever you believe your creator is, it is your natural, God-given, inalienable right to do those things. And why we don't practice it is beyond me. And at times it's astonishing when I see, like, I'll do some personal stories. When I see, like, my cousins being upset about how something turned out, I was like, did you vote? It's like, why would I vote? My vote doesn't matter. And it's like, why would they groom you? Why would they come to you? Why would they woo you? Why would they direct their message towards you if you're not someone that they can count on to come and vote? So if we're not seeing the results of what we want, and then we're also not participating, then we're not going to be able to get what we want because we're not participating. The moment we start participating, supply and demand, that's what this is all about. If we are there demanding what we want, it will be supplied. It may not be supplied right away, but if we come together in one voice and vote, and we become a strong voting base, and we don't necessarily have to vote all for the same thing, but what we have to do is vote against things like these immigration, like just letting people come over. We need to make our voice heard more and more and more. You saw the governor of New York. I'm sorry. Let me back up. You saw the mayor of New York turn around and like, when the Black community came up to him and was like, why are all these hotels that have been empty for years all of a sudden being filled up by immigrants, and we have our people right here laying on the street? If this money was available already, then why wasn't it being used for our people?
Crazy.
Well, I'm going to have to go ahead and look into that. Well, motherfucker, you've been there. You knew that. You knew they had the money the whole time.
Crazy.
Why didn't you do it? You look at California when they came in, and when the China dude came over, like Homeboy was saying, you know, when Zine came over, whatever this fucking name is, he came over into San Francisco. It was plagued. You can smell it from your car on the highways. The people who lived in the underpasses, you can smell the people living there. There was fires all the time, break-in all the time. You would think you would think that you were looking at a Chinese propaganda city somewhere in the middle of China when the homeboy came rolling through there. It was clean.
Crazy.
It was perfect.
Crazy.
It reminded me of fucking North Korea when they have those model cities and they fill a bunch of people in, they do some filming or they bring in a guest to their country and like, yeah, we're doing great. I don't know what everybody's talking about. We're doing fine.
Crazy.
You know, that's exactly what it looked like. Wow. And it's disgusting that we continue to vote for the same people and ally with the same people who don't have our best interests in mind. And we need to start teaching our community, teaching our children to get involved, to vote, and be loud. That's the only way that we were able to. That's the only way that we were able to get our civil rights. That's the only way that we were able to get emancipated, because we had people in positions that were able to get into positions of power and influencing and using their positions in order for these things to happen. And if we're not using it now, and we're not choosing the right policies now, it's like Black was saying, man, it will be too late. I don't believe it's too late right now, but it will be too late.
Hey, Aaron, I always consider voting a privilege, not necessarily a right.
It is a privilege.
The 13th Amendment makes it your God-given right. The 19th Amendment makes it everybody's God-given right. It's not a privilege, it is your right. And you have a responsibility as a citizen to exercise your rights, to maintain your freedom. Freedom is a heavy responsibility. Liberty is a heavy responsibility. And if you ignore it, it can disappear. If you make the wrong choices, it can disappear. Voting is not a privilege. Driving is a privilege. Driving is not an inalienable right. But voting is an inalienable right that is guaranteed to everyone in the Constitution.
Because if you can't vote, then you're disenfranchised. You're not a citizen.
They can take away your right to vote. If you're a criminal, you can't vote. If you're not a citizen, you can't vote.
That should be.
It's many different avenues they can take to take away your vote.
This might sound crass, but we're citizens and they can't take that away. And don't do crime.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with the right part of that, because just like the Second Amendment, because I'm a victim of it, even if you're charged with a crime, they take that away too. That's a criminal section where you're saying the Constitution has determined, or the Supreme Court has determined, that if you violate these laws, then you lose this particular right. There's some people who would argue to the death that they should not be able to take either of those away. But if you can't vote, you're not a citizen. If you can't vote, you're disenfranchised. If you vote, you don't have a voice in the system. So it has to be a right in order for you to be a citizen of any country, in my opinion. And that's part of the reason why prior to the 13th Amendment, these voting rights were encapsulated in states the same way citizenship was encapsulated in states. And it pretty much was white men over 21 that had these rights to bear arms, to vote, and to own property. So yeah, I think it is important for it to be a right, to be acknowledged as a right, and for states, especially the states that we control, where we remove those provisions of you being stripped of these rights at the state level, if nothing else, for certain crimes. I think any crime against children, any crime that is violent, that could cause death, I still believe that those are crimes that are worthy of punishment that would restrict persons from owning firearms and or from voting for a period of time. I'm willing to rehabilitate somebody on the voting aspect. On the gun aspect, I think that the time has to be double what the voting aspect is, because if you have killed an innocent individual and the state didn't believe that it was worthy to take your life, the mercy that you get is that you get to re-enter society, but you cannot own a firearm, at least for an extended period of time, in my opinion. Okay, so okay, Miss Second Pieces, you got it.
Hi, you mentioned, can you hear me?
Yep. Yes.
Hi, good morning. You mentioned that they're looking to increase the population to 400 million. I did not know that. Thank you for sharing that. I wanted to ask, do you know the reason why states like Maryland and Alabama are currently building, I would say, $1 billion plus jails? And do you know if there are other states, especially in the South, that are doing this, and why? Why is the focus on building these, $1 billion, plus facilities? Yeah, thank you.
It's a money maker. It's a money maker. You can get government contracts.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you. But what do you think they're still trying to target? Native Black Americans, or given this, population increase? Thanks.
Yes, absolutely. We are the target. Actually, I'm 58, so I can still be a target, but it's more likely our children and children are going to be the target.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know you said Maryland. Did you also say Alabama?
Yes.
Yeah, because I see that one. That was from last year. I think that one kind of went over my head. This says they use pandemic funds to facilitate that. It looks like, which is insane. And the reason I pulled up Alabama, because I thought the number was 400 million in revenue that they had did from essentially slave labor, because that's essentially how it's written in 13th Amendment and likely in the state as well. But I believe that's what the number was, 500 million in revenue from their these I want to say it was fast food chains and other corporations that 450 million made from convict leasing in Alabama. So a prison that costs 1.3 billion, that's 3 years, roughly 3 years worth of labor. and they got 400 million of it from the federal government in COVID funds, which is, I mean, those prisons in Alabama are so deplorable and so toxic. If you ever, and we had a prison relief fund on Funded Socially, but if you ever get a chance to look at some of the pictures of the conditions that our people are living in those prisons, if they're going to be in prison, and they have the funds to build a new facility at the very least, it's really hard for me to be against that, because there's organizations that actually go down there and protest outside of some of these prisons. They're so inhumane. The conditions are just you would wonder why people aren't either rioting or committing suicide in some of these places. It's just awful conditions in some of those places. Yeah, totally fucking insane. Yeah, but so that actually poses a really good question. Do we want our future generations to be a part of this prison industrial complex as prisoners, or do we want them to be the guards and the wardens, and to be incarcerating others, people outside of our population, who come into our state and who violate our laws? I prefer the latter. But if we don't do anything, then guess what? Nothing happens. Our population is expected to grow as well, but a lot of it is immigrant population as well. It's not as if they have us on a path to grow our population through birth rate. We have similar issues. We're not having the same number of children that we used to have in the past. My mother was in I think she had like 13 brothers and sisters. Her mother had 13 brothers and sisters. We're not having families like that as much anymore. And so for that reason and others, our population is stagnant. And so they've been growing our population with immigrants through immigration. And I know we're delineating, and I respect it. I understand it. I get it. However, they really even rejected that, as we all understand. And so in their minds, the projections that they have for us in terms of the Black quote unquote category is to increase it through immigration. And so they probably do see a need to house some of this violent immigrant culture in some of these prisons at some point. It doesn't seem like currently. It seems like every time they rob, steal, or kill, they're released with no bond. It's utterly insane. Even the girl, the Riley person that was spoke about at the presidential State of the Union address, I saw a post that said that person was bonded out of prison, which is insane. I mean, usually when they make a political example of an individual, they bury that person under the system. And if it's true that they let that person out, that's a huge departure from anything I've ever seen in my life here. You got it, Aaron.
So yeah, this is my belief. Let them build all the prisons they want to build. It doesn't mean that we need to go there. If we're worried about our children going to these prisons, then what is the cause of our children going to these prisons in the first place? What can we do as a community to help prevent that? And this is where we come into trying to find a solution for issues. Now, one of the number one mitigating circumstances for crime is single parenthood. Doesn't matter what race you are. You look at every single demographic of every single race within this country, and you will see that there's a higher chance of people being born, maintaining poverty, getting into drugs, getting into crime, being killed, going to prison, and then creating a cycle, a perpetual cycle that is difficult to get out of. So this is another part of the plan besides moving into a majority county, majority city, majority state, whatever level of power that you're trying to attain is the first and foremost and the most important is majority of our community must maintain two-parent homes so that we can create a stable living environment. If we are a product of our environment, then we must create a stable, healthy living environment that is based on education, that's based on self-awareness, and based on pride in ourselves and in our community in order to flourish. When you look at the statistics, you see that when you look at the statistics and you see the growing single parenthood across America with all demographics taken into account, we're seeing a rise in mental health issues. With mental health issues comes more school shootings, comes more suicides, comes more crimes, more robbery, more drugs, more single parenthood, more prison, and it's just a perpetual cycle that continues to recycle the same people to the same meat grinder, and it's a horrible, terrible situation. And you can look at some of the poorest white communities, and they have very similar problems that the Black community has, with the exception, with the very distinct exception, is that they don't have systemic racist policies that are targeting their people to create an oppressive environment to help induce this perpetual cycle of single parenthood, of murder, and of imprisonment. So these are the things that we need to change within our culture, whether it be rap, whether it be fashion, whether it be any other type of song, is promoting family and community. So that's what we need to pay attention to, I think, the most. If we focus on that, and not if we focus on the mirror and we stop looking out the window, I think we can solve a lot of our own problems, which will help us tackle everything that's happening outside our house. If we can build a strong foundation, then the house that we build on top of that foundation will be strong. So when the winds of oppression and tyranny come, it can stand up against those things.
Okay. So I shout out to Aaron, because I remember we had this conversation before. Let me come at it from a different perspective. That particular line of conversation has been going on since before I was born. And I'm sure if we stay in the same condition, scattered across this country, minoritized permanently with no power, no ability to do anything but be consumers, it will likely continue on, another 50 or 100 years past my lifetime, if our population survives that long in this country. Having control over the education, I think, is the solution that you're looking for. Because in the educational system, you can create incentives, you can create programming that encourages coupling, that encourages marriage. The state can help facilitate incentives for marriage. I think part of our issue is that you're trying to control a culture, but you don't control the things that control the culture. The culture is controlled by the people who control the levers of power. And that's very, very clear. The music is the one you pointed to, where every musician that we know of in the rap industry tells us clearly that these record companies got together and they said, this is the direction that we want the music to go into. And if you don't produce this particular type of music, you're not going to get a record deal. You're not going to earn a living. You're not going to be accepted in the industry. Same thing happens in Hollywood and wherever. People are controlled through contracts. And if they step out of line, they lose their contracts. They lose their earning potential. They lose their ability to earn a living in the industries that these people control. So if you don't have an investigative authority, which the state would be, state attorney general would be an investigative authority that can go into the areas where the culture is disseminated and do investigations and figure out why 1,000 rap songs come out every day that are talking about killing Black people. Why is that allowed to occur? That should be investigated as if it's a criminal act. Simply singing these things and repeating these things as we have been, many in the culture and many in the population for 60 plus years, hasn't done anything, hasn't proven to change anything. And in fact, if you look at the music, because that's the thing you pointed to, it is much, much worse, in my opinion. There were examples of some of this in the past, here and there. It was more of an anomaly than the standard. Today, it seems to be the standard and not the anomaly anymore. So what's happening in the culture that produces single parent homes is multi-layered, and it's not just a simple thing of us saying this to our teenagers or to our young people, because young people, by their very nature, they have a natural tendency to rebel against what elders tell them to do or not to do. I mean, that's a normal, natural function of finding your own way in society and in cultures and in populations. So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. I don't think we're ever going to have any success, because the results of us trying to do what you're saying.
You're in the matrix, bro.
Okay, all right. Somebody got it. God damn it. I'm always in the matrix. Always in the matrix. Never fails. What the fuck is that? Chick-fil-A? What the fuck are you doing, bro? What do y'all got in that chicken? No, y'all gonna make me not want to eat that shit. What is that, a condom in the fucking chicken, man? What the fuck? Somebody found a condom in their Chick-fil-A sandwich. Oh my God. Stop playing.
And we're actually trying to make change within our music culture, then why isn't the underground following this change? Why isn't the underground doing its own thing? We've been moving underground for a long time, making cultural changes and all this other stuff all the time. So if the music industry is controlling all this stuff, then why is it that the underground is following the same thing, if not worse? Right? Talking about fucking bitches and leaving them alone and not falling in love and doing drugs and shooting up ops and all this other shit. So this is what the underground is presenting. So then the question comes, how much is culture influenced? How much is the music being influenced by culture? At first, when we're talking about NWA days and all this other stuff, yes, that was the case. But now we're in the place where the culture is influencing our society. We have black children who are living in the suburbs, thugging out and trying to do crazy shit. That's not their culture. That's not what they're coming from. They're being influenced by these things. It's not the sole reason, but it's part of the reason, right? The women's movement to say we don't need men has been another thing that's pushed the man out of the home. You hear it all the time. Oh, we don't need no niggas in our house. We can take care of ourselves. We're strong, independent women. We need each other. So it's time to change that mindset. We've allowed the allies. This is what I'm talking about, how we allied ourselves with the wrong people. We've allied ourselves with the feminist movement. We allied ourselves with the movement that is anti-men, anti-black, and more so black men. And so when we're being raised, and this is nothing against single moms trying to do the right thing, but when we're being raised in a single parent home, we need to start teaching our men on how to be husbands and start teaching our daughters on how to be wives. And then we can get rid of that. We have so many obstacles that are coming from the outside. The educational system, we're waiting for an educational system that's never going to come. We need to start educating our kids. We need to start reading the books. We need to start getting on Google. We need to start getting on into the libraries. We need to start doing our own research and passing it on to our kids. If our kids are rebelling against us, then what are we doing as leaders wrong to not gain their trust in order for them not to rebel against us? Dad must know what he's been talking about. Me personally, I tried to build a relationship with my son. One of my sons, he's 22 now, and he comes to me for advice. When he was having girl trouble, he comes to me for advice. When he was having issues in school, he would come to me for advice. I built a relationship of trust and mentorship with my child, and not one of rebellion. Show him that you're right. Allow them to make mistakes. Don't helicopter. Don't try to control every single movement that they make. Put them in situations where you know that they're going to fail if they don't follow your advice, but it's controlled and they can't get hurt too bad. So these are the things that we need to do, It's like, yeah, it's good to talk about it, but it's better to do it. And the stuff that you want isn't going to start happening until we do the things that we need to do to change. So you're not going to have a mass exodus to a single state if a good portion of the population can't make that exodus. So this is what, and that's all I've been talking about. It's been a concern for such a long time because back in the day when they did the census and before pre-1965, 25% of the Black community was being raised by single parents. Where in the white community it was like 5%, and in the Hispanic community it was like 7% or something like that, or it was 5% for the white community, 7% for the Hispanic community, and it was 25% for the Black community. So it's always been an issue, and this is something that Dr. Martin Luther King talked about, it's something Malcolm X talked about. This is something that, as much as I don't disagree with that man, Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton talked about in the past before they totally sold out and became Black slavers and oppressing their own people. So these are the things that we need to stop talking about and start doing. These are the cultural changes that we need to start teaching our children now. We need to teach our children to trust us as competent leaders.
Okay, let me say this. There is nothing that's going to stop a Black majority state from occurring. Nothing. I don't care what people's personal agendas are, what their main thing that they like to highlight. There is nothing that's going to stop a Black majority state from occurring. So as long as we get that part and we understand that, then we're good. It's not going to be because there's embedded opposition. That's not going to stop it. It's not because they're single parent homes. In fact, I would take an army of single mothers over a bunch of Negroes. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'd take an army of single parent mothers over a bunch of Negroes who just want to talk about doing something but never actually do it. If that was the case, because the mother is going to do what's in the best interest of herself and her children. That's biological, and I'll put all my trust in that over, again, guys who just want to talk about their theories at the end of the day.
The statistics disagree with you. I mean, in the Black single parent home,
no, sir. I'm sorry. There's no statistics that disagree with me, because if Black women, no. Come on, Aaron. Let's not do that. Come on, bro. You sat here and said that Black women, because of feminism, because they align themselves with feminism, they essentially destroyed the Black family. I totally disagree with that presentation. I would take it doesn't, because here's the problem with that. If Black men presented an option for them to establish themselves and to build themselves up and to care for their children, they wouldn't have to go towards alternative options. So Black men fail Black women. Start there. And then we can build up from there. Absolutely. That's where it starts. Start there. Once you figure that part out, then we could have another conversation. But at that point, the conversation's moot, because Black men have finally stood up and took the role to protect Black women and their children. None of this happens if Black men were in a position to care for the women. I never do spaces where we beat up on Black women. That's insane to me. All they're doing is getting degrees and advancing themselves in the system that they have to advance themselves in. And it's up to us as men to step up and take over the system and help them get in a position to where together as a team, we can work to take over the parts of the system where we'll have enough authority to implement incentives in the systems that we control that will encourage marriage. Now, you don't have to be married to effectively parent a child. I think that's a whole entire fallacy that we should not participate in at all whatsoever. The system that is constructed, and mainly the family court system that pits Black men against Black women, is the biggest problem in keeping Black men away from their children. We should encourage Black men to participate in their children's lives, whether they're incarcerated or not. We should have Black men participating in their children's lives as much as physically possible. That is a function of the state. That is a function of the system that has decided to separate Black men away from their children. Black women ain't have a whole hell of a lot to do with that, but they're going to utilize the system if the system is designed to allow them to punish men in that way. And the system should not do that. The system should say, look, this man is the father of that child. He has a right to see that child at this particular time. And let's establish it and let's make sure it happens. And if it doesn't happen, then the mother is going to be held accountable. But the system won't do that because we don't control the system, because we are much more moral and fair and equitable people. And we can establish a system that allows fathers to participate in their children's lives. That again is a function of the system. I'm not going to put the blame of it on the women who are just operating and navigating within the system as the system has presented itself to them. That's all. We can create a better system.
I don't disagree with anything that you said, except for the fact that that there are people who not necessarily, there are people who are able to raise their children and ensure that they don't get mixed up in the streets, but there's far more success in two-parent homes, and so that's a whole cultural shift that needs to happen as well. You can go and get our Black majority state and keep the status quo, and there will not be much change if we do not change the mindset of the people of our people to come together and stay together and become a community and become a family. I mean,
and super majority Black states, two-parent family is the #1 priority.
Yeah,
that should be the priority now. I'm not shitting on Black mothers at all.
What is diabolical to me? What's diabolical is people who have some, I don't know, you're in love with the nation, I guess. You're in love with being a minority. You're in love with being scattered across the country. I don't know what it is. But to say that if we do the same thing, why would we do the same thing? That's the problem. If you're starting your statement or you're starting your thought process with, we're going to do the same thing, even though we're doing this thing that's radically revolutionary different, but we're going to take all the same negative bullshit over into this new radically different thing. It doesn't make sense. It's illogical. It's illogical to make the statement.
On a model of success. Why are you going to try to build a ship that's completely different, that doesn't work and has a history of not working, when you have one that is working? You have a model of success, and then why wouldn't you emulate that model and then make the changes?
Because what is the model based on? Are you talking about European monogamy, European marriages that fall apart? White women are divorcing at the highest rates. Like, what are we even talking about here? I remember this conversation I had with you. White women, because the system protects them. That's the part that you're missing. They control the system. They control the system, so the system protects them. Their kids have higher instance of drug usage, higher instance of violence, higher instances of rape. They have higher instances of all crimes in the country, yet and still the system protects them. So you're talking about a very protected population living in a system that they control, and you're trying to compare an oppressed population that has absolutely no control to that population. It's not an apples to apples conversation. It's not a comparison that can be made with any credibility. That's the problem with it.
If the children of single parent homes are inheriting the same drug use, the same levels of poverty, and the same prison rates, then why would that not be the same for the Black community? If the same success rate for two-parent homes is more education, more wealth, and more stability and more success, then why would that not be a model for success for the Black community as well? It is a model for Black success because in communities that Black families do stay together and do create a stable home, there's more successes within those families. So the model is there, but it doesn't mean that we're doing what white folks are doing. We're just doing what works.
Okay, because I don't want to keep belaboring this conversation.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I appreciate the back and forth. It's always edifying.
Aaron,
Thank you, brother.
I would like for you just to hear this chapter. This is chapter 4.
Yeah.
It's I think about how long is I say about 8 minutes long. 5 to 8 minutes. I appreciate that, Aaron.
Okay, here we go. Chapter 4, Black American Homeland, Black Paper by Frederick Delk.
I wrote this in 2012.
Development in the Black American.
Let me back it up here.
Chapter 4, Education and Skills Development in the Black American Homeland. The education system within the Black American homeland is a critical aspect in ensuring that the population is equipped with the required skills and knowledge to contribute to the growth and development of the region. The focus of education in the Black American homeland is to present a curriculum that is applicable to the history, culture, and values of the Black American community. This comprises a strong emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM, education, starting from the elementary level and continuing through to the university level. To ensure that the demographics of the region are represented in the student body of state-controlled universities and colleges, it is obligatory that these institutions mirror the demographics of the region. For example, if the 8 southern states in the Black American homeland are 80% Black and 20% other races, then all state-controlled universities and colleges must be 80% Black American. This means that universities like the University of North Carolina State University, University of South Carolina, Clemson, Georgia Tech, University of Georgia, Auburn, University of Alabama, Mississippi University, Mississippi State University, Louisiana State University, Arkansas University, University of Tennessee, and Memphis State University would become predominantly Black universities. Private universities within the region are persuaded to have a minimum student population of 60% Black Americans. Universities such as Duke, Wake Forest, Emory, Vanderbilt, Tulane, and others within the region are encouraged to sell their assets to the state or Black-owned corporations or Black nonprofit organizations if they do not agree or support the mandates and policies of the Black American homeland. To further strengthen the skills and knowledge of the Black American population, the universities within the Black American homeland must collaborate with the state and private organizations, private and public partnerships, to train and graduate a substantial number of Black professionals. This includes the graduation of 300,000 Black doctors, 400,000 Black lawyers, 150,000 Black MBAs, 500,000 Black accountants, 100,000 Black architects, 500,000 engineers, 200,000 professors, 50,000 physicists, 500,000 computer engineers, 100,000 scientists, 50,000 town and city planners, and 10,000 Black pilots. By investing in education and skills development, the Black American homeland can cultivate a knowledgeable and skilled workforce that could contribute to the growth and development of the region. Moreover, American universities have 277 schools in the top 1,000 universities in the world. Several countries, including Thailand, Indonesia, India, Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Colombia, Philippines, Vietnam, Nigeria, Iraq, and Pakistan have had several thousand students.
You said it misses a paragraph. We're at after the region.
After the paragraph, it's great to know that over 100,000 Black Americans have graduated from Ivy League school universities in the past 50 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's after the region part, you can read that, because like I told you how it is. I mean, it's copy paste, copy paste, copy paste.
I got you. All right.
So was it after the region part? I'll just replay that last sentence.
Yeah, it was after the region. Yes.
Okay, I'll play that, then I'll pause it, and you can read up until it gets to moreover. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
By investing in education and skills development, the Black American homeland can cultivate a knowledgeable and skilled workforce that could contribute to the growth and development of the region.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, the region. Okay, let's see. It's great to know that over 100,000 Black Americans have graduated from Ivy League schools in the past 50 years. That's 1970 to 2020. And over 1 million Black Americans have graduated from the top 100 universities in the past 25 years. That's 1987 to 2012. The number of Black Americans who have graduated from the top 300 universities in the past 25 years is in the several millions. Moreover, American universities have 277 schools in the top 1,000 universities in the world.
Okay, I got that. I got that part. I got that part. I must have missed like one very small. Yeah, I must have missed a really small paragraph there. Okay, yeah. Let me run it from here.
Moreover, American universities have 277 schools in the top 1,000 universities in the world. Several countries, including Thailand, Indonesia, India, Egypt, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Colombia, Philippines, Vietnam, Nigeria, Iraq, and Pakistan have had several thousand students each graduating from Ivy League schools in the past 20 years. Thus, Black American university graduates have the skills and credentials to compete with most countries in the world. Among Black Americans 25 years of age and older, the number who had an advanced degree in 2011, 1,600,000, e.g., Master's, Ph.D., MD or JD. Vocational and apprenticeship programs. In order to nurture a thriving and self-sufficient economy in the Black American homeland, it is absolutely necessary to invest in comprehensive vocational and apprenticeship programs within the region. These programs aim to provide hands-on training and real-world experience in various trades and industries, allowing individuals to acquire the essential skills and knowledge to succeed in their chosen fields. The Black American homeland will collaborate with private corporations, nonprofit organizations, and government entities to create apprenticeship programs that target individuals of all ages, including high school students, college graduates, and unemployed individuals seeking new career opportunities. The programs will offer hands-on training in a variety of fields, including construction, manufacturing, technology, and healthcare, among others. Apprentices will acquire on-the-job training and mentorship from experienced professionals in their respective fields, as well as classroom instruction and certifications to enhance their skills and knowledge. Upon completion of the program, apprentices will have a strong understanding of their chosen trade and a clear path towards obtaining full-time employment within the region. In addition to apprenticeships, the Black American homeland will also establish vocational schools and training centers throughout the region to offer individuals with the skills and knowledge needed to succeed in a variety of careers. These schools will provide courses in trades such as plumbing, electrical work, welding, and HVAC repair, among others. Investing in comprehensive vocational and apprenticeship programs will not only assist individuals acquire new skills and knowledge, but it will also help stimulate the local economy by creating new job opportunities and supporting local businesses. By equipping its citizens with the necessary skills and knowledge to succeed in various industries, the Black American homeland will become a hub of economic growth and prosperity. In closing, education and skills development are critical components in the development and progress of the Black American homeland. By investing in these areas, the Black American community can ensure a bright future for generations to come.
Amen, amen, amen. Do you still have that line that I missed? Because I wanted to refer to that. It was how many are educated at the college level? I think you said it.
Real quick, I think you think that I'm arguing against this. I'm not arguing against this at all. I'm on board with what you're saying. But the thing is that there's an entire infrastructure that needs to be already put into place, jobs that are already available, housing that is available, and these systems that already need to be in place. I'll pose this question to you.
The states are, Aaron, these states already have everything in place. All the institutions, all the critical infrastructure are already in place. We don't have to change anything. There's already public universities, public schools, prison, state, court system. Everything is in place. Only thing we have to do is take supermajority of the states that we're targeting. That's all we have to do. Everything is in place.
With that, I'm agreeing with you 100%. I'm not disagreeing with that. I've never argued against that. But what I'm saying is we need to make sure that we have these things in a row. I think that was one of the things that you and I were missing, and including my other brother Black here, who's the host here. That was being missed in translation is that I'm not disagreeing with that. That is a great opportunity, and it's a great thing for it to happen. The important thing, this is the way I see it. The people who already have their stuff together, move into these places, creating more opportunities, and then creating a system to where we can help sponsor families who can't necessarily get over here because they're living on the government system that is damn near impossible to get out of, and we help them move to these positions and help elevate the family that is in that position to start creating a legacy of success. You know, that is right. Absolutely. One of my only other concerns is, okay, we have affluent people who understand this vision, but we're leaving behind a whole population that might have a difficult time of leaving that situation. So one of the things that we can do while we're building this system is help encourage our culture to start adopting these models of successes for the people who might have to plant the tree but never reap the reward of the shade or the fruit, you know, for their children's children. Start focusing on that. I think that we might.
Right. Look, a single mother in the state of Illinois, in the city of Chicago, right? If she's on public assistance, right, can that single mother transfer her public assistance to another state?
Yes. Housing, all of it. Yes.
So therefore, that's how we would move single parents or single mothers from the city of Chicago to any state in the South. That's how we do it, because public assistance is transferable from state to state.
But the state is.
Your phone's breaking up bad, bro. Damn it.
I lost you, Aaron.
Yeah, your phone's breaking up, Aaron. I don't know if you moved into a different position.
No, it's my baby with me right now. He didn't go to sleep. So let me do something real quick. Hold on. I know, baby. No, baby boy. Hold on.
Hey, salute the fathers. Salute the fathers. Salute the mothers. I want to read that line because it's actually divine that it was missing, so that it kind of stands out in this conversation. But it says, "It is great to know that over 100,000 Black Americans have graduated from Ivy League schools in the past 50 years." So that would lead me to believe, because that's like 2,000 a year, that because they're at the highest level of the system, right, and they're doing all the right things because they're at the highest level of the system, that these 100,000 Black Americans should be represented in the highest levels of society, whether that's government or corporations, that we should have over this 50-year period, 2,000 a year entering into the highest levels of American society, And we should have been able to point to those people. We should have been able to look up to those people because they're just doing the right thing. They're doing what was it? Was it the most successful thing in the system or something like that? Because these 100,000 people would represent doing it the way that the Europeans have established it as being the best possible path. That's there, right? So I just wonder if, because the system is designed so that even those people who have graduated at the highest levels at Ivy League schools in American society, so that even they are still marginalized and kept at a glass ceiling, if you will, or kept at a lower level, if you will, simply because they are not white and the system's not designed to actually protect them and push them to the highest levels of society. So I don't know if Aaron's able to respond to that in connection to his theory about two-parent homes.
So the two-parent home model is not just a European model. This is something that has been tracked all across the world. You look at Nigeria, they're the people who have success there, two-parent homes. You look at Asian countries, you look at India, you look at every single country across the world, every place that you have single-parent homes, you see more struggle. Now, I'm not saying that it's an insurmountable obstacle, but what I'm saying is people are at a higher risk because most people are a product of their environment. A rose can still grow in the middle of a concrete jungle, right? So there are outliers that will be able to get escape velocity and get out of those systems. The problem is that we have our educational institutes who are teaching our children despair instead of hope. You know, I would like to buy in on this majority black state. You know, I'm trying to get my finances together so that I can get my business going, and so that we can start investing in other places. And within the next 5 to 10 years, I'm sure that we can be there. My plan should be able to launch us faster than that. So I'm hoping within the 5-year plan that we're able to start investing in other places. And one of those places would be a place that's a majority black state or plan to be a black majority state and create and try to facilitate something like that. So it's like, I don't know how much investment there has been in. I don't know which state that we're talking about. And plus, we also have to look at, just because the people are in the educational system doesn't mean that they're educated in order to help us. Are they educated in the way that they will be there to create hope and not look for help? To be the help, that's what I'm saying. To be the assisting factor to help launch this into a successful model. And in my experience, through the higher educational universities, that's not what they're teaching. They're teaching, hey, the only reason why you're here is because you're black. You wouldn't have been able to make it without us, so you're not going to be able to succeed without us. So I think that what you guys have planned, and that model, which is it's not the first time that this model was made, and it was successful, and it needs to be redone again and rehashed and modernized so that we can be successful in it. I just want to also utilize tools and start getting into the mindset, get the mindset correct. So when we start making these moves, we're already doing the things to make us successful. That's been my whole argument. I'm not disagreeing with you guys at all. I think this is a great, wonderful idea. I am drinking the Kool-Aid, and I want to buy in. My question to you is: do you guys both live in a state which you would hope to target for that black majority?
So thank you for that, and I appreciate that you are thinking in this direction, and that's a really good question. So I was born and raised in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've traveled to Delaware, which is a state that I plan to move to. man, at least a dozen or at least a half a dozen times over the last year. I just took a trip to DC recently, but my plan is to open the business that I've been trying to get open for the last 3 years, and I'm very close to that. And once that's up and running, and I have cameras in place, I have people in place, then I do plan to move to Delaware. And we've made some contacts in the political arena, but there are enough people there in at least a few cities that we could organize the people that are already there to get into positions to get elected, to establish the fact that what we're saying is real and we can actually get people elected, and we can essentially invite others into the state once we've established we have an organization that is working, that is getting people elected, and they're implementing Black American pro agenda policy for our people in that particular jurisdiction. Because and this is shout out to the brother who actually came to Delaware with us, who really kind of honed in on that very important fact that there's really no sense of us migrating into the state unless we can actually show that we can organize what's here. We can get people on board that are already there, because they're the people that have to run, because they have residency requirements. And so an outsider can't come into the state and then run for office. You got to be there for a certain amount of time, certain amount of years, unless you're running for federal office. So, yeah, I do plan to be there. I had hoped to be there last year, but this particular business has been a process of me fighting against the system, which we don't control. Even though we got the first Black mayor ever, you can't get in touch with him. His office is it's a hassle where it shouldn't be. They should be. As a matter of fact, this particular individual who grew up in the community that I grew up in should have an office specifically for the Black American community in this city, because we've been neglected and rejected my entire life here. But that is the situation that we're under, and we want to change it. And we believe that the way to do that is to organize the people that are there first, get some elections under our belt, get some wins, and then advance from there.
So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
so as just another question. So those we were talking earlier about how those systems are already in place, and so I'm just wondering, so if jobs and opportunities are already there, and if we start going to those places, then those political opportunities are going to arise, regardless if there's people there already there. So if we already have those businesses and we already have those opportunities, and we as a people migrate to this state, those opportunities for a politician to move in and be voted in doesn't even need to be a part of the party, can go in and already set up representation. The second thing that I was going to ask before I talk myself into forgetting, the policies. What are the policies are you talking about that would be pro-Black? I mean, some of the things that are very important is like the legacy eugenic economic policies that have been put into place, like above market minimum wage, high taxes for every single level of people, and the different progressive policies that have failed in places like New York, California, and Illinois. What are the policies that you guys want to put into place that would be different than these other places?
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Black, I can answer that question.
I can hear you.
Okay, Aaron. Okay, all right. Once we take supermajority population of that state, the vote and the representation within that state, right? Then we can pass laws and regulation to ensure that okay, we probably can't say that Black-owned business or Black-owned firms, but we can say local-owned firms, right? Will will get a majority of the state and local government contract, right? We can say that the state budget and local budgets are deposited into black-owned banks or local-owned banks. You know, just things like that. Like the universities and colleges, right? They have to mirror the population of the state. So if the state is 70% black or 80% black, then the state public universities and colleges also have to be 70-75% black or whatever. The policies are going to be pro-black or pro-local, right? Pro-local citizens, right? And I believe for every one black person that moves into a state, one white person is going to leave that state.
Interesting.
It's called the Great Reverse Migration.
Well, it's called white.
I know we understand the Great Migration, where Black Americans, I think it was 6 million Black Americans, they left the southern states and they went north to the Midwest and the western states. Well, I'm predicting a Great Reverse Migration where the black population reverse from California, Illinois, Michigan, the northeastern states, and go back into the South. And it's going to be, I think, you know, this, when I wrote when I started writing this in 2008, 9, 10, 11, right, I predicted that, let's say the first state like Mississippi will be supermajority black by 2036. Now, 2036 is actually 12 years away. However, in 2010, 2011, it was 25 years away. So, you know, it's like, okay, I got plenty of time for this, but now it's getting closer and closer. So, you know, states, I predict the state of Louisiana, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Georgia as supermajority black states by the year 2036. Alabama and North Carolina by 2040. Arkansas by 2044, and the state of Tennessee supermajority black by 2048. That's my projection.
Here's my point to that. I think if we're waiting for politicians to get into black politicians to get into these positions in order to make this move, I think that would be a big mistake.
No, we have to move first.
Okay, that's where I got confused at. Okay, thanks for the clarification. I appreciate that. So my question is more about, like, when I was talking about policies, my question is more about, like, the education policy, taxation, economic policies, and things of that matter. I mean, I like the idea of keeping the money being held locally. That's a great idea.
Right.
And I think that totally makes sense. One of the issues that I can see is where the federal government is starting to pull funds away from infrastructure and other different contracts, and possibly losing. The thing is the way I was raised is to become more economically valuable than your color. They can't hate you because you bring too much money in. So that's what I'm hoping for these types of states, is that the value that we bring, the economic power that we possess, it surpasses racism, hate, and bigotry, right? So what are we going to do as a state to encourage and cultivate that, especially within our educational system? Because I think we all agree that is possibly the most important spot that really needs to be tackled and invested in the most.
Right. And then, you know, in that chapter we just read, right? I mentioned about that the state university, the public universities and private partnerships, right? You know, they're going to come together and tried to train 100,000 doctors, thousands of professors, scientists, accountants. I mean, that's something. See, look, I live in a country where they have these things, right? The national government said, okay, we need 200,000 doctors, right? And then what they would do is, right, they'll put a system in place and try to get the best students into the top universities in that country, and they're going to try to train that 200,000 doctors that they need, that 300,000 engineers that they need, the pilots, the architects, right? We can do the same thing through the state. And look, the state has a larger budget than this country I live in. The budget's double. I mean, so we can do it. If we can put our resources into it, right? We can develop programs and policies to educate our people. Now, you mentioned about taxes, right? The region's taxes regime is going to be very, very competitive with the other regions, right? We're going to give incentives to manufacturers across the United States to say, look, if you open up your manufacturing in the South, right, we're going to give you incentives, right? Look, we have cheaper labor. We got cheaper. We have cheaper cost of doing business within the South. We have cheaper rent, right? So all of those things, right, should give us advantages over California, over the Northeast, over the Midwest. So so we're gonna, all our regulators
we are not the cheaper labor. Fuck that.
Online together and figure out
No,
how to take advantage of the resources that we have within the 8-state southern region. I mean, so many things we can do.
Right. I think that one thing that you're kind of focusing on is the higher education, which is a good thing to focus on. But if we do not start getting our children in the lower education, like elementary and high school, mentally prepared to enter those levels of schooling,
right,
it's a possibility that there could be a level of unanticipated failure if we don't start with the mindset at a younger age. The second thing that I'm thinking about is becoming like a central hub. So I'm thinking, number one, the number one thing that you would want to be is to kind of be possibly like Texas. A lot of businesses like to do business in Texas, and they're starting to move there because it's kind of like a central hub. If you need to go to a meeting on the East Coast, you're in the middle and you can go there. If you need to go to a meeting in the West Coast, you're in the middle of the country and you can go there. They also have a nice.
To me, it has to do with taxes. Look, our taxes. We're going to see what other states are doing to be successful, right? And we can follow those states. Like I'm in agreement. I'm for low taxes, right? I'm for. If the legislature within the state vote to do away with no income tax, I would love that. We can see what the other states are doing that are successful, and we can follow suit with that. Lowered sales taxes. We want people to be homeowners, right? So our property tax is going to be very competitive. Our corporate tax is going to be very competitive. Everything's going to be competitive. So that's how, I think we can be successful against the other regions of the United States.
Well, what I was talking about, yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. One of the things that makes a state really successful, if you look at California, which is the 5th largest economy, despite all of the horrible policies that have been put into place by that government, they have like 2 major ports. They're kind of like a central hub as far as being able to get resources in and out. And if if we're going to get into that state, then we need to become that central hub as well. You know, so we need to have access to water. We need to build a port. We need to have access to land so that we can build these factories, these industries, and we can bring people to the state for conferences and different things like that. And if we're in kind of like the middle south part, such as like Louisiana, Alabama, or something like that, it would be easier to bring people from West Coast and East Coast together to help correlate ideas and build that stuff. So these are the questions that I have. These are the things that I'm wondering about, like how much.
I'm gonna answer this question for you. Look, hey, Aaron, look, okay. You know, most states, when they do business or when they pass laws or whatever, right, they do it as individual states, right? But the Black American homeland, which is the 8-state southern region, right, we're going to cooperate as a region of states. There's 8 states, right, with a total population of 50 million. So that's a huge consumer market, right? You know, we have major ports from North Carolina to South Carolina has a port. Savannah, Georgia is a port. Alabama has the port of Mobile, Alabama. You got Mississippi has a couple of ports, and Louisiana, of course, New Orleans is one of the largest ports in the United States. So we're not landlocked, right? We have many seaports. We have access to the Mediterranean, not the Mediterranean, the Gulf of Mexico. We have access to the Atlantic coast. We have access to Europe, Africa, the Caribbean, South America. I mean, I see a lot of opportunities there. I mean, I'm not just looking at things domestically. I'm looking at things international as well. I'm a very, I think international. So, and look, not only that, sir, when someone opened up a manufacturing in the 8-state southern region, they also have access to 350 million people, which is the United States of America. So everything's not going to be just the consumer market is not just going to be the South. It's going to be the whole country. So I think that's the advantages that we have.
Right. And then, like, do you guys have people in place right now kind of setting up the building blocks for that? Because I still, the migration part is a great idea, but if there is not a unified idea to go there specifically for that, I find that it might be difficult to succeed.
Right. Well, look, it's not easy. Look, Aaron, we were 200 years behind, right? And we need I don't know how to say it. We need a paradigm shift in the way we think, right? And even though the 8-state southern region is not an independent country, but we sort of going to treat the region like is an independent country, right? We're going to I'm hoping that once Black Americans move to these 8 states, that they have loyalty, they have a sense of ownership, they have a sense of motivation, a sense of that, a pride in the southern states. Because Black American never had pride or loyalty to any state.
You know why, though, right?
Well,
it's the number one reason for loyalty, and this is a study that's done all across the board, is property ownership. If you own the property where you're at, and you're able to keep the property, and your property taxes aren't crazy, and all the other taxes aren't crazy, and you don't have a bunch of crazy politicians having a bunch of crazy ideas, screwing it up, and it's focused on family, those are the two things that create loyalty.
Right.
Dedication to family and land ownership.
Sir, that's one. We're going to my next I had my next chapter 5. I talk about the economics of the 8-state southern region. I think chapter 8 or 9. I don't have my book in front of me. I talk about land reforms and land ownership and farmland. I mean, so I got 35 different chapters, right? And I go into deep detail of everything that we need to do to take over these states and what we need to do to implement policies and regulations within these states. I try to go through everything, sir.
So here's something that has been done with the whole meat processing, right? So there's been people that the ranchers have all gotten together. They pulled a bunch of money together to build themselves a facility so that they can come together and process their meat and then be able to transport it to people who want it. So they're basically creating their own supply chain. Since this is kind of a more newer idea for me, and you guys have been working on this, have you guys already started like trying to partner up and trying to collect farmers and business people to start help investing in land so that we can start building housing developments and start creating these business opportunities for people? Because if we're going to try to use the structure that's already there, I think we're going to fail. I think we should take the lessons from Tulsa and then elevate it and modernize it. And by doing that, not only building the infrastructure, but then creating the cities and then taking over the cities and then getting in there politically. So if we're not doing that right now, then, we're talking about doing things and we're not doing things, which, I was being accused of earlier.
Right. Hey, look, I've been living out, and traveling outside the United States for the past 34 years, right? I lived in 33 different countries, right? I've been to 10 African countries. I've been to about 12, maybe 15 Asian countries. I've been to Australia. I've been to Europe, right? And what I'm a type of person that like to observe systems and institutions and see how they work, right? And what I did was I took all the good things I've seen from all over the world and try to figure out how to implement that system into the Black American homeland. That's why I call it Black American homeland. And yeah, that's how I came up with the idea. And look, good example, right? We're going to send our state legislature, our elected official, we're going to send them all over the world, right? We're going to say, hey, what is China doing right? What is India doing right? What is Nigeria doing wrong? We don't want to do what Nigeria is doing right. So we can take our people all over the world and try. Singapore, one of the best places. I've been to Singapore probably 6 times, right? And that's an excellent city to study and try to learn what they're doing right. So, I think that's the best way to learn. Just go to different countries and just figure out what other countries are doing right. And also, we can do that in the United States too. You got Massachusetts, it's different states that also have good systems as well.
Well, I think California is a good model of what not to do, and Texas and Florida is a good model of what to do. So what I'm understanding is from what I'm hearing is that there's been no like feelers of going out and trying to create these allyships with Black people who own land and who own businesses and start trying to create a.
Well, that's what I've been doing in my state, right? I have land in North Carolina, right? And I'm trying, we trying to put together, different programs to figure out how we can, build property and, this figure out what we need to do to advance our, the different policies. So, no, it's not easy, right? We don't have a lot of people that understand the the what we're trying to do, right? Most people are still thinking that the federal government is the way to go, right? And what I'm trying to teach people is that the state has more say in our everyday life than the federal government. That that we need to go to the governor, right? Go to the state legislature, right? The state constitution. We can rewrite the state constitution if we take over the three branches of power. Take over as many counties within those states as possible. We need to take control at least 2/3 of every county within those southern states. So that's it's a lot of things, sir. It's a lot of things.
I understand the difficulty of trying to get all those things together, and so that's why one of the things that I was trying to promote is until we get those things together, if we can get people with that mindset already, it'll kind of be an automatic transfer. So, well, this is what we need. We're trying to build strong businesses and strong homes. All we need is a single opportunity to do so. Take the chat. Like again, I defer back to Tulsa because it's an excellent example of building something being built, something being destroyed by hatred, and then something being rebuilt better than it was. We have to change our mindset to, regardless of how many times you burn the forest down, it's still going to grow back, and not only that, it's going to come back better. So
Hey, Aaron,
yes, sir.
Do you think? Have you ever lived in a state where you think the laws are advantageous or are beneficial to you? Have you ever lived in a state like that in your lifetime?
Me personally?
Yes. Well, see, that's what I'm trying to create. I'm trying to create a state or a region of state where Black Americans would think that, or they think that the laws and regulations are beneficial and favorable and advantage. I can't pronounce the word. Advantageous to them. So we never had that in our 200 years of being being in the United States.
I don't think I'm too concerned on whether or not that is the case. Like I said before, the ways that I raised, the way that I was raised, and the way that I carry myself, I bring more value than someone has bigotry or hatred. Have I been mistreated by police? Have I been discriminated against? Most definitely. I was in the Coast Guard for 20 years. And there's been times where I was discriminated against. There was times that people went out of their way to help me too, because they saw that there was more value in helping me than getting rid of me. Because my value was the work that I put in and my knowledge and my experience. So anywhere I go, I face those two things, and those questions do arise. Right. California is the worst place to be for a Black person, because there are so many laws that are put into place that cultivate an environment of oppression. It's ridiculous.
No question.
And every other
a
state,
lot of this
like
is
Oregon,
way
Washington,
just worrying about shit that you ain't even got to be worried about. Just get on the ground and get to work.
That the white privilege is
Amen
so
to that.
big that the only way that Blacks will be able to be successful is if Blacks accept
Agreed.
white supremacy and wait
Some
for
people
them
just want to
throw us the bone to succeed.
And we
I hate that model.
disseminate
I despise
information,
that model,
and that's
I
important.
want to get rid of that model
But we're not here
completely.
just to
and
talk.
Unfortunately,
And
we
nothing
have
more.
an educational system that indoctrinates our children to believe in that model. I didn't teach my child to believe in that model. He's going to be graduating this year with 3 different degrees. He's already internship for a congressman. He's an assistant manager at Men's Warehouse. He's a head associate at an intern for a law firm. So I've set my children up for success. I've forced them to look at barriers as obstacles that need to be destroyed.
That's all you
taught
can
my
do
children how to
is
be
you take care of your house.
Unstoppable
Take care of
vehicles
your
of
house.
success.
Now, it's
Because
up to
if
the
you come up
government
against
and the
an
systems that the
unmovable
government controls, the
obstacle,
authority
if you can't go
to
around
help
it, if you can't go
the
above it, if you
others
can't go
who
under it,
can't
if you
take care of
can't
their own
go
house,
diagonally or any other
to
way,
help
then break
them,
through that
encourage them,
motherfucker. Because an
motivate them,
unstoppable
inspire
force
them.
will always break through and destroy an unmovable object. That's the way that I was raised. That's how I'm raising my children to be. And has my child experienced discrimination? Yes, 100%. But that's not what defines him. Victories define him. And I teach my children to thrive off of victory and be motivated by discrimination.
Okay,
Right.
I'm gonna jump in here. I'm gonna jump in here because this conversation has inspired me to do a quick screen grab off of this North American White Homeland website that is extremely detailed. And I think because we already did the Mexican Aztec land, Reconquista out in the West. This is also in the West. It's just in the upper Northwest. I think it's important for us to get this in this conversation as well, because this will give us a really good insight in terms of Black American Homeland and the Black Paper, the book that he wrote in 2012, or published in 2012 at least. And it'll give us a much better understanding of why it's very, 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 very important that we don't go down the colorblind road of madness, that we focus in on our lineage specifically, not just Black people, not just melanated people, but Black American, Negro, freedmen descendants, and that even our legislation, because we are this unique population with this unique history in this country, on this land, that we even have legislation that makes it very, very clear that we are going lineage based in our policy at the state, county, and local level. But I think it's really insightful for us to listen to this so we can understand how they think and what they are thinking. And yes, they have been plotting and planning on this for a very long time. However, this particular website paints a very pretty picture. I'm gonna keep it honest with you, keep it a buck with you. It's like 14 million and only 2 million are non-whites. They got a super majority there already. And outside of the fact that they're probably very conservative Republicans and there's some Democrat people meddling in some of these states, it seems to me that they could pull this off if they really, really, really wanted to. So let's listen to this.
Homeland totals. A homeland for our people. The proposed white homeland consists of a core territory of 3 complete Northwest American states and part of a 4th, specifically Idaho, Oregon, Washington, and Montana west of 111 degrees 3 feet, 111.05 degrees longitude. Other areas outside these borders have been suggested for inclusion in the area of the homeland over the years, but we will proceed on the basis of only the core U.S. states within which we must concentrate our initial resettlement efforts. Depending on the geopolitical and strategic situation, when the time comes to make a bid for freedom, it would certainly be advisable to liberate as much territory as possible. Like newlyweds with big plans for the future, we need to build our house large and with many rooms, that we may fill it with our children. The name of the new homeland of our people shall be the Northwest American Republic of Cascadia, Narak, or simply Cascadia, named after the Cascade Mountain Range in the west of the homeland. No esoteric terminology or symbolism. For the entire homeland area, we are looking at around 300,000 square miles. That's a lot of territory for a political movement to cover, but it is vastly smaller and more doable than trying to somehow take over the immense expanse of the entire United States and/or Canada. For comparison, the land mass of the entire country of Germany is only 137,847 square miles. The homeland would be bigger than the United Kingdom and Ireland combined, bigger than Spain and Portugal combined, bigger than France, Japan, Poland, or even Ukraine, even within its pre-2014 borders, just to name a few. We are looking at an estimated population of roughly 14 million, give or take, of which the overwhelming majority is white. Once the non-white population of the major metropolitan areas is subtracted, especially Seattle, Tacoma, Olympia, and Portland, as well as a few specific and containable brown spots, such as Yakima, where labor-intensive industry has attracted a heavy Hispanic influx, we are for all practical purposes dealing with an all-white territory, one of the few remaining in the world. Let's ballpark it at 12 million whites, give or take, plus a rather younger median age, 38, a population than you'll find elsewhere on the continent, 58, which is very important. The white population of Florida and Arizona, for example, is overwhelmingly geriatric. 12 million in the homeland is a lot of people, but with smart propaganda work by an active and fanatically dedicated minority, enough of them can be convinced to join us to provide local basis for incoming settlement. Contrast that to trying to work around a population of almost 300 million people, in many places majority non-white, on a continent this size, wherein we are totally and utterly powerless and scattered to the four winds. This is the primary advantage to the Northwest concept, reducing the problem to manageable proportions, to something solvable, cutting back the goal to one which is attainable. For almost 70 years, we have harbored a bizarre collective illusion that through some unfathomable means which no one ever seems able to explain, we will somehow win back the whole North American continent all at once and cause millions of non-whites simply to vanish in a puff of smoke, without any effort, and certainly without the mass bloodshed such a project would in fact involve. We say again, the Northwest imperative reduces the racial crisis to manageable proportions. The only alternative is the present status quo. The present status quo means the extinction of our people, and things have reached the point where any effort to preserve the present movement status quo is tantamount to racial treason. The flag. The colors of the flag: green for the forests and fields, blue for the sky, ocean, lakes, and streams, and white for the snowy winters, mountain peaks, and the people for whom it is their home. The white star in the upper left represents the location of the homeland in the American Northwest. The 5 points of the star represent the 5 major populations of Europeans in the world today: Eurasia, Europe and Northwest Asia; Oceania, Australia and New Zealand; North America, United States and Canada; South America, Argentina, Uruguay and southern Brazil; South Africa.
So there you have it. These people are very, very serious. They've been building on this information for decades. And like I said, that website is a really good propaganda tool. I don't know how many people are involved in it, yada, 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 who the leadership is. I don't have any of that information. But I do know that this particular Northwestern, there's another term, American Readout, and they have been buying up land in those states. There's a lot of political movements to try to split Oregon in half, do a bunch of weird things over there. But all things being equal, as the country continues to balkanize and separate into racial divisions, racial majorities, Black Americans are going to find themselves without a homeland, without any political power at all whatsoever, simply because we did not decide to act. We sat around, we talked about it, but at the end of the day, we did absolutely nothing to put ourselves in a position to have any power. So we better get it on the move.
Right. Look, Black. I've been thinking about all this from I used to live in South Africa, 1994 to 96, right? And when I saw that the Black South Africans, right, they were able to take political control of the whole country because they had the most votes. That's all they had, right? The whites there control the economy, they control the banks, they control the military, they control the government, they control the court system. However, the black Africans had supermajority of the population and votes. So that's when I came up with the idea that black Americans can take supermajority and political control of several states if we can consolidate our population. So that's where my idea came from, living in South Africa.
I'll say this. So when we think about South Africa, it's still over there where the white population still controls those sectors. So the blacks, the black South Africans still control the political gains over there, but it's the whites who control the economy. So the progress hasn't really gone anywhere with the black South Africans in control of the politics. And same thing with the Black Wall Streets. So the thing that we need to take over are those industries, like like the businesses, the banks, the land. Those are the things that are going to create what you want in a society of people, of loyal people to help cultivate the dream. And then what would happen was it would naturally progress into controlling the politics of the region. So without controlling first the economic side of it, you're not going to be able. The fact that you control the political side of it doesn't matter. That's what we're complaining about. That's what you and the other brother Black here are complaining about, is that we have black mayors, we have black governors, but no changes are being made because we don't have control of the economic and
okay, Aaron, all right. I used to live in South Africa, right? I know exactly what's going on there, right? Before 1994, the blacks owned like less than 10% of the land in South Africa. Now they own more than 50%, right? Before 1994, right, when Nelson Mandela became president, they owned like maybe 3% of the South African stock exchange. Now they own 60%, right? They have black billionaires now. They have a lot of black South African millionaires. Yes, there's more black African banks than there were in 1994. There is a lot of progress going on. Yes, the white South Africans still control a lot of the business because they have the skills. They've been in business for many years. They do have advantages, but the thing is, at least the black South African government, which is controlled by black South Africans, they can regulate and they can tax those white businesses. So you got to have some type of. We have to start somewhere, and if we can regulate and tax those white-owned businesses, I think that's a good start.
I don't think that'd be able to fly in America, and so then now you're going to be fighting against the federal side of it, because those are going to go up to the Supreme Court. That's why it's important to own the land. We got a partner.
Every state regulate businesses doing business, corporations doing business within their state.
If they can prove that they're being taxed and it's discriminatory taxation, or they're being targeted because it's a white-owned business, it's not going to bode well. I mean, we're always saying that the system is up against us. If it goes to the federal level, it's a losing situation. So we need to partner with black business owners that are there. We need to partner with black landowners and farmers, and then create those opportunities there. Grow the economics. Once we take control of the economics, we have the political capital to be able to put people in positions of power at that point. And now not only do we control the economics, now we also control the politics. it's much harder to control the economics if you control the politics first. So if we look at what the Asians have done as far as a successful model, they make more, they have a higher median income, they have a higher median education, they have a higher median of two-parent homes. So and they're not that strong, and they're very strong within the political game. They were able to become a protected race, and here we are still waiting for that. So it's about controlling the economics first and then gaining the politics after. I mean, the models are there. The models are right there.
Well, do you know why the Asians have favorable regulations and laws in the United States?
They don't. They're discriminated against in the higher educational systems. They're being pushed out, and there's been recent court cases where universities have been sued for discrimination against Asian people.
All right, sir. All right. The Asians make up 5% or 4% of the national population. However, they're like 15 to 20% of the students in many universities. How have they been discriminated?
Because the way that they're being discriminated is when they're trying to go, they put caps. Universities put caps on how many Asians that they're accepting. So they're pushing.
Also, there's another thing. And there's also another thing, Aaron. A lot of Chinese students from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, from China, they come to the university and they are counted with those other Asians in those universities. And these are foreign. These are not even Asian citizens. I mean, Asian American citizens.
I don't think that I brought that up as a thing. So I'm talking about the Asian Americans, which means all encompassing, regardless of what part of the Asian continent you come from. I'm talking about the ones who are American citizens. If you look at their income for American citizens, they have they're a couple points higher than whites. They're leading in education. They're leading in economic wealth higher than white people.
But do you understand why? Do you understand why? Right? Look,
I do understand why, because they have a culture that uplifts that.
Well, I disagree with that. I've been all over. I've been to every single Asian country, right? And a lot of times these Asian countries, they subjugate their own people.
So what you're trying to tell me is that education is not important in places like Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, stuff like that.
I didn't say South Korea and Japan are doing okay, but countries like
these are the people who are in the United States.
You got different countries. You got different countries. All Asian countries are not the same, right? Yes, you got Japan and Korea. They're doing great, right? But you got China, Indonesia, the Philippines, Cambodia, Burma, Vietnam. Those countries are not doing so great.
How many people from the Philippines? How many people from the Philippines come to America and become nurses? The majority of the Filipinos who come to America become nurses because that is what they see as a mode of success. And then what do? They make their money here, they send it back. Once they get a certain amount of money, they go back home, they invest in their family, and they become rich there. So
look at this. Aaron, I know exactly what is there. The Philippines have 2 million, too many nurses. These nurses fail the international nursing program examination, and most of them cannot leave the country because they fail. Only the best students in the Philippines are able to make it to the United States or to Great Britain. I know this, sir, because I got family members in the Philippines that try to, they go to these nursing universities, right? Because back in the 90s and the early 2000s, the government was pushing for nurses. We need more nurses. Now they got 2 million, too many nurses, and the average salary for nurses in the Philippines is less than $300 per month. Right?
But what is the income of nurses? What is the income of a qualified RN in America? And we see a large majority of the community of the Philippines being nurses and caretakers and stuff like that. That's all I'm saying, Black. That's all I'm saying, brother. Yeah. Is there's success to follow. That's all I'm saying, man.
But I don't think putting all our resources in creating nurses is a viable solution, because
you're getting tunnel vision. I'm not just talking about nurses. I'm talking about talking about looking at all models of success and then applying it to the majority Black states. Right? We're talking about the same thing. Yeah. We're talking about looking at all the places of success. What I'm doing is I'm pointing out and saying, yes, the system is created for white folks, and they're intimidated by the Asian population outdoing them in both education, in money, and in business. So they're actually trying to discriminate against those people, right? They're discriminating against us too. We're the OGs of discrimination and oppression, and they're trying to keep us in a system of control. I understand that. I get that. But we have to, like I said, we have to get our minds evolved to the point where we are looking at what is working, and then we take those models and we apply those models and we apply those models to our cultural strengths. Imagine, if you will, taking the mindset or the model of education is paramount in the Black community, and the success that we have with the legacy of victories that we've had in the country that has been completely oppressing us forever. I mean, we have models of victories even within our own Black history that should be inspiring us, but these things aren't being taught in our schools. And these are the things that we need to demand and also teach in our lower education, so that we have models of inspiration to say, oh man, look at this guy. He was doing this crap during Jim Crow. He was doing this crap during slavery. This person escaped slavery and became one of the most recognizable faces on earth, more so than any other president or any other living being on the planet Earth in his time. So these are the models that we need.
Right. Hey, Aaron, the biggest difference I see between Black Americans and the Asians is that, and Asian Americans, is that they have their home country that represents them, right? Like, you have the Chinese government, you got the Japanese government, you got the Korean government, you got the Indonesian government, you got the Thai government, Filipino government. When their citizens in the United States are going through trauma, right? These countries, these national governments can come in and support and represent their citizens, right? But the Chinese are doing, they have a government. Say it again.
They have a caucus in America, right here in America as well. You know what the Chinese are doing? The Chinese have got together as a coalition. So when they have people that come in from China that immigrate to China, they have a coalition of people that have money together that they build up through other businesses that have been here that preceded us. This is why I'm thinking this whole thing about creating the base that will help us launch us in success as a Black majority state. What the Chinese have been doing is another model to follow, is when they have immigrants to come in, they have an address. And the things that they thrive in is the things that they were allowed to do in the 1800s, in the early 1900s, when everybody started moving west and building the railroads, is Chinese restaurants, laundromats, and tailoring. Those are the things that they hook up the people who don't necessarily have the doctorates and the high things. And what they do is they have a Rolodex, and they look through their little thing, and they say, if there's not a Chinese restaurant here, we're going to send you there. They give them enough money to go over there to buy a home or to rent a place and start a business, a Chinese food restaurant, a laundromat, or tailor shop, or any other number of businesses, whatever it might
Right.
be. And so they set their people up for success. This is what we need to do for these black states as well. So what I'm saying is we need to start looking at models of success. There's no political group that's marching into like they left China. They're dissidents. They don't have any support whatsoever.
No, that's true. That's not true. That's not true.
They built the community. That's what I'm saying, brother. Because this is something that exists. They built a
Aaron, have you ever been to China? Aaron, have you ever been to China?
What I'm saying is they built a community in America. I'm talking about America, sir. They built a community in America to set up people who immigrate to this country to go off and to succeed in other places. Okay.
All right. This is how they do it. This is how the Chinese people do it, right? Okay. You know, China is the manufacturer of the world, right? They make all the goods for the world, right? Now, if you're a Chinese immigrant to any country, right? If you speak Chinese, Mandarin, or Cantonese, whatever language you speak in China, right? You go to these manufacturers and say, look, I live in Nigeria, right? And I want to set up where I can import goods from China into Nigeria, right? I don't have any money. However, I do have some connection in Nigeria with the Nigerian government or whatever, right? And if you can send goods from your manufacturer to Nigeria, then I can sell those items or wholesale those items to retailers in Nigeria. That's how they do it, man. They do that.
I'm fully aware of that side of it. But I'm saying that the before China became a major economic powerhouse that had all their fingers in everything, that was a system that was set up for immigrants who were escaping China, who were political refugees from China. What you're saying is 100% happening. I mean, they're sending chemists to Mexico and Colombia and even in America to create fentanyl. You know, it's like they have other programs that are in social media programs that are in the United States that, you know, they're trying to get information. I'm fully aware of what's going on with China.
They also have the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus.
We have the Black Caucus here in the United States.
Right. So can I ask the question? Because we were saying that black people we don't come together as one and vote.
Oh man, I'm glad you. I'm glad you.
Can we say that without pointing out the fact that we have a group of people that look like us that
I'm so glad you see it, because my man's been on he's been on a rant.
Black Caucus, the NAACP.
Oh my God! Right. This dude's been on.
Yeah, they don't represent us necessarily. They're looking out to make money and fend for themselves. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so I finally get a word in here. I kind of wanted to let that run a little bit.
Make shots for us and stuff though. Don't they speak for us?
Let me get in here for a second. And I'll let you go. I'll let you go next. So I let that run on a little bit because for those who have been in spaces for a while, I just wanted them to kind of get a real good understanding of the difference between people who really have solutions and who think solution oriented based on what we are here to talk about, which is specifically about gaining political authority in this country. And then people who kind of take the conversation down 1,000 different places that really have absolutely nothing to do with what we talk about, to be quite honest. When it comes to federal funding in states, the federal government sends money to the states in whatever proportion that it has done historically, and we could track that number or that amount or that percentage, whatever it is, and we could quantify if the federal government in fact tried to do something different simply because the state is now a Black majority state, and we would pursue them in federal court if we thought that that was the case for whatever reason. It would be unconstitutional. It's called, there's a lot of things that create coerciveness from the federal government in attempting to control the way a state operates. It's been determined that it's unconstitutional for the federal government to keep money away from states because they want the state to do a certain thing, or they don't like the way a state is doing a certain thing. So there are already court cases on the books that really outline and define that relationship. And that was said earlier. I didn't interrupt, but I wanted to make that very, very clear. A lot of things were said that were very opinion based, but not factual based in terms of the relationship between states and the federal government, the relationship between the political authority in a state and the economics of that state. The government in every single state in America, and likely everywhere on the planet Earth, is the number one economic generator within the jurisdiction of that government. They set the policy, they set the regulation, they hire the most people. The government produces the economy of the state, period. And all private and corporate industry has got to go through the state in order to operate. So there isn't this idea, because these are, I don't know how many obstacles have been put in front of a Black majority state tonight, but enough that I probably in the past would have been, a little excited, but I've been here, did here and done that. There is no obstacle that you can put in front of a Black majority state. Every time a person attempts to put an obstacle in front of a Black majority state, what they're doing is saying, I'm not really trying to do that because whatever it is, I like the Republican Party. I like the Democrat Party. I like living. I like living in the state that I'm living in. I have no desire to be a part of this Black majority state movement. I'm not going to be on the first wave, second wave, third wave. Maybe if I see 3 or 4 of these states come together and I see that they're successful, then I'll be a late bandwagoner to the situation, and that's okay, and that's fine, because we certainly do expect that there are going to be people who are very hesitant because our people have been conditioned to be extremely hesitant, and it probably at this point seems to be a survival mechanism of stay and fight, and or just sit around and let everything, all this chaos happen around us, because chaos has always been happening around us and we seem to somehow come out on the other end. But we spend a lot of time trying to explain why this is a very different time period. This is an extremely different time period that we're living through. And it's very likely that a lot of us won't necessarily make it through to the other side. And if we do, we may be so battered and damaged and broken that there's really not a whole lot left on the other end. And what we're simply saying is, for those who are willing and able and open to the idea to, yes, participate it, don't let anything be an obstacle to your participation in establishing a Black majority state, because it is global political, economic, social power, period. There's nothing that can get in the way of that, other than the people that are needed to make it happen simply decide not to do anything. Because if we just don't do anything, nothing will ever happen. If I put an obstacle in front of everything that I try to do in life, nothing would have ever gotten done. If I put an obstacle in front of me going to work every day, I'll never get to work because I got to do this first, or I got to do that first, or I got to do that first. No, I wake up, I do my daily routine, I grab something to eat on my way out the door, and I go to work. There's no obstacles in that process. When I start a business, I locate a location. I contact the people. I take the money that I have. I put it down on the lease. I go through the process. Now, outside forces that I have absolutely no control over, unfortunately, have put a lot of obstacles in my way in this particular attempt to start this particular business. But I'm still chugging along. I'm still working through the process. So for me, there is no obstacle that I'm going to put in front of myself in order to open up this business. The same way there should be no obstacle that a person who is logically thinking that, you know what, this is actually going to do something that's going to change Black America forever. Don't care about none of these other groups. Don't care about none of these other countries. Don't care about these immigrants. Don't care about these Caucasians. Don't care about none of these other people. I'm going to do something that's going to benefit Black American lineage descendants, period. And the one thing I can do is simply pack up my shit, get in a U-Haul, and drive to Delaware or Mississippi, depending on where you feel most comfortable, and then start to organize the people locally and find the people that actually want to get into a position of elected office so they can go through those budgets, they can find inefficiencies to get rid of, and they can take those funds and they can transfer them over to the Black community, and then they can find out where these people that are in positions of authority are stealing money or taking money away from the Black community that is supposed to be earmarked to the Black community, and they can reclaim that money, and they can find people to contract with the local government in their local area, in their jurisdiction, and they can set up meetings and sessions and town halls to get the people in the community, the people that they call stakeholders, that live in the community, to start working with the government to actually effectively use the government the way it's supposed to be used, the way that every other community seems to be able to figure out how to use the government for their benefit. For their benefit. So there are no obstacles. We're not going to put obstacles in front of us. We're not going to believe that the federal government has this unilateral power to keep money away from states, because that's a fiction. And we're not going to sit here and say that we have to build up this massive economy in order to take over a state, because that's absurd. All we have to do is live in the jurisdiction where the vote takes place, work, vote, and organize. That's it. Work, vote, and organize. And as long as we do those things, we will have success. And there's nothing and nobody that can stop us. Nothing and nobody that can stop us.
And yet, one of the obstacles for you to be able to do that is to start your business there in Pennsylvania first. Okay.
I agree.
That is actually not an obstacle, to be quite honest. I've invested significant funds, and I'm going to make sure that my funds produce a return on investment. That is a personal issue, but that's not stopping you or anybody that I've talked to, the tens thousands of people that I've talked to over the last 5 years, from moving to Delaware and actually starting this plan. It's not stopping anybody. If anybody's waiting on me to go to Delaware to make the move themselves, then that is the problem. But it's not because I'm doing something that's adverse to it. It's because people are not deciding to act themselves. That's not an obstacle I'm creating.
Leading a movement
and
is leading also by example. So in this case, in looking at the title, it's a leaderless movement right now, because no one's leading by example. And so I have never been opposed to your idea. I'm not putting obstacles.
It's not a leaderless movement. That is a mischaracterization. I said earlier, Gary Johnson is in Louisiana. He's ran for office. He's been in front of every microphone and every viral video that he can possibly be. And he has said emphatically that he wants to build the new Black South. He wants our people to come there. There are others who are way out there with way more resources than I probably ever will have, who have written books, who have done documentaries, who have done multiple articles over the last few years and thousands of interviews about this topic. And they actually do live in one of these states. So I am not the leader. As I said before, there needs to be thousands of leaders, because one leader cannot do this alone. It requires everybody to take a part and participate and to actually make the thing happen. So that the way you categorize it as if everything depends on me to do something, again, is a fallacy, because there are other people that are leading or people in that direction for the same political purpose. The problem is not me and what I'm doing in my personal life. It's the fact that people, for whatever reason, don't seem to want to get activated. They don't want to get active. Now, all I can do is continue to show them why they need to get active, why they must get active, why they should get active. But the thing that I'm not going to do is allow obstacles to be put in the path of people who are already hesitant to do anything at all. That's absurd.
And I'm not putting obstacles in anybody's way either. I've never once suggested that it shouldn't be done. What I've been suggesting is a way that would be easier for it to be done by creating a community that's already there. One of the obstacles that you've mentioned is that there has to be a political power there first. If we gather money together, buy a plot of land, start building on that land, it's much easier to do.
I never said there has to be a political power there first. I never said that. I mean, because I have to interrupt you at this point, because you keep saying things that are not, they're just not in any realm of reality at all. I explained earlier in the conversation that when I move there, I'm going to move there. I'm going to work. We're going to organize with the local people, because the local people are the ones who are eligible to be elected, because there are residency requirements in most state jurisdictions. You have to be a resident of the state in order to run for local office. So I can't run for office. All I can do is talk to people and explain to them what we need to do. And if they agree with that, they can work with us as we add more people and we create a voter block. That's what I'm going to do, is create a voter block. So no matter who's running for election, that we have actual leverage against them. So if we have 100 voters, or if we have 1,000 voters, or if we have 10,000 voters, or 10,000 voters are going to vote the same way at the same time, regardless of who the candidate is. And we prefer that candidate be someone from our group, so that they already know what the plan is. That doesn't require us to own the economy or to establish businesses or do this or do that. All that really requires is conversation. That is a conversation that has to be had over and over and over and over and over again until everybody gets on the same page. That's called work.
What is required? I'm sorry.
Oh shit.
What is required to get a political candidate involved and moving forward? It's money and donations. If we don't have that, then
see again, because you're like, this is so part of the problem is you live where you live. You've lived in this environment your whole entire life. And so you think the way that you are submersed in your environment, everything, all the answers or all the questions or all the obstacles that you put out are based on your experience. That's
based on reality.
It's not reality. It's not reality. It's not reality at all. Because if I can develop, and as we develop a voting block, an organized voting block, we don't need money to run a candidate because we have the votes.
Okay.
We have
So
the
you don't need
overwhelming
money for a
majority of
campaign,
votes.
don't
I
need money
don't.
for advertisement.
Why do
You're
I
saying
need
that
to advertise to
okay.
people that are already a part of the voting block? Why do I
Okay.
need any of that? If the voting block has the majority of the votes in that jurisdiction, whether it's 1,000 or 10,000, and they're all saying, and they're in communication, we're going to vote together. Why do I need to advertise? I don't.
Okay.
That's the
Okay.
answer. I don't.
Okay. Like I said, this has been a great conversation. I greatly appreciate it, and I respect you, and I'm there behind you. And when this thing, if there's anything that I can do to help the movement move forward, I'm all about it. I'm not about putting obstacles. I'm about overcoming and breaking through obstacles, but it also has to be based in reality. And I'm there regardless, because it's all about hope and moving forward. So let's move forward.
All right, thanks, Aaron. Look, Aaron, I know you have concerns, and I just tried to address your concerns, but you already said that you do support the concept, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah, let me say this, man. Ain't nobody with intelligence that has sat around and looked at the system and has done everything they can to really, really fully understand the system is going to participate in the system the way the system is designed. Voting and elections and campaigns, they're all money-making opportunities. They're money-making schemes. That is a whole nother system. It's a Ponzi scheme, in fact. And these two political parties control it. You're not going to outspend them. So you can't go into that particular fight or that particular game thinking that you're going to develop enough revenue to outspend the parties that control the entire planet.
It's not being about outspending.
It's a fool's errand to try to build up a some type of political war chest, so that you can compete against the people that are out there who we all know are harming our population. We all know are ignoring our population. We all know that these people mean us no good at all. And even in the states that we're in, where people may be somewhat confused, you got to take the time to actually explain to them and go through the budgets and figure out why the money isn't coming to them, because the money is there. The money is there. The money that they should already have is there. It comes to there. It comes down from the federal government every year. And literally the state is collecting the money every single year. But for some reason, the money never gets to the Black community. And you have to explain to them why that is. Who is in the way? It's obviously the people that look like them that are supposed to be representing them that are not representing them. So you have those. We're not saying that though. We're not saying that. So you have those face-to-face conversations with each voter in one-on-ones and one-on-fives and one-on-100s, whatever it takes to get the message clearly into the minds of the people that one may not actually vote at all. The fact that 40% of our population doesn't vote, to me, says that there's 40% of our population that doesn't have anything to vote for, and we need to give them something to vote for. So we develop a voter block out of a population that the majority political parties can't reach, because they are not interested in ads and campaign ads and town hall debates on TV. They want someone who's going to talk to them face to face and deliver to them. For me, it's not about getting up a bunch of donations from a bunch of poor people and trying to go to some office and lying to the people about what we're going to do, and we're just doing the same exact thing that has already been done. No, we have to do things differently from the start, radically different, in order to create a radically different result. It's not as complicated as people make it. It's only because we only think in terms of the situation and the condition that we've been trained to think in. It's indoctrination. We have to think differently. way that they do things, we have to figure out a way around it. We have to figure out a way to go through it, under it, over it, whatever we have to do. We can't participate in the system in the same way that they participate in it, because they have it rigged. It's rigged every step of the way. And there's really no getting around that. There's no competing against these people, because they control and they rig the system for their advantage. So you have to be able to go to your people in honesty and earnesty and say, look, this is what we have to do. We need you to be with us. These are the people that are with us. We've got a list of 10 people that are with us. We've got a list of 100 people that are with us. We have 1,000 people that are with us. We know we need 10,000 votes to win. We need to get to 10,000. Can you help us get to 10,000? And once we get to 10,000, guess what? If we don't have a candidate in the race at that particular moment, we go to the candidates that are in the race and we say, look, we have 10,000 votes and we know you cannot win without these 10,000 votes. Put it on paper, put it in writing, sign your name to it. Because if you don't, if you are incapable, incompetent, and incapable of delivering on the things that you promise us in writing, the next time we will have a candidate and we will implement the policy that you were unable to implement. It's really got to be that simple. There's really no playing the game, finessing the system, massaging, yada, yada, yada. No, we simply have to organize. And money.
I agree.
Money.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I just think that we have to point out the people to our people that say this is how we've been getting messed over. If not, they're gonna fall for the same trick again.
Like I said, I gotta get going. I gotta try to get this guy to sleep. He's being stubborn. He's not going to sleep right now. But I greatly appreciate the conversation, and we're on the same road. We're just taking, I think, just different modes of transportation. I think, and I think if we do it all together at the same time, that it'd be successful. Take all the best ideas and move them forward all at once. So I agree with your movements idealistically, and I agree with your plan idealistically. It's just feasibly to do it with zero funding. I don't think that's what you're saying, so I'm not going to even play semantics. So I agree with what you're saying, and let's go.
All right, Aaron, you have a good day, man. I mean, good morning, actually.
Yeah, shout out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, shout out to Aaron. I mean, Aaron he's a good dude, man. He's a real good dude. Shout out to him. And I do appreciate people who, they have their thing. Some of the YouTube folks was like, man, what's the disruptions? We got multiple disruptors tonight, but I've had good conversations with Aaron, so I know he means well, and he's a solid person. It is a different approach. I think for what it's worth, a lot of people want to do more of the same, and I just don't see that as being something that's going to be productive if we just simply do more of the same, because we've been doing those things over and over and over and over and over again, and it's not going to help at this point. It hasn't helped in the past in any significant way. I don't see how it could help in the future of us just doing the same thing over and over and over again, just because there's different faces or different people or we're in different places. I think that we have to do something radically different, and we have to change the way that we operate radically differently in order to get a radically different result. I really think that's really, really, really super important is for us to develop entirely different strategies against this system. When I wrote the book, it was to try to circumvent. I mean, the whole black majority population, voting population, is designed to circumvent 95% of the issues that we face. And you're not going to do that by simply repeating things from the past, because if they were effective, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in today. I mean, we just wouldn't be. I don't think we have this huge single parent issue in our population. It's the fact that a very small percentage is elevated by the system in order to present a false representation of who and what we are as a people. And that's the way the system operates, because the system is anti-Black American. I mean, that's just is what it is. There's really no getting around that. And so I don't see us, being model citizens, and then that brings us political authority in this system. I just don't get the thinking on that part, because again, we've been model citizens long before most of these immigrants, ever got here, and that includes the Europeans. So I think we got to be just really, really honest with ourselves, and you can war game it out and say, okay, well, what if we do this, if we do this, if we do this, then what obstacles can they put in our way? Because they're going to put obstacles in our way no matter what we do. And if we're trying to compete with them financially, you can just forget about that. That's never going to happen. And if you're putting obstacles in your own path, I think you are self-sabotaging yourself to say, we can't do this unless this happens. We can't do that unless that happens. I can't do this unless that happens. Well, if you put all these obstacles in your way, nothing's ever going to happen, because you're always going to have these. They really amount to excuses as to why nothing ever gets done. Well, because that's in the way, or that's in the way, or that's in the way, or or I had to do that first before that happened. No, you simply get out there and make it happen. I mean, that might be a street law for those who may have never had any experience in the streets. Man, you just get out there and make it happen. And the universe works in mysterious ways, but it really just works for people who work. When you get out there and work, the universe brings you the things that you need to accomplish your goal. That's really how the universe operates.
So what about everybody else in Africa who'll be having the same trying to manifest their thoughts, bro?
I'm not African. I'm not African. You'd have to ask an African what that's about. I have no idea.
You're not you don't have African DNA?
I am not African. I cannot speak for an African. You would have to talk to an African.
Oh, I see where we going at with this. Oh boy.
I'm sorry. So what's your question again, sir? Black American.
It's Black America. Now he just like
this is Black American homeland. I said, what is your question again? I didn't hear your question. The question.
No, I was just commenting on what he said. I asked no question.
Oh, okay.
But my question is so y'all think voting is going to help the situation for Black America?
The what now?
Do you think voting is going to help Black America?
Well, look, we think that if we take supermajority population of a state, right, and we have the supermajority of the representation and supermajority of the votes, yes, we can take political control of a state.
But how can you take political control of a state when all the politicians already took an oath to Freemasonry and Boule? You know what I'm saying?
I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that.
I understand you don't believe in it, but it's on your money. It's on the Capitol. It's downtown.
What happened? Did the space collapse? Damn it! Of course it did. Let me hurry up and get back in here before this thing try to shut down all the way. Oh my God, these people are crazy.
So we stick to that, please. I ain't trying to be on no, you know what I'm saying? We just stick to that.
Okay. Well, this is the only relevant thing that I have that can say that you mentioned about everything is controlled by certain organizations and people, right? Well, what I'm trying to say is South Africa was totally controlled by white people. But until 1994, right, the Black African population had the right to vote, right? They had the right to vote in their country. Right, because they didn't have the right to vote before 1994. They didn't have the right.
Right, you know, Nelson Mandela was killing all them devils that was down there killing black landowners in South Africa. So they locked him up, right? His spirit. Yeah, you know the story about South America, right? South Africa, right?
Right. He became president in 1994.
Yeah, you know why he became president? Because he became a Knights Malta. He's a member of the Knights of Malta. So if you Google Nelson Mandela and Knights of Malta robe, he got the whole fucking robe on, bro. You know South Africa was supposed to get 15% of all dealings, meaning diamonds, gold, any type of export to leave that country. And that's what Nelson Mandela got them people to sign on to that you just talked about. And these peoples don't get none of that shit. They still controlled by these white devils. That's why in America,
well, you got Anglo America, you got De Beers. Oh yeah,
bro, it's still the Jews, my nigga. At the end of the day, I get it, but it's still the Jews. The Jews print the money. So if you print money, you control everything on the board. It's not really hard to comprehend. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, okay, so here we go in America, right? So I just left another space. Niggas in there crying about the immigrants about to come and take the jobs. Like, niggas is like, yo, Black America, yo, we just really don't fucking get it, bro. We lost it. For real. Like, from Malcolm X to Black Panthers to the 80s crack, and niggas just lost it. Hip-hop done fucked everything up. You know why Indians don't vote? Asians don't vote? Mexicans just starting to vote. They don't, Arabs don't vote. These foreigners and immigrants, they don't vote. They gonna get these poor motherfuckers to vote. But them other groups don't vote because they put that resource together and build shit and fund themselves.
Nah, bro, they do politics, bro.
Brother, it's not only 2% of Asians vote. 2% of Asians vote. Arabs don't vote. I got what y'all saying, bro. Like y'all, it's still not clear. Y'all still gonna have a question or an answer to try to prompt that, bro. Niggas is building free energy technology right now. You feel me? Shit is crazy, yo. Niggas can get free right now, bro. Out this system. What do we got to lose? They about to run this bitch into the ground, bro. Black folks don't even read, my nigga. You can give black folks a documentary to check out about how these motherfuckers gonna destabilize Black America. Niggas ain't gonna watch it. So niggas can get back. So you can see how these devils is playing, and you can start to combat the shit. But niggas don't even want to do that. Niggas still talking about voting, and we got to get Trump in there. Trump don't print the money. All his children are married to Jewish bankers. And their children is married to other Jewish bankers.
Bro, it can work 1,000%. It can work. If you have the
Black man, it's not going to work, black man. The Jews got a book called The Protocols, bro. Black America is not supposed to surpass nobody. That's not the job. That's not the job. Just like I was saying earlier, right?
I get it. You're right. They do it. They do. But I'm saying, so you saying that we can't because that's what they say?
No, I'm not saying, brother. Listen, right? Black probably know me, but he don't know me. He just know me on here, right?
Right.
So he was talking that street shit. Niggas been in the street. Nigga been in the weed game for almost 20 years. You feel me? When Trump legalized the hemp, niggas bought the land. Niggas making batteries from marijuana, bro.
The most cleanest energy on the planet, strongest energy, powerful energy come from out the ground every 3 months. You can grow your own source of unlimited clean energy. China and Russia is already doing this shit, bro. It's about to be $1 trillion a year industry. They running out of lithium. Elon Musk and all of them about to start running to the hemp, bro. They making gasoline from this shit. They've been making gasoline since the 20s off this shit. They're making propane gas from this shit, bro. You talking about energy to power your house forever. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's time to get self-reliant. It's time to start thinking self-governance.
But what can stop us from being in black majority states, right? And we put people in places, mayor, police chief that love black people and want to see them.
That shit don't mean nothing, bro. They took a blood oath, bro. Them niggas took blood oaths. Why you think NFL players and sports players don't do shit for black communities, bro? I got 3 homeboys in the NFL right now.
Hey, man, look, man. Hey, I don't believe none of that stuff, man. Hey, man,
it ain't nothing to believe in, though. It ain't nothing to believe. It's not a belief. It's not God, nigga. Niggas gotta get out that religion shit, too. There ain't no belief, nigga. This is what it is. Follow the money.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Have you ever been outside the country?
Yes. Canada, Africa. Yeah, Canada. Canada.
These folks.
Say it again.
What's your net worth? What's your net wealth? How much you worth, man?
Why the fuck does that matter?
We talking money?
Because I want to know what your experience is in living in this world. Like, where have you been? Look, I've been to 33 countries. I did business all over the world, and I'm a multi-millionaire.
There you go. Bing, bing, bing.
You can be
Bing,
anybody
bing,
on
bing.
here. You can be anybody on social media,
Bing,
but
bing,
I
bing.
don't know you to believe
I
that.
live in another country. Look,
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I don't know you to stamp that.
Another country, you gotta have.
But I don't know you to stamp that, though, bro. I don't know you to stamp that.
No. If you
see what that got to do with free energy and getting free. That's what I'm talking about, getting free. You talking about where I'm from and all this shit, how much money I make. That's nigga shit, bro. That money ain't worth shit, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Every time I go on black spaces, I get nigga shit. How much money you make? What's
Money
this and
ain't
all that?
worth
Why
nothing.
the fuck
Oh,
is that,
God.
man? I'm talking about free energy technology that we already doing. Niggas is building free energy technology.
Energy.
No more,
Okay. Free
no more
energy.
paying gas, electric bills, bro. Magnetic generators. Go to Home Depot, spend about $200, get a fucking HHO generator for your car, bro. Where you don't have to
Hey,
refuel
the active
every 4 to 6
activists.
months.
What's up? What's up?
Easing a burden off your fucking back, and you talking about how much money I make, my nigga. Shit is sad as fuck. That money ain't worth shit, bro. Can't eat that shit. How many gardens you got, nigga? How much gold and silver you got? That's the shit you do. How many guns and ammunition? So if you're in another country, nigga, you can't own no weapon. America's the only place you can own weapon. So you already out the loop already. You already out the loop. I know you got your weapon, bro. Whatever, bro. That's what I be saying. Every time I go into black space, there's always some nigga shit, bro. Y'all niggas ain't ready to get free yet. You niggas still want to buy Prada and look good, nigga. Fuck out of here, man.
Hey, man, you get the fuck out of here, man. Get all out of space, man. Because, look, we talking about shit, right? And you talking about some other shit. Talking about some, man, that's bullshit, man.
We gonna drop you.
Look, I don't even talk like this, and you got me pissed off.
Man, look here. Hey, man, you know, our people are traumatized, man. There's a lot of trauma.
Yeah, man. That's why, hey, Black. I mean, look, we've been doing this for 2.5 years. This is crazy, dude. I mean, man, people can't focus on this one thing, man. They have to, talk about energy. Look, man, they talking about making hemp, right? Growing hemp, right?
Dear God.
Look, all these countries in the world can grow hemp. Vietnam, the Philippines, Australia, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Argentina, Africa, man. Africa's got way more arable land than the United States, right? If everybody's growing hemp, right, that means that hemp's going to be really cheap. How is he going to make money?
This guy, he has no idea.
If everybody's growing hemp, I mean, that's ridiculous, man.
He has no idea.
I mean, you can't grow yourself into power. I mean, shit.
Yeah, so in spite of what he heard, I'm on marketsandmarkets.com. And this says the industrial hemp market size is expected to grow rapidly in the next years, rising from 6.8 billion in 2022 to 18.1 billion in 2027. And and I'm looking at this. I'm trying to make sure that this is like the American market. So I see United States, I see China in here. So I'm not sure if they're saying this is the global market, because that's what I was really trying to find. What the global market. So yeah, this is global forecast 2027. So this is an insider market website where they are essentially saying that this market globally in 2027 will only be $18 billion. So, you know, some people talk loud, they scream, they don't know what they're talking about. They just talk loud. And then they talking about free energy. Well, free energy destroys and collapses multiple industries all at the same damn time. You start giving away energy for free and people can't fucking work. People can't eat. There's got to be at least a dozen. It's just like when you shut down a car factory and you destroy all of the businesses that operate around, that supply the seats, that supply the knobs, that supply the radios, that supply the tires. You destroy multiple industries at the same damn time. So what he wants to do is essentially collapse multiple industries and really fuck up the economy. And of course he has no interest in politics because the vote doesn't matter. And I agree to that to the extent as the current condition that we're living in, it has very little effect for us, and that's by design. But the whole point is for us to change that by doing something radically different, but not having these pie in the sky, free world, free energy, free everything solutions that don't really, exist. In reality, it's kind of sad, but I've heard that speech multiple times, and it's just hilarious to me at this point.
Yeah, that's the third or second time I heard this on that space about this hemp. I mean,
it's fucking hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, even if they're able to start a hemp growing, type of business, right? They're going to be regulated heavily by the state and the federal
They're not going to
government.
let you disrupt these other fucking industries. Yeah, I'm on another site where it says, and this is Fortune Business Insights, by 2030 it will have gotten to 31.98 billion, so essentially 32 billion by 2030. There's a state in America that has a $32 billion GDP. That and so a lot of people don't really know what GDP is in terms of the the revenue stream of a state. So you have the GDP, which is the state GDP, and then you also have every single citizen that has the money that they earn, right? And then you have federal appropriations that come down to the state. You have other factors that actually participate in the amount of the economy of that state. So a 32 or $30 billion GDP could be multiplied 4 or 5 times when you take into account all of these other factors. But if you're just talking about
GDP does the GDP includes all the production of the individuals, the government. It takes into account everything. The GDP, the gross domestic product. That means everything that is produced within that area, that the territory of that state. Like let's say Mississippi is 148 billion, right? That's their total GDP. So that includes the government. That includes corporations, firms that are in the state. That includes everything. The 480, like the United States as a whole is around $25 trillion. That's their total GDP. 25 trillion. That includes government, the corporations, individuals, production. That includes everything. And the world is, I think, if I can remember correctly, 125. Let's see, the United States is about 1/4. So the world is $105 trillion. Under 110 trillion. That's the GDP of the whole world put together, combined. Now they got something called the PPP. Now the PPP is much greater because what they're doing with the PPP is they are accounting for the costs of things. Good example, usually the PPP. Can you hear me, Black?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Usually the PPP includes the cost where usually your third world countries, right? Let's say if their GDP is $3,000 per capita, let's say $100 billion, then usually their PPP would double to $200 billion because goods and services are cheaper within that country. So that means that the what's that word? The GDP will almost, the PPP will double because of the what I think called the parity. I can't really think right now, but usually the PPP is twice as much as the GDP when it comes to third world country, while in the United States the PPP and the GDP are totally the same. Hey, Black, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just, I'm actually looking at that because I've never looked at GDP as it including personal income, and the reason is this. And I was just trying to do a quick calculation, but if I take the average salary of an American citizen, and I extrapolate that out.
I don't think you can do it like that.
Well,
that's the total production.
Yeah, and so when because
salary, see if you take the salary, it's gonna be a lot less. Because if you take the salary of a person, is gonna be a lot less than the GDP. Because let's say the person's salary is $40,000 per year, but the per capita GDP per person in the United States is in the 70s. So I think, is that what you're trying to say when it's something is higher? Because you might be right, because the GDP of when they do the GDP is the production of everything, right? So that can be around 70. The United States can be in the high 70,000. But when they do per capita salary, I think it's around 55 or 58,000 per capita when it comes to salary per person. So yeah, the GDP will be higher than the salary because it's not including corporate production. It's not including government expenditure.
Yeah, so when I did those states, and I'm gonna try my best to find one. It's I got to figure out how to find it on this thing. So when I did those states, let me just do Delaware and see if I can find it like that. and I did GDP. I looked at whatever site had their GDP, you know, by state marked there, and then I added the federal appropriations that go to that state, I believe is what I added. And then I estimated the salaries of the people in that state, Delaware GDP to come up with a total. And that's not even total, because there's going to be things that are not caught in even GDP numbers, because there's a lot of businesses that operate under, under the table, quote unquote. And I'm not even talking about illegal stuff. I'm just talking about side hustles that people generate income on. But yeah, I tried to come up with a threefold number.
Dude, know what I need to do? I need to calculate. Have something called the state gross. The state what is domestic product, which is SDP, or something like that. The state domestic or the state gross product P. And I need to look at that and add up all 50 states and then compare that to the United States total GDP. We might get a different number there. I need to check that.
Yeah, so like so this is what I came up with. So for Delaware, I had a GDP of 81 billion. Okay. And then I had a budget, which is the state and federal budget combined, of 17 billion. And then I had income of 45. They had 45,000 average is what I use as an average. And I came up with 23 billion. And then I added those three numbers up to 121 billion. So that number could be, plus or minus 5 or 6, let's say. So it could be as low as 115, as high as 125 or 126. But that's the general ballpark of what I was trying to come up with to try to figure out what the actual total revenue is inside of the state that we would eventually have a significant control over. We're not going to have control over everybody's individual income, obviously, but we would have control over the state budget. And then at the same time, we're not going to have total control over the GDP, but through policy and everything like that, we certainly would be at least managing some of that, if not most of that. So that's kind of the three numbers that I wanted to use to develop a better idea of how much actual economic output a state would produce annually. Because again, I don't think the GDP, now if the GDP incorporates some of these, I would have to really, really understand that and get a better feeling on what that is. I looked at a couple sites as you were talking. They've got a bunch, they've actually got all these different ideas of what GDP is, and they got all these different formulas, but I still think that the state budget with the federal funds is one particular measure. The income averaged out over the population is one measure. And then this GDP, whatever that number represents, would be the third portion of that equation. And that I've seen that PPP, but to me, that seems like it's more or less a consumer number, not so much a representative of the economy in the way that I wanted the number to represent the actual economic viability of the state.
That's why I never use PPP, because usually in the PPP, the United States, their GDP and PPP never change. It's the same number. However, when you go to let's say Nigeria, right? Their GDP is like 550 billion, but their PPP is over 1 trillion. So their PPP doubles because the cost of services and products are cheaper So that means their money goes far further. So but yeah, I don't like using PPP, but they use PPP in a lot of measuring the economies of different countries, especially poor countries.
Yeah, 10-4 on that. So I'm looking at the Bureau of Economic.
This is another thing.
Say it again.
This is another thing you have to understand. This is another thing, Black. Okay, when you take the total GDP, right, let's say the United States 25 trillion, right, and then you take away the tax. Well, these are for people, right? Let's say Black America GDP is 2.8 trillion. Now, if you take away the taxes, let's say taxes is 25%. Now their purchasing power is 2.1 trillion. I mean, 2.1 trillion. So their total production is 2.8 trillion minus the 25% taxes they pay to the state and the federal government. Now their purchasing power is 2.1 trillion. So 700 billion is being paid to the state and federal government.
Yeah,
that's how they come up. That's how they come up with the
way more complicated
purchasing power. I forget what they call it. Purchasing power. Black American purchasing power, 2.1 trillion.
Oh yeah.
The total GDP is 2.8 trillion.
Okay, 10-4 on that.
And 700 billion being paid in taxes. A lot of people won't believe that Black Americans pay over 700 billion in taxes every year.
You said 700 billion?
Black Americans pay 700 billion in taxes. Now, guess what? I'm not even including the back-end taxes like sales tax, because even in that 2.1 trillion, if Black America's purchasing power is 2.1 trillion, when they buy something, guess what? They got to pay taxes on that. So now you can take another 5, 6, 8% out of that. So Black Americans can be paying over 800 billions in front end and back end taxes.
Yeah, 10-4 on that. Yeah, I gotta really look into this a little bit better to get a better understanding of what they're using to calculate this information. So it looks like, because I'm looking at state by state, I was hoping that they would actually add these all up, but they don't take the time to do that, which is kind of sucks.
Right.
Because then you would see that each state contributes this amount, and then it equals the total GDP of the whole country. But they're just not doing it like that, so that makes it a little more complicated. So this says gross domestic product is the most comprehensive measure of output product from all industries within a state. Like its widely followed national level GDP counterpart, GSP represents a market valuation of the goods and services, both private and public, produced within the state economy.
It's called GSP. Yeah, gross state production. Yeah, gross state. I was saying state gross production, but it's actually gross state production. GSP. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, real estate GDP is an inflation-adjusted measure based on the national prices of the goods and services produced within a state. BEA, which I was on that site, Bureau of Economics, something applies implicit GDP price deflectors for individual industries nationally to their corresponding state current dollar industry GDP counterpart estimates. Implicitly, this assumes state industry sales are at national prices. Man, they got this thing. They got this block, but something of real GDP as think of real GDP as calibrating an inflation adjusted measure producing power of a state by the place of work of those workers employed within that state, although they may reside elsewhere. Real state personal income, by contrast, is representative the purchasing power of those that reside within a state, although they may work elsewhere. I mean, I think I'm comfortable with having whatever the GDP is, and then the state / federal budget of that state, and then the average wages of the population. Now, the thing about that is I probably should look at how many people are actually employed in each state to get that number a little bit more accurate. But like I said, it's probably a plus or minus, I don't know, 5 billion, maybe 10 billion. It's within the ballpark, but it's not like 100%, on top of things. But
so it seems like what you're saying is you want to like take the GDP and then the state budget. You want to add the state budget on top of the total GDP.
Because, because state budget is taxation through revenue and fees, and then it's also whatever the federal portion that comes down, and then also the general average of workers' wages based on the working population. So that's probably going to be. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I never use wages to calculate GDP because see, wages is what people is personal or individual production, right? Their wages, right? And usually you don't use the wages as a total production for the company, for the country, or for the state, but the wages will be less than the GDP. So, like I said, if the average wage for a person in a state is 40,000, but the GDP per capita in that state will probably be 70. So that means that the GDP will be higher than the wages, because the total GDP will take in account of a government and corporations and institutions and all that. I mean, it measures everything.
Yeah, but so that's what I'm saying. So I'm on the I'm now on the Bureau of Economic and Analysis, and so when I don't see that it is adding in actual personal income or revenue to individuals. I see.
Right, it never does. Yeah, they never do that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's cool, because that's kind of weird. That's why I created that as a third. It's now here it says government and government enterprises. I don't know exactly what that.
That can be like public utility companies.
Interesting.
Like waste management. Your anything that's run by the state, like electrical companies. Even some banks might be even state-owned banks.
Oh yeah.
Anything that's run by the state. They call them as a state-owned enterprise. SOE, state-owned enterprise.
Yeah, that's cool. So part of what I know and what I've realized, I think I realized it a while back, and even doing like some of this research, in looking at these tables, I mean, these government fucking data information tables, like you probably need to have, I mean, and I guess if you just have this desire to learn, you could learn and figure it out, but you probably need to have some type of accounting, I want to say, business management,
exactly.
you know what I'm saying? Like you need to have some training in that arena to be able to reproduce, because with these even city budgets, you know, I've looked through some city budgets, and you got to feel it, they, you know, and these are like quarterly, I want to say, so every 2 or 3 months they're filling out these reports, doing these budgets, you know. It's because I'm not a, like, I just did 3 years worth of taxes a month ago. God bless the universe. And you know, it's like, it's one of those things where I'll keep all the information, I'll write it down, and then I'll forget, and then I kind of get backed up a little bit. But you need people that are very disciplined, and that have no issues with collecting data and information and putting it into, what do they call those things? Not PowerPoints, but what are they? Spreadsheets, like a spreadsheet, spreadsheet.
Yeah, spreadsheet, ledger.
Yeah. So people that are really, really good with that, and you know, because there are some people who just absolutely, that's just not something they're ever going to really want to deal with or do. But that is a function of government, is where you're getting all this information, and you're, you know, putting this all together. You're writing, I think a large part of government is writing bills and writing you know, responses, and writing like all this documentation you see on these websites. There's a lot of writing involved. The math is simply adding up numbers or subtracting numbers. It's not complicated, but there's math involved as well. So it likely requires a person who has that training and or a love for it, or at least it's something that they feel they can do as a career, because I would get bored out of my mind. I'll be honest. Sometimes when I really get into some of these sites, and like I said, pull up these budgets, I'm just like, oh my God, who would like, who would want to do this, man? And you know, God bless that there are people who really would thrive at that. They would just, you know, be really, really good at it. But I think,
Hey, Black, I used to love doing it, man. I used to love doing taxes and
wow.
looking at financial statements and all that stuff. To me, it's fun.
God.
I could look at numbers all day.
Yeah. See, that's a special. Yeah, that's what I mean. It takes a special person to like, and that's the good thing about the way the universe has developed, you know, humanity, is that there is going to be someone who does love to do those specific things, and that's a beautiful thing, you know.
Right. I mean, I love statistics. You know, I studied statistics, and you know, that's one of my favorite things. You know, looking up statistics on different things. So
yeah,
that's been my life for a long time. That's what I like doing. That's why, you know, I can't remember things now, but I remember back,
YouTuber,
let's say 20 years ago.
We in here.
You can tell me something, and I can remember the dates and the population and the GDP, and I can remember all that stuff. But I have a little trouble doing it now. Yeah. I can't remember things like I did 20 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's another, again, because if you're in a city, in Delaware, these cities are not that big. Even the biggest city is really like a really small town, to be honest. But you know, the numbers, you're going to have a lot more numbers to deal with, at least if you're in that bigger city. But it's not like you're in New York, New York City or Miami or Chicago or whatever. These are really small cities. So, and even in Mississippi, I think they said Jackson is the largest city in Mississippi. So, and that's not that large either. So probably Jackson and Wilmington are not that far apart in terms of population. They're actually pretty close, which is interesting. I never really thought about that, but yeah. So it'd be a good opportunity for people in our lineage who do enjoy that, who have gone to school for it, have those skills, and want to have the chance to utilize it. To actually use those skills for the benefit of our people. And the thing that I was going to say is break it down in a visual format where it's easy for anybody to read, right? Where it's like, again, I've looked at some of these budgets where they might have 200 items, and you're just going down and money, whatever. And when I've looked at those, I said, well, we wouldn't have to spend money on this particular thing, or we could figure out a way to reduce the money that we spend on that particular thing, things of that nature. So I think that's the first thing that you would want to do is go through the budgets and strip away the fat, and really, like I said, redivert those funds to where they should be, which is to the Black community. I think that's the first thing you do. But yeah, for the people who really enjoy doing those things, this would just provide a great opportunity for them to, get involved and start making those decisions. One person on a board of 5 or 7 or 9 is not really going to be able to do much. But once you get 3 of 5, now you got a majority. 3 of 7, you're close. Once you get to the majority portion of these boards, then you can actually set the policy, and likely those other people will want to start to move out, put their for sale signs up, and that's kind of what we are anticipating. And it just is what it is at that point. But there's a town that's about 5,500 people, and they elected the first female mayor the last time, and they do have at least one Black person on their council. And I'm like, and so the other two that we have talked about, I think the one city's 40,000, the other one's about 70,000 plus. So it sounds like, a city of 5,000 where I think that mayor won with maybe like 500 votes or something like that. It sounds like it's a much easier, path because it's so small, and you could get a block of voters together. If you had 2,000 voters in a block, you probably could win with no problems in an election. So I think that's the way I'm thinking about it, is just try to find the places where low voter turnout, people are kind of just comfortable with the way things were, maybe, but not really. And you organize the people that are more on the not really side, and you put those community activists in positions to get elected, and then we just keep keep that same process in each little election, whether it's school board or whatever, city council, whatever, until we get the county, and then eventually go for another county, and then get the state. At least in Delaware and Mississippi, you probably need to get at least another 10 counties before you can get the state, effectively get the state. But I think they're really way closer than people realize. And in Louisiana as well, because like I said, the governor's race wasn't that far off. That Arkansas governor's race, the Black guy, good Black American lineage, worked for NASA, beautiful family, beautiful wife. He was competitive, and he was not that far away from winning in Arkansas too. So we really are close in these states. At least for like governor, state, or U.S. senator. These U.S. reps, those are very gerrymandered, unfortunately. But if we get a few more people in those districts, we could flip some of those too. The statewide ones, though, low voter turnout. Like this year's election is going to be what did they say? Not the most. They always say it's the most important election, but they had the highest voter turnout yet. So they're going to say, oh, we had the record-setting voter turnout, but that's every 4 years, it's the same thing. But these off-year elections is when they're really vulnerable, and so I think that's when we should focus in on trying to get people in position when 25% or 30% of the voters show up, and get some people in office. So I'm looking forward to that part. All right, YouTube, it's 4 a.m. Almost 4:30. Well, it's 4:30, so I'm gonna shut this down. Thank you so much for coming out. Appreciate you.
Hey, Black,
We will be here every Saturday.
Keep my cool, man.
And
over time I can keep my cool, but
we'll see you next Saturday,
you
of
got
course.
a new person coming
like,
in
share,
and
subscribe, all that good stuff.
rile everything up, man.
Peace, 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 peace,
I couldn't take
peace.
it. Yeah.
Say that again.